Good afternoon, guys. Now, if you think I look bad, you should see the state of the Labour Party at the moment. Ho ho. Um, I'm here for a recap of what's happened overnight while we've been away. Bear with me a moment. I just want to hear myself when the stream starts on YouTube. Just make sure the audio is fine. For lack of guess. Oh, okay then. Right, we are going. Oh, guys. So yes, I wrapped up. When did I wrap up last night? Was it about 4 a.m.? Somewhere near 4 a.m. and I got into bed. It took me a while to get to sleep. I was on my phone still looking at results coming in. Finally fell asleep. Slept maybe only about 4 hours. Woke up at 9 a.m. absolutely shattered. Once more took me a little while to get back to sleep again. And then suddenly I wake up and it's 3 p.m. and the doorbell's ringing because I got a sign for a package. Um, so, so I genuinely, I've been awake for all of about 15 minutes so far. But I saw the results and all the rest of it, and I thought, wow, we need to come back to YouTube. We need to have a look at what's been happening. So that's what we're going to do. There's a few things that we're going to sort of look at in order. And then I'm going to bring some guests on once more, and we'll discuss what we're getting. But it's we need to piece together what's been going on. Lee Hallam is here in the chat and says, "Hi, Swiss. About that, I've been working today, but finished now. Nice to have you with me, Lee. I was actually going to go to a couple of your comments that you'd left me this morning as well, just to read some of that. So, where do we want to start with things? You know what? We'll start in an approximate order of things. In an approximate order of things. What does that mean, Swiss? Your brain's still booting up a little bit." Let's just have a quick glance at where the results are currently. Just back onto the BBC website. We'll ground ourselves with where things are right now before we start methodically going through some individual results and other things. So, as things currently stand with the English Council results, Reform are now on 646, up 644. So in the fold, we've now got two wards that they previously already had. The Lib Dems are now in second place with their number of councillors on 426, and that's up 32. So they are a little bit healthier than they had been last night when we saw them just about level pegging. The Conservatives are on 368, down 382. Not a great result for the Tories. It will probably get worse as the day goes on, but at the moment it's not quite as bad as Labour, because Labour are on 353, down 464. They have still lost far more than they've defended. They've lost over half of what they've the total that they've been defending. The Greens are on 138, up 83. So quite a low total for the Greens compared to the other parties at the moment. However, as far as a proportion of their gains go to what they've got, they're right there behind Reform as far as how many they've gained versus how many they had previously. And independents are there as well. Now, do we have anything for the Scottish and Welsh elections yet? There's a question that we might want an answer to. Let's have it. And I don't know the answer to this, so this is going to be fun. Scotland. Oh, all right, something. 22 out of 129 seats declared. So we're about a 1/6 of the way through, approximately. No, 1/5 of the way through, something like that. SNP clearly out in front there with 18, up 1 on where they were before. The Conservatives on 2, down 1. Labour on 1, up 1. And the Lib Dems on 1, down 1. So we've still got quite a lot of Scotland left to come. Probably will need more of Scotland for me at least, from my knowledge base, to be able to get a feel for how Scotland is going versus some of the predictions that we had. But at the very least, we can see the thing that we were expecting, which is SNP, big SNP, far ahead, which means that, we're still living in the same reality as far as the predictions prior go. How about Wales? We got a little bit of Wales as well. 6 out of 96 seats, so very early days for the Welsh Senedd. And once again, things are broadly mirroring where the projections were when we'd looked at the opinion polls and stuff. You had Reform and Plaid sort of up there, quite a bit further ahead together, and then you go a little bit further back, and that's when you've got sort of Labour and the Tories and the rest of it. And here we are, Reform and Plaid on 2 each, Labour and the Tories on 1 each. Isn't that nice and tidy? I'm quite relieved that's a nice, tidy result as things are right now. It means that I don't need to dwell too much further just for the time being. Let me check my comments again quickly. Hi, Swiss. Only managed to catch 15 minutes last night. Looks real bad for the future of the UK. Well, you're going to love what we have today then. John Cooper says you're going to have guests. Yes, I've posted in the group chat saying that I was going to start off this stream just myself for a little bit, just so I could kind of recap things, address the things I wanted to, and then I'll bring everyone in to discuss as we get more results. So probably in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Lee Hallam says, I think we can see how the Tories survive as a party. Wealthy southern seats are staying with them. Reform are too common. And Dr. Richmond Awesome in bed adds, Swiss, I have some bad news. We only have won 1 seat. Why aren't people voting to help out the rich? There's still time, Dr. Richmond Awesome in bed. Let me just bring up some of my other... There were a couple of other things that I wanted to look at here. There was... Oh, I don't want YouTube Studio. Go away, YouTube Studio. I just want regular old vanilla YouTube here. I wanted to take a look at some of the, because I'd read when I'd woken up at about 9 a.m. this morning. I read a couple of the comments that you'd left me, Lee, and I was like, oh, those will be some good talking points for when I come back. So I just want to skim through those to see if there's anything else. Although then again, they are 7 hours outdated. There may be new things to say now. But your reflections as of 7 hours ago had been phase 1 of the counting. The early London results weren't that dramatic. There were mostly moves between the 3 old guard parties, but so far they've been in the west of London, and the east of London was yet to come. Metropolitan results and in the north have been more dramatic than metropolitan results in the north. Sorry, had been more dramatic than predicted, and so far. Almost all had been about Labour to Reform. The Greens had picked up the odd seat here. Adding to that, I'd read something in the wee hours by John Curtis, which had said that obviously Reform were making big gains, but it wasn't so much. I mean, we're still yet to see what these projections are for where the vote share went from one party to another, but it wasn't necessarily so much that it had been the responsibility for that had been all of this Labour vote going to Reform. Although that had probably happened in some amount, it had also been Labour vote going to the Greens, therefore making Labour weaker, and Tory vote going to Reform, as well as Reform just picking up their own voters as well, making Reform stronger. There were multiple elements at play there. One could probably argue that if the Greens hadn't been eating into Labour's votes from the left, then Labour might have fought off Reform in a few more seats than they did. That's probably worth mentioning also. Lib Dem seem to be consolidating in areas they hold, but losing out where they hold a few seats. So taking control in Stockport, taking all seats in Richmond, but losing seats in Oldham and Stockport. Lee Hallam adds, Manchester has broken that pattern by more going to the Greens. Okay, as I say, this was an outdated comment that you'd left me this morning, but I thought it was a good launching off point. I had been expecting last night that when we got round to today, we'd probably start getting some more green-friendly areas in. And in my frazzled state of mind late last night, I was trying to figure out in my own mind, is this a cope just because I want the Greens to be doing well at the expense of Labour as well as Reform? Or am I actually right in thinking, no, there are certain areas that are going to be very green-friendly and they won't be coming out until tomorrow? From the early bits that I've seen so far, probably the Greens are still on track to have a good time of it. It probably won't be as explosive a wildly good night as Reform are having. That would be, I mean, I think Reform, I think we can say pretty much without a doubt that Reform's success in these local elections is unprecedented, historically unprecedented, probably. I cannot think of another set of elections within my lifetime where a party has come up from virtually nowhere to dominate and lead an election like this, and by such a margin as well. But nonetheless, the Greens will be having a good time of it. And the Lib Dems are up a little bit as well. We always like to throw a little bit of a word to Ed Davey and say, hey there, Ed, we remember you. Swiss even voted for your party. against his that was it, wasn't it? Lee Hallam. You said that it was abstaining. To vote for the Liberal Democrats where I live is to abstain, and that was very much it. That was what I said. That was what I said last night. I was like, the older Swiss would have drawn something crude on his ballot paper if he didn't know how to vote. The older Swiss just votes Lib Dem when he doesn't know what to do. All right. There is a tweet here from Stephen Swinford, political editor of the Times. I'm not showing favoritism with media outlets here. It's just one of the first ones that I saw today, just sort of capping the Labour reaction so far to everything. And this is from only about an hour ago, so it's fairly recent. So in the wake of the catastrophic results, what has the situation been for Labour? We had been asking for a while, oh, could this be when Starmer finally goes? You know, we love playing that game here on the channel. Stephen Swinford said, it looks increasingly like nobody is going over the top. Andy Burnham is not expected to say anything today or this weekend. Wes Streeting appears to be sticking to what he had said before the election. He doesn't think this is time for a leadership challenge. I will add, by the way, one of the lines that was going around, I think from Lammy or maybe others, was you don't change the pilot in the middle of the flight, which I feel is such an own goal of a statement when the immediate retort is to then go, but what if the pilot is crashing the plane? Then you change the pilot, right? Anyway, cabinet ministers are privately despairing and think next week is huge. The PM's reset speech has to hit home. The King's speech has to show real ambition, but they're not calling for his head at the moment, however unsustainable they think his premiership is. So we're back where it seems for now, at least we are continue to be where we've always been, which is a large amount of them going, we don't really think Starmer's the guy anymore. But we just don't know if it's the right time to get rid of him. We don't know who we want to replace him with. Great. The one variable is Angela Rayner. It's still not clear whether she could go public over the next 72 hours. The council in her seat has been decimated. And this was another thing I think I'd read it might have been the John Curtis analysis, that areas with high profile Labour figures, you know, known cabinet members and all the rest of it that have had local elections have actually done even worse than some of the other areas. I think Angela Rayner's stomping ground, Lisa Nandy for that matter as well. We've seen very bad results in their councils. Now, maybe there are more examples. Maybe it's just Labour's doing terribly everywhere, but we look specifically at those. But I thought that was interesting nonetheless. We've essentially got a party in a sense of stasis. Ministers know it's bad. They know Starmer is going down terribly on the doorstep, but at this point in time, they don't have a better alternative, all of which plays in Starmer's favour in the short term, at least. Okay, then. So that's a little take on the state of Labour at the moment. The results in Greater Manchester are so bad, Labour couldn't win a mayoral election, and even Bootle doesn't look like a safe bet for Burnham. Right, well, I think then that is our next port of call, ladies and gents, isn't it? Let's go have a look at Greater Manchester and see what we've got in there so far. So we'll bring this up. And as I said, dear viewers and guests, I will be having some of you on soon. I just want, after sort of like the free-for-all you get yesterday, where we've got many, many guests and there's an awful lot of stuff coming in, I wanted the relative peace and calm for a little while just to go, right, okay, it's the next day. There's still results coming in. Let's bring ourselves up to speed with where things are so far, and then we'll crack on again with the rest of it. All right, then. So, here we are in the yes, of course. Newcastle Underline, right next to Stoke-on-Trent, has gone to Reform Control. It's always the parts of the country that I've lived in at one point or another, isn't it? It's Essex, it's Stoke. We'll see what comes of the northeast. So let's have a look at some of these areas around Manchester. Then we've got Manchester proper, I suppose. What have we got in Manchester City Council? Let's have a look at this one. Whoa. Okay, so after 32 of 32 seats have been declared, Labour are... Now, hang on. Let me do a bit of quick maths here. So 32 of 32 seats have been declared. Labour are on 6 councillors elected in 2026, down 24. So of this whole batch here, can I assume that all 32 were Labour defences? They lost 24 and they've been left with 6 out of this batch. Their total councillors are still 63, but that's because they're obviously not voting for all of them in one go. So Labour's lost a huge chunk of them there. 75%. Is that right? No, more than that even. 80%. 80% of what they were defending in Manchester City Council they have lost. Sit with that for a moment. Wow. The Greens, a very good time for the Greens there. Look at that. 18 councillors up 17. The vast bulk of what Labour lost in Manchester Council, the Greens have managed to pick up. Reformer there as well, putting on 7 councillors. The Lib Dems, no change, nothing for the Independents and others there. So this is probably a prime example of what we were waiting for in a Green-friendly area to see. We'll have a look at this, you know. The Labour collapse continues, but this time round it is the Greens picking up mainly at the expense of them rather than Reform. Although, again, as I say, Reform is still picking up there as well. Are there any other areas we want to have a look at in and around Manchester? What else do we have here? Oh, no, it didn't. Oh, I apologize, guys. This was a problem we had last night as well, that I opened up a new tab and it didn't actually show what I was trying to show you. So the whole time where I was explaining that to you, you didn't actually have it on screen. Let me move that over there again for you. Look, there we are. What I've just been reading there, you now got the numbers on the screen as a nice little visual accompaniment. Lee Hallam says, Jonathan Gullis will lead Newcastle under Lyme. My old friend, Jonathan Gullis. My old fellow candidate in the 2019 Stoke-on-Trent North election on General Election Day. Yes. And how far he's come. Don't know if I could say the same for myself, but there we are. Fun fact, I gave him a little sip of my Monster Energy drink once. It's true. Yeah. Right. Rainer Seat, says Lee Hallam. 40% Reform, 25% Labour. Yes. Cooper says, my guess is we're waiting for the... they are waiting for the results, but I don't see Starmer lasting until conference, maybe at the end of the year if he's lucky. I mean, part of them not wanting to get rid of Starmer, I think, is them not being ready of who's going to replace him and having a plan in place there. So maybe the longer time goes on, the more they'll get that sorted. I really struggle to imagine a world where Starmer actually does lead Labour into the next election. So it's got to be they get rid of him at some point. It's just all these points thus far along the way that we thought, this will be when they go. It's not been happening so far, but yeah. Right then, I'll stop sharing that for a moment. I'm going to post the join link into our group chat here, and then we'll get some guests on and they can tell me about more things that have been going on as well. And we'll hop back over to our big screen here. What the latest has been. Not a lot of change there in the English elections. Is there more on Scotland and Wales yet? Not yet. Drip, drip, drip. Oh, wait, Wales is keeping to the same pattern very nicely. Have a look at this. Where are we here? Look at that. We've had a little bit of an update to results since we looked at them at the start of the stream, but it's kept uniformly. Before it was 2 for Plaid, 2 for Reform, and 1 each for Labour and the Tories. Now we've got 4 for Plaid, 4 for Reform, and 2 each for Labour and the Tories. That's those nice round numbers. I'm enjoying that. All right then. I heard a lot of Labour MPs are nervous of Rayner's boyfriend, says Lee Allen. Hello there, John. How you doing?
Hello, Swiss. You started the stream just as I was about to head outside and explore town for a little bit for a little exercise, but I can do my exercise later. So
well, I admire the dedication of choosing to stay inside to talk with me.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm just tidying up while I'm probably streaming with you in the house, so at least do something. But yeah, yeah. Labour is continuing to do poorly as we expected, but also we're finally going to get some results for the Greens at the very least. So I think for those who are like Green supporters at the very least are happy.
John, could I just tell you quickly? I just had a message from a member of my family telling me what had happened in the ward that I live in. And that's the Independent has held my ward, and it looks
Oh.
like we actually have the results for North Tyneside Council, which is where I live. So I want to have a quick look. I want to have a quick little look at that here as well. Oh, and I'm adding Frank to the call while we're at it as well.
Oh yeah.
Hello there, Frank.
So as I can tell, if I recall, you said the Independent was a former Tory in your ward, right?
I'd thought so. Yeah, I'd had that impression for some reason. So the overall state of North Tyneside Council. Oh wait, no, this is a total list of councils at the moment. Oh.
I think you need to search on your thing and then click on the.
Yeah, I will. I've got to update where I'm sharing here, but then actually we'll do the tally of where all the councils are, because that's an interesting one to look at. So,
okay, but I suppose you want to quickly say hello to Frank, or?
Oh yes, hello there, Frank.
Hello, Swiss. Hope you're well.
Not bad, bit tired, but not bad. Bear with me for a moment, just while I'm cracking through a few of these results, and then I'll have you guys in for chatting. All right, so North Tyneside, this is where I live. 20 of 20 seats declared for the ones that were up for grabs this time round. Labour are down 12 with only 5 councillors from this current batch. Reform are on 10, up 10. So big gains for them there. The Tories are unchanged, and the Greens have picked up a couple as well. There is one independent, and as it so happens, that is the independent that represents the wards that I live in. So at the very least, I can say that my vote for the Lib Dems made no difference one way or the other. We've got the same person we had before. Arguably, that seems like an okay option.
Do you know if the Lib Dems came in second or third, Swiss?
I've got no idea. I'd have to go look up, see where the results were for this for my specific ward. But no, yeah. That's fine. I'm happy knowing that that's the state of play. Yes. Shall we have a quick look at just the overall England Council results? Who's got control of the councils, and then I'll bring us back into sort of a broader chat here.
Well, I was going to just say that I think what your council has shown that it's decreasing as expected, but Labour's still only holding on just because they're lucky only a third of the councils were up for that election.
Yes, although at the very least, it wasn't a total wipeout for Labour in my area. They did still hold on to some of their seats, whereas we have seen other areas where they've literally lost near enough everything they'd been defending.
Arguably, that which may give them a chance of just barely holding on the seat, but that is still seeming unlikely.
Yeah, like if the results that we have from this batch of elections were uniform for the next ones to come as well, it would still not necessarily be a Reform majority, I think, on my back of a fag packet maths. So, right, we have Tom as well here. I will say hello to you, Tom. Hello there, sir.
Hello.
Right, if you guys bear with me, un momento, we will just have a look at these England Council results, and then we'll crack on with chatting about it all again. So where we are with 75 of 136 councils declared, so we're just over the halfway mark. Labour control 17 councils, down 13. So they've lost nearly half of what they've been defending, but not quite.
Your audio's cut out, Sliss.
Oh. And Frank has disappeared.
Any better? Hello?
Hello, Swiss.
Is that better?
Yes. Okay. Also, Frank has disappeared.
I'll get Frank back in when he's here. Okay, so Labour have 17 councils. They've lost just under half of those.
This stupid.
It looks like everyone's doing technical difficulty.
Okay. Right. Well, I'll crack on once more. Labour have 17 councils. They've lost just under half of those that they've been defending. The Lib Dems are on 10 councils, up 1. The Conservatives have 6 councils, and they've lost 3. Reform now have control of 4 councils, whereas they previously had none. The Greens have no councils, and there's no change there. And there's not much to say about any of the others, apart from the fact that we have 11 more in no overall control than we were before. So, yes, there we are. That's that for the councils. Let's see if your connection or audio is working a little bit better. Do we have you again there?
Yeah, we do. And it seems to be working out pretty well so far, but we'll see how it holds.
Yeah.
As for the elections themselves, yeah, it's basically what we expected it to be. Labour is being utterly wiped out nationwide. The end result of this will probably be they lose about 1,600 councillors in total when it's all said and done. But to be honest with you, as bad as they're doing in England, England at this point is beginning to look like an earthly paradise for them compared to Scotland and Wales, and in particular Wales. It's a complete wipeout in Wales. Like they are just being completely wiped clean from the Welsh political landscape. I've even heard some reports show that they could get as few as 5 seats in Wales, because they are doing that poorly in those elections there.
So just
Um,
just to add to that point quickly, where Labour currently are in the Welsh Senedd elections is they've got 2 seats down 4 from where they were previously. So if they were level pegging with where they'd been before, they'd have 6 right now.
If I had to guess from this result, Labour have lost 2 of their seats to Reform and 2 to their seats to Plaid Cymru, and Reform have taken 2 seats from the Conservatives.
That
something
numbers,
along those lines.
yeah, that makes sense to me.
But yeah, they've said that for Welsh Labour activists there and also counters, they've basically said that at this point the absolute best case scenario for us, for Welsh Labour, is that they get 10 seats in the Senedd. That's their absolute best case scenario at this point for them. And they basically are hoping that those 10 seats will allow them to be a vocal opposition to Plaid Cymru instead of like background noise, which is what they would be if they're reduced to 5 seats. But they're not particularly hopeful they'll get to that number 10 number, because of just how bad it is for
That's
them.
kind of sad because that's still technically, if they are getting into 10 seats, that means that they still lost 2/3 of the seats that they were defending.
Oh yeah, 10 seats is an abysmal result, but the problem is that Labour is being so thoroughly decimated in Wales at this point that 10 seats is seen as a victory at this point now. Because it's just a reflection of how utterly terrible they're doing in Wales. And the story in Scotland isn't really much better. It's better than it is in Wales, but it's still worse than it is in England. Like, Scottish Labour is not winning the areas that they need to win or wanted to win, and thus far they've only had one gain, and that is the Western Isles, or Outer Hebrides, and the name that it's got that I can't pronounce. They've won control of that from the SNP, and to be honest, the only reason they did is because of issues with regards to ferries. Basically, there's been some issue with ferry crossings between the Western Isles and mainland Scotland, and the SNP have done a pretty bad job of resolving those issues. So it's only really ferry issues that have caused them to win it, but outside of that, they're not doing well at all. And
so I suppose props to the island for punishing the SNP for an issue that they've actually mucked up about, besides going rally the found like Scottish nationalism. Just that minor thing.
Yeah, something like that, I'd imagine. The one party that is not doing particularly well in both Wales and Scotland, other than Labour itself, obviously, is Reform, especially in Scotland. Reform are massively underperforming in Scotland, compared to what they were predicted to get. And it's overall not looking pretty good for them there.
Reform's got nothing in Scotland so far out of the 35.
So out of curiosity, sorry, go on.
Could I share one thing with you guys? I've just had a text from my brother here about the ward that I live in. He said, Judith Wallace, independent NIMBY, has held St Mary's Gang. That's our ward. Second place were the Tories. Third place were Reform. Fourth place were Labour. Fifth place were the Greens. And sixth place were the Lib Dems. That means that Labour, Green and Lib Dem vote combined was 26.3% of the vote. We live in a Tory arse ward. And
Well,
then and then Lee in the chat added to that and said, in the ward, the independent one in North Tyneside, the Lib Dems came dead last with 135 votes. So it was a sympathy vote as well as an abstention.
wow. It's like now your vote feels like it doesn't really matter, does it?
I mean, I suspected that much anyway. I voted Lib Dem expecting they'd probably come last.
Oh well, but yeah, but I feel bad for you, Swiss. You're in a very miserable ward from the sounds of it.
It's well, you know what? It's a nice ward. It hasn't flipped reform, and it's technically not even Tory. It's just a former Tory. So, you know, I feel like it's the best possible version of the situation I'm in.
That is probably true. But
My council was quite a big surprise, actually, because for the first time since 2009, a party has gained a majority on my council.
unfortunately, it's reform.
It's not
The Lib Dems,
reform.
isn't it?
The Lib Dems gained control of the council from no overall control. First time any party has been able to get a majority on the council here since 2009. And what was particularly interesting about that was my ward was extremely close, much closer than I thought it would be. My ward historically has been a very safe Lib Dem ward. They've always won it here and they've always won it comfortably. But this election, they won it, but only by the skin of their teeth. They only won my ward by 85 votes. The Lib Dems got 2,100 votes and Reform got 2,015 votes. So it was extremely close. And what was also particularly interesting about it is turnout here was really high as well. Last time elections were up in 2024, turnout here was 28%, and the average we usually get is 33%. But turnout this time around was 47% in my ward. So it's been a very interesting set of results for my council. Lib Dems winning control of it, first time anybody's done it in 17 years, and my ward going from safe Lib Dem to a Lib Dem reform marginal. So yeah, interesting results here.
Plaid and Reform are currently neck and neck in the Welsh Parliament elections, now both on 10 each. Scotland, SNP still miles ahead, as we said before, and the latest on these, well, you can see it on the screen there. Not too much to report other than the Greens are about to make themselves into triple digits there.
Okay.
Given just quickly, given that there's three of you here, Tom, Frank, and John, are you guys happy to hold the fort down for me for about 10, 15 minutes or so, just so I can go have a shower, get dressed, etc., and then
I just want to ask Tom a question for like the Scottish elections anyway.
No worries. Oh,
Okay,
and sort of every I don't know, every 5 minutes or so, if you just have a little glance at the comments for us. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, sure, go.
My question for Tom is: you mentioned how Reform are underperforming in Scotland. As a result, does that mean then unlikely to become the second largest party in Scotland, or will they still become the second largest party, but it will be very close to like third place?
I think it will be very close for Reform, but I think they will still end up becoming the second largest party because Labour is doing so much worse than even the lowest expectations of them were doing. And the polls showed that it was always going to be very tight for second place between them and Reform. And the fact that Labour is underperforming, Reform is underperforming, basically means that Reform will end up becoming the second largest party, but by no more than like 2 seats. So it will be extremely, extremely close. Labour is going to lose seats in the Scottish Parliament elections. That is pretty much guaranteed, and as a net total anyway. And Reform will gain seats compared to last time, but they really should be doing a lot better than they are. The SNP in particular have done a far better job than what people thought they were going to do before these elections happened. So
does that mean SNP could get a majority, or at least only rely on Greens for a little bit of those results?
It's very possible that they could get a majority. It's unlikely, but it's possible.
Okay.
So it really depends upon what further results come out in the
Oh yeah.
future.
Oh, I think someone called All Tories Are Scum 9155.
Yeah. Oh, he's vintage.
Yeah, saying Tom and Cooperman, how do Labour pull this back before the GE? Well, I don't think they can ever fully recover from what they did from the result of. They won't get another 2024 result, but if they want to prevent the death of their party, they need to get rid of Keir Starmer at the very least. Get rid of Keir Starmer and at least replace him with someone that's at least decent, because
Well,
that's the only way the party I can see surviving. And
well,
even
in
then, I'm not
terms
sure they can win the next general election. Sorry, you go on, Tom.
Well, in terms of Labour coming back from this, with the bit, it basically it starts at the very top with the leadership. Like Starmer has got to go. There's no two ways about it. At the end of the day, he cannot stay on as Prime Minister and leader of Labour because if he does, then with the way it's going now, Labour will be lucky to get as many seats as the Lib Dems did in 2015 because of how thoroughly they are just being decimated nationwide. Like the only areas in which Labour are holding firm at the moment right now is certain parts of London, particularly West London. But outside of West London, they're being wiped out across the country. There's no safe Labour wards or areas anymore. Like if you're losing Halton wards by if your vote is dropping in places like Halton from 85% of the vote down to 28% of the vote, you're screwed as a party. Like, there's no coming back for you at that point, unless you get rid of your leader. So they have to get rid of Starmer first and foremost, because he is a tainted brand at this point, and nothing he says or does is going to repair that image. So he needs to go first of all. But beyond that, another thing that they need to do is they need to stop abandoning their core vote, trying to chase after a vote that fundamentally is never going to vote for them no matter what they do. Like, the Labour right has been, since at least 2015, if not longer, pathologically obsessed with chasing this fake median voter that doesn't exist, like this middle England, socially conservative, but fiscally liberal voter who, if you focus hyperfixate on things like immigration and right wing on culture stuff, but you throw in a tiny little bit of redistribution here and there, they think if they go in that direction heavily, they can win, but time and again, that's just been proven completely false.
Oh yeah, I
Each
mean,
and every time. And these
yeah.
last two local elections we've had, this one this year and the one that we had last year, have proven just how much of a complete folly that strategy is. Because
Yeah.
fundamentally, reform voters, which is who they're trying to appeal to the most, are not going to vote Labour. They're just not going to do it anymore because are fundamentally biased against Labour because of a whole bunch of reasons that just aren't reachable for the party. So they need to go back to trying to appeal to their core voter base. Now, some people say they just need to basically copy the Greens or go full Corbyn again in order to win, but that would be equally as bad as the strategy they're doing now because the median voter and also swing voters don't really want that either. While they don't want reform light, they also don't want green light either. What Labour really needs to do is it needs to actually be a social democratic party. It needs to do things like making work pay. It needs to do things like investment in infrastructure and trying to reduce regional inequality that massively exists within this country.
So
Um,
basically, Labour in the 60s.
yeah, essentially, that is what they do. They need to go back to the roots of who they used to be instead of trying to chase after a demographic that won't vote for them.
Yeah, because the way I see the voter demographic in this country, it seems to be both right wing on social and economic issues, right wing on social and left wing on economic issues. Let's see, left wing on social issues and right wing on economics, and left wing on both economics and social issues. There isn't any, I guess, right wing on social, but right wing on social and moderately on economics or something. And that's the one they're trying to appeal to or something.
Well,
Is that it?
essentially, the demographic of people that they're trying to appeal to is essentially the same people that voted for David Cameron's Tory party in 2010. Like
And those people,
they're trying to appeal to the group of people who are fiscally conservative, but socially centrist. That's who they're trying to appeal to, but that it just doesn't exist, that group, and they've been chasing this mythical voter base for the past year, and where has it gotten them? It's gotten
yeah,
them towards obliteration.
yeah. And if it does exist, it's a group that's never going to vote for Labour.
Yes, and that's just something they won't understand. And all
Yeah,
the reports show that Starmer is not going to do that, and he's just going to continue to double down on the failed strategy, which is again why he needs to go before Labour can even think of recovering from this total wipeout that they've endured nationwide.
this has got me thinking. Do you know what the type of voters that Starmer's Labour's trying to appeal to? They're trying to appeal to a James Fielding.
Not even,
Sorry.
not even that. Like it is just trying to appeal to Reform and Tory voters.
Oh yeah,
Like
it's like
the archetype of people that they want to appeal to is just Reform and moderate Tory voters.
they're either going to stick with the Tories or they're going to go stick with Reform. It's like it's arguably why Andy Burnham probably is like best that you get to Labour 60s. I mean, granted, there's probably a few issues with Andy Burnham that they're probably causing problems, but at the very least, he is arguably closest. And at the very least, you should at least be advocating for stuff like nationalising water and at least a few public services. You don't have to go overboard, but at least nationalize water and public
At the
transport.
At the absolute bare minimum, they need to nationalise utility companies. Like, at the absolute bare minimum, that's what they need to do. They need to nationalise water, gas, and electric because that would actually help with reducing energy bills, and it would also be something fundamentally people support at the end of the day. And water in particular, that is one thing they absolutely need to nationalise because look at what has happened with private water. Like with gas and electric, you can make an argument for why they should be private, but I still wouldn't agree with it. But water absolutely should be nationalised because every single water company in this country is an absolute disaster class, no matter what. I mean, you've had cases in the south of England where you've had full blown water shortages, or you've had, in one instance in Devon a couple years ago, there was a brain eating amoeba that was found in the water supply. And it was like,
Tom, you seem to mute yourself.
Hello, I have returned.
Hello. So
Nice.
as Tom was going on a bit of a rant about how just badly, let's see, the water services were, because we were talking about that, as I mentioned, how there was a comment from All the Tories Are Scum 9155 asking how Labour put back together. I mentioned how Labour needs to renationalise water and trains, and he was going on about how renationalise all the water, electric, and gas. And he was just talking about how one of the water places was filled with like a brain-eating amoeba or something. But
I heard the little
Yeah.
brain eating bit just as I arrived, and I thought he
yeah.
was. I thought he pivoted on to talking about RFK Jr. and his little brain worm or something.
No. Did you
Okay.
mute him as a result? Because that's not what he was doing.
No, I didn't. I think
yeah.
maybe he's muted himself.
But yeah, but I was just going to make a comment about how the
right,
arguably Labour's if Labour's campaigning for next election should be nationalize water, bring water back to the people or something.
Anyway, speaking of which, as I was saying about water, you had that incident in Devon with the brain-eating amoeba, and it's like that is something that fundamentally should not be happening in a first world developed country. You should not have water shortages or parasites that could potentially kill people in your water supply, and yet that is what's been happening. Not to mention the fact that the rivers are just filled with sewage because we don't have a well designed sewage network, and also we don't have reservoirs either because we haven't built any since the 1990s, which means we frequently deal every single summer and sometimes going into the winter now, hosepipe bans because of the fact we've got no backup water reservoirs in order to help deal with droughts that occur when we don't have periods of rain. Like, no matter which way you look at it, the privatization of water has been an absolute disaster. The infrastructure is terrible. The quality of the service is terrible. There is no long term planning or thinking in any of it whatsoever, as evidenced by the fact we have not built any reservoirs in 30 going on 40 years. It needs to be nationalised, but Labour under Starmer just flat out refuses to do that. And even when you get water companies that go bankrupt, where you can take over their operations for effectively free, they just don't do it, and it's ridiculous. But that's what Starmer's Labour is. It's just
Anyway,
so bad, and it's why they get destroyed in these elections.
yeah, I just want to
your attention.
Sorry,
go on, John. Go on. You go quickly, and I'll change topic.
I was just going to read some of the comments since
I was about to read some comments.
But yeah,
that's where we were going.
Yeah, Betty, I suppose Pango Graham 91956 said, just one more shift to the right, bro. Just one more. It'll definitely work this time. As response, I think, to what Tom was mentioning earlier about how Labour just seems to keep repealing reform. And also, apparently, he's announced that the Welsh Green leader wins a seat in Cardiff Penrith.
Can I jump ahead to Psychoben's comment? Because this is the one that I was going to read out. He said, have I missed the parts where we discussed the Great Yarmouth First candidates getting absolute stonking majorities in all 10 of the seats that they stood in? I'd heard about this briefly this morning. I was aware that like Rupert Lowe's Restore weren't running people countrywide. That came into part of the discussion yesterday about Reform having dipped a bit in the national polling, but without a Restore alternative at the local level, they'd still be doing as well as they had been before. So he created Great Yarmouth First, which was sort of like this nucleus of the Restore ground game at a local level in obviously Great Yarmouth for their count. And so 10 out of 10 seats, everything that was up for grabs, Rupert Lowe's party has won, basically. That's where we are with it. I'm going to see if I can bring up those results then.
Yeah. Bo, I think...
I got some news in from Bridgend in Wales. Labour have been pushed into 4th place in Bridgend.
Ooh.
What, behind, so Reform, Plaid, the Tories, really? And then Labour? In Wales.
Can you hear me? You've all gone mute.
No, I can hear you.
I can't hear any of you.
We can hear you.
Can hear you.
I'm gonna leave and rejoin very quick.
Okay.
While he's doing that, I'm just going to read out some more comments I think we missed. Reform are not likely to win any consistencies in Scotland. There's a regional fault that counts for them there. There might be hope for 2 or 3. Lib Dems won every seat in Kingston and in Thames. The 3rd and 4th contest in Wales, both free for each Reform plaid company. That's 12% cut off from the beginning to tell. And I think that's all the ones I wanted to read out. So, hello. Frank,
I can hear you. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so you were saying?
Right. Yeah, so Labour are now 4th in a constituency. I think it's Bridgend, but it's something in Welsh that I can't pronounce. I think it's Hen y Bont Bro Morganwg or something like that.
Well, better you than me.
Sorry,
just quickly on the BBC website, we don't currently have the results yet for the area where Rupert Lowe had made gains, but we'll probably end up getting that at some point. What were you saying about the area in Wales? Sorry, Frank.
So yeah, Labour are fourth in there. They've managed to get one seat, but they're in fourth place in that constituency.
My God. Let me jump over to Wales on here. Have we got a map? Oh, we've not been on this screen before. There's a whole lot going on here. Which was the one that you were reading about?
It begins with a P. Pen y Bont something.
It begins with a P. This is peak English coverage of Welsh elections. Sorry. Oh, Penny.
Yeah,
no,
that one.
This
one.
one.
That's the one.
Penny Brompbro Morganwy. Morganwy? Maybe.
That's it.
I don't know. Okay, so where are we with them then? So winning candidates, you've got 2 Plaid, 2 Reform, a Tory, and a Labour. Yeah, that's. You know what? That result in that particular area is probably a good indicator of the countrywide in Wales, really, because that's how it is on the sort of the macro scale of everything we've got so far as well. It's Plaid and Reform sort of level pegging at the top, and Labour and the Tories quite a big distance behind them.
Definitely.
I think I think Lee, you'd said that was it Wales you're talking about when there was a threshold to do with their voting system where really you needed to get over sort of 12% of the vote in order to really start raking in some seats, and it seems that sort of Labour and the Tories are really sort of falling foul of that and struggling. I'll tell you what then, given that I'm back, I'm going to do a quick little recap of the results that we've got in so far, sort of across the 3 major races. Oh, I'll also add that in Hackney, the Hackney mayor election, the Greens have won that one off of Labour. The Lib Dems have held Watford. We're still yet to get the rest of those ones in. So very quickly, the English local council picture with 80 councils reporting in. Reform, 750. Lib Dems, 488, up 44. The Conservatives, 423, down 326. Labour, 424, down 552. The Greens are beginning to look a little bit healthier now. We're beginning to come into the green zones because they're on 181, and that's up 113, and the independents are there as well. Scotland, SNP continues to dominate. Surprise, surprise. 39 for them, 3 for the Lib Dems, 2 for Labour, which is up slightly, 2 for the Tories, down 1, nothing for Reform or the Scottish Greens yet. And as for Wales, Plaid have taken a slight lead at this stage over Reform, but we've still got about 2/3 of these seats left to come in. Plaid on 16, up 7. Reform on 13 from nothing. Labour on 4, down 14. It looks like Labour are at least going to scrape those 5 that I think Tom had referenced earlier on. I think we'll get where they are at the moment, at least. It seems like they'll at least clear that. Tories are on 2, down 7, and the Greens are on 1, up 1. There we are. That's your shipping forecast for now, at least.
Let's see. Apparently, Pango George Gaham, 1956, is saying the Greens have over 1,000 total councillors in England for the first time ever.
That's Podge. Podge says the Greens have over 1,000 councillors in England for the first time. Yeah, historic set of elections, as I say. Not just the phenomenal rise of Reform in this, but also the Greens making year after year after year. Watching these local elections, it's been, the Greens have put on 20 seats. Oh, the Greens have put on 50% from where they were before. And now suddenly they've got, wow, okay. It's massively overshadowed by Reform, but nonetheless, the Greens have made very serious inroads today.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a quick question to the rest of the panel. I'm curious because by next year, 2027, I recall a headline back in 2023 saying that Labour had overtaken the Tories to become the largest party in local government. So next year, that the 4-year cycles reset itself from 2023 to 2027. Is there a chance that Reform could be the largest party in local government this time next year?
Oh, let me just take a look at Reform's current numbers.
Oh, that's good. So that'll be as of the local elections we have next year. Where will all the parties be in local government at large then? So if we're going off of a 4-year cycle, 2023 to 2027, I guess the question is, at what point did reform begin to dominate at the local level?
Last year.
Last year. But are some of the contests we've been running ones that were delayed from previous years as well?
Yes, I think so.
My short answer is, off the top of my head, I don't know, but I can certainly see it being pretty darn competitive between I guess Labour. Well, maybe not not the Tories, because if we'd said before, Labour are on track to overtake the Tories, but the Tories have continuously been dropping in all of the time since then also, then it's definitely not going to be the Tories in contention to be the largest party, is it? So I would imagine in that case it would be probably either Labour or Reform.
Can I just...
Labour still... go on, yep.
From what I can tell, currently Reform have 987 councillors. Labour Party has 5,830. And Conservatives have 4,178.
Okay. So Reform would have to win a lot today and next year in order to supplant the two of them. I don't know. You would need it. Lee Hallam in the chat says you would need it to be 2028 before the 4 years cycle for Reform. So you'd need to get to a year after 2027 before you've finally had council elections everywhere after the rise of Reform.
It's
comparison.
I think it's possible that they might be able to overtake the Lib Dems. Hold on, let me just checking. They have a total of 3,178 councillors.
Yeah, that seems more doable. Yeah.
They might be able to overtake the Lib Dems, but the only way I see them taking over the Tories is if the Tories next year loses over 1,000 councillors. And I'm not sure how many councils they're defending next year, but it's more likely Labour. But I think that I think it'll take at least to 2028, maybe even 2029, to become the largest party with the largest amount of councillors.
Okay, thanks, John. That's good.
All right, smashing. I was very flattered, by the way, when you referred to us as the panel. It made me feel very official and proper here hosting.
You
the
are
YouTube
very
stream.
proper.
Right. Are there any more comments that we've had that I haven't looked over yet? I don't think so at the moment. Onyx Shockwaver says Angus Robertson loses seat. And Podge said, I say Lib Dem to be the largest in all English councils at some point. I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. Not the Lib Dems.
Well, it's always been Tories and Labour in that. I think they've always been the largest. I think the Lib Dems might have been second at some point, but I don't think they've ever been the largest. At least not in modern times. Maybe if it was back during, I guess, back in the early 20th century, they might have if they did do local elections back then. But no, I'd say.
I think the Lib Dems are going to get leapfrogged. I think the Lib Dems are obviously continuing to put on support at the local level, but it's just vastly outpaced by the rate at which Reform's doing so.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's the recovery from their fall since 2015. But I mean, and I guess the coalition years, but there's no. I don't think it's anywhere near the peak Lib Dem during the Blair years.
I'd actually go as far to say the Lib Dems might have less council seats by 2028-29 than they do now. They've already slipped a bit in a council quite near to me, in Three Rivers Council. The Tories have actually gained, I think it's 3 or 4 seats from the Lib Dems.
What I would suggest, though, is that as much as we've had so much chop and churn with support for all of the parties in the past few years, the Lib Dems actually are the ones that have remained broadly stagnant. If you sort of look at national opinion polling, the Lib Dems are more or less level with where they've been the whole time. Whereas obviously Reform massively higher, Greens massively higher, Labour down a lot, Tories down a lot. The Lib Dems have stayed about level. So at the very least, even if the Lib Dems haven't moved very much, if it's areas or seats where they were in competition majorly with either Labour or the Tories, the fact that the Tories and Labour have come down so much probably could benefit from the Lib Dems, as long as the Greens or Reform hasn't come along and supplanted them there. They could advance by doing nothing, essentially.
Yeah, it's from what I can tell, it is while the Lib Dems might lose a few places, they still gain a lot more from the collapse of Tories and Labour, if you will. So I don't think there's gonna be a net decrease for Lib Dems anytime soon, at the very least. I think it would be very rare for that to happen.
Yeah, simply because, as I say, there's that much going on at the moment, and the two formerly main parties collapsing in the way that they are. The Lib Dems can just pick up from going, okay, we're the Lib Dems, we're getting the same kind of vote share as we got before. Oh, look at that! That means more seats. Yeah, a bit like a general election, Yeah,
the only way I see the Lib Dems collapsing is if they got into a coalition with a government that ends up being extremely unpopular.
When the Lib Dems prop up Starmer in 2029.
Yeah, I think the Lib Dems would be smart enough not to support Starmer thing. If anything, I think their condition would be replace Starmer with someone that's actually more appealing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I joke because Starmer will be gone long before the next general election.
Yeah,
but yeah. Lee says in 2023, Tories won a surprisingly good 2,296. Labour won to 2,675. Lee Hallam also says votes Lib Dem for stagnation. Well, I mean, I voted Lib Dem knowing they come last. That's the vote.
I got news from Scotland, Swiss.
Oh, yes.
Well, it had already been talked about earlier today, but it's been confirmed. The Scottish Greens, have gained Edinburgh Central from the SNP.
Okay, yes, I've got that on this little chart here. We've got the Greens up one from where they were before. So that's Edinburgh Central.
I just want to make a comment to Liam's 2023. While the Tories may have kept 2,096, they still technically lost about 1,063 councillors that day.
I think that's why I referred to it as a surprisingly good, sort of given how much they'd lost. They still held on to quite a big chunk of it.
All right.
Okay, so that's Scotland. Where are we with Wales at the moment? 42 seats in. Plaid beginning to take the lead over Reform here. 19 to Reform's 15. Labour's made it to 5.
Oh, Greens have gained 1.
So yeah, the Greens have gained 1. All right, so the Greens are up 1 in Scotland and Wales now.
I think that might be that Cambridge Green Leader one that I think I heard in the comments earlier. So, yeah. At the moment, let's see, if you put Plaid and Greens together, they've got a total of 20 out of the 49 needed to govern. So if Plaid and Greens get another 29 in total, they can govern Wales without Labour.
I feel like we've spoken about Reform. We've spoken a bit about the Lib Dems. We've spoken about Labour. We've spoken about the Greens. The one party that we've been overlooking here today so far is the Tories. Kind of with good reason in a way, because the Tories have essentially just been replaced as the interesting ones on the right by Reform. But nonetheless, it's probably worth looking at these results through the Tory lens as well. Right now, the Tories have lost nearly half of all of the council seats that they've been trying to defend. They are down 1 so far in the Scottish Parliament, and they're down 7 in the Welsh Parliament. So just to think about that for a moment, the Tories have been out of power now at a national level for 2 years. In usual circumstances, this ought to be they're in opposition. Now's their time to try and get their footing again, to sort of rebuild, to start trying to eat back into the governing party during these local elections and other such things. And that's just simply not happening. That's not the playbook that we're living by anymore. Instead, you've got these surging forces, populist left, populist right coming along instead. So the Tories are basically still moving backwards. They have been moving backwards for a few years now, and they are continuing to move backwards still.
I would probably say for Scotland, it's more of a small stagnation down, but for Wales, it's more of massive, in many ways matching the fact that they have no seats in Wales anymore, and Reform is replacing them. But in Scotland, it seems that they are for the most part, holding on to their votes, at least. It doesn't seem Reform is eating up the ritzy Tories in Scotland as much as you would probably expect.
So to add to that on the Tories as well, Podge in the chat says Tories regained Wandsworth from Labour. Yeah, there have been a few choice results here and there I've seen, especially in some parts of the south, I think, where the Tories have actually made steps forwards. But as far as sort of net results overall, they're still very much down on where they've been before.
By the way, Swiss, the Tories and Broxbourne have held the council. They only lost 2 to the Reform. So it's kind of a bit of an underwhelming sort of like election there. But Broxbourne, I think it's going to still remain one of the strongest Tory holds in Hertfordshire, at least. It's probably not going to go Reform. No, granted, all the other places might go Reform in the general election, just because Labour's vote will be split between it and the Greens.
Was Broxbourne one of those we were looking at, which only had a third of their councillors?
Yeah,
this year. Yes. See, that's the thing. I think that it makes enough sense. Okay, they've held on to it this time around because it's only a third. If Broxbourne was one of those councils where actually everything was up to grabs, there's probably a very fair chance they would have lost it by now.
Possibly, but it seems like they only lost 2 of their seats to the Reform. So even if like all of them got in, it might be that Reform still didn't beat the Tories and Broxbourne. So it could be Broxbourne might be one of the few safe Tory seats in the UK at this point.
Let me hit up a few more of the comments that we've got here in the chat. Lee Hallam had said, I meant, given what had happened in 2022, their disaster was nothing like as big as Labour's today. Psycho Ben says, to be fair, what do the Lib Dems actually stand for at the moment? They do quite good on the local level because their individual councillors tend to be quite visible. But in a national level, the focus is just vastly different and their politics is just incredibly unpopular. I mean, on a national level, genuinely, what can I tell you about the Lib Dems? Ed Davey does some funny stunts sometimes. He was one of the few party leaders coming out very strongly against Donald Trump shortly after he'd first got elected when he was back in office for the second time. And they want to do something about social care, and they want to be back in the EU, but they're not pushing for it super duper right now. That's kind of what I can tell you about the Lib Dems, and that's not me being deliberately dense. That's just me kind of going, yeah, that's genuinely my overall picture of the Liberal Democrats at the moment.
I've referenced the 2022 council elections. Tories went down by 6% of the vote, which Labour got that 6%, and they lost 485 councillors and they lost 11 councils. So yeah, that one wasn't too bad. It's also the last election you had Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, and arguably the one time he probably lost an election of sorts.
But obviously, what you also had in that intervening period was a Partygate, downfall of Boris, and that then ended up creating the Tories doing as bad as they did in 23. But I guess the point Lee made is, even in the wake of sort of Partygate and how badly the Tories did there, it's nothing on how badly Labour are doing in this set of elections. So Labour's biggest disaster seems to be bigger still.
Oh, yeah. In many ways, I suppose you could argue 2022 was the last your average bad run for like the governing party, because so usually a governing party loses between 100 to 500 councillors in an average year for locals, but like 1,000 is usually like a disaster. It's like, oh, this is the beginning of the end of them or something.
We're just not in that playbook anymore. I think it's because we've got this major, it's been coming for a very long time, but it's really appearing now in the last few years. This major restructuring of British politics from essentially a 2-party system or 2.5 or whatever to something with 4 or 5 contenders, not least the nationalist parties in Wales and Scotland as well. And it's going to create very, very big gains and losses and swings and percentage changes and all the rest of it, because it really is a ripping up of the earth of the politics we were used to, and a very new kind of landscape coming in instead.
Oh yeah, and to think that imagine what it would be like if let's see, locals actually had something like PR for all its elections. In some ways, it might be even more chaotic.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you get more instant change with that. I want to read a few more we've got quickly as well. So Lee says, I think in England this is still not going backwards. It is reality catching up with what's had already happened. Well, that's the thing with some of these, with some of these local elections. If the last time that they were up for grabs was 4 years ago or what have you, then you've had sort of all of that intervening time, all of those intervening events that have happened, the change in support for the parties happening, but you just don't get an opportunity for that to be reflected in an election until many years later. And then that's why it's so dramatic, because an awful lot has changed in those years since. A few more here. Podge says Scottish Tory leader could lose his seat if another Tory wins his constituency. They won't get any list seats. Ben says Tories are still losing because their national polling is low, because we're in a system with 6 and probably soon to be 7 parties cropping up. We're in a multi-party system now. And we have a new colourful character in the chat, which is TG Jones Store, who says, I'm struggling a bit. Guys, when are you visiting me?
Yeah, for those who do not know, TG Store, I think Jones Store is basically WH Smith. It's been, I think, bought by a new guy that decided to change the name.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, see, I found that out when I went to like a WH Smith's in one of the towns that had them, and I was like, "Wait, what happened to the WH Smiths?" And I ended up asking one of the shop employees, and they explained this to me that WH Smith had been bought. I think it's by an American or something.
BBC is also reporting that the SNP are not likely to get a majority, at least off of constituency seats alone. Their low point is 59 and their high point is 63.
I want to read one more comment here from Sam in the chat, who says, is this as grim as it looks, or have reform leaning councils declared early? Well, Sam, reform leaning councils have declared early. Reform leaning councils have declared on time, and probably some reform leaning councils will declare rather late as well. That's the story of today. In all seriousness, if we're looking for sort of the other big gain of the day being the Greens, we are expecting more Green gains as time goes on in areas more favourable to them. But certainly, we're not going. The reform train is not going to stop. I'll put it that way. They're going to continue piling it on throughout the day, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, there's more results that'll be coming in the next half an hour, like from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, the London boroughs will come in, and they're expected to be a complete wipeout for Labour. The Greens are confident that they can take Hackney Council from Labour because their mayoral candidate for Hackney Council, Hackney Borough, won by a fairly decent margin. And so they think that they can fully win control of Hackney Council. They're also very confident about Haringey, Lewisham, and Barking, and a few other places.
Yep.
Sam also. Oh, sorry. Go on, Frank.
No.
All right.
I'll read his comment and I'll.
That's fine. Okay. Sam had said, looking at the Welsh map, Reform are only 4 behind, and every area that has declared is in the south. Are they going to take Wales? I think the possibility remains that Reform could be the largest party in Wales, but I don't think they're going to take Wales in terms of control of the government there. I think that will be some kind of a amalgamation of Plaid and possibly others. I think that's where we're on track for there.
Yeah, I think it's quite unlikely that Reform end up winning in Wales, although we haven't had North Wales declare yet. Most of the constituencies have been like coastal Wales so far, so we haven't had like North and South yet. So could be potential Reform upsets, but as things are going right now, Plaid looks set to be largest party by a comfortable margin. Labour is going to be in a miserable third, and Reform is going to be second place in Wales.
So Tom, out of curiosity, do you think Plaid Cymru can get enough to work with the Greens just to run Wales without the Labour Party, or do you think then they're going to fall just slightly short of it?
Well, they're going to need to form either a government on their own as a minority or do it in coalition with the Greens, because Labour have completely ruled out working with Plaid Cymru. They've said they're not going to work with them in the Senate. So
Okay.
they have to either get a minority or work with the Greens. So we'll have to see how that ends up going.
Okay.
By the way, what I was going to mention earlier about Wales is we have another result in North Wales. I think this is Bangor Conwy Mon. I think that's the name of the constituency. That's where the leader of Plaid Cymru is. And Wales Labour have finished fourth in that constituency with 6.4% of the vote.
My goodness.
That is quite impressive because Bangor was an area where Labour used to historically do incredibly well. So the fact they're only getting 6% of the vote there shows how truly dire the situation has become for them. And speaking of dire situation for Welsh Labour, I don't know if it's been mentioned or not, but the First Minister of Wales and the Welsh Labour leader, Enwyd Morgan, I think her name is, she is going to lose her seat. She's not going to be re-elected. She was on the list. She was like the top of Labour's list. For that for Ceredigion, it's a constituent she was running in. She has not gotten the 12% threshold in order to win the sixth seat, and thus she won't be re-elected. And it will also mean that she is the first national leader since I believe 1911 to have lost their seat in a national election.
So for the first time, the equivalent to like a head of state of like a country in like head of government in a country in the UK has lost their seat.
Yeah, because we've had party leaders lose their seats in elections before, but never one who was sitting at the top of a government.
I think the last time was Joe Swinson in 2019.
That was it. Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, but she wasn't a leader of any of the devolved assemblies or actual government itself. Like it's the first time basically in modern British history that any national leader has lost their seat in an election.
Red Robin says Peter Robinson lost his seat in the 2010 general election. Who's Peter Robinson?
The UP guy, but that's a bit of a different story because of the shared power arrangement between the two. Whereas this is an outright single First Minister or, well, national leader in general that doesn't have any kind of power sharing. So
we'll add that one to the list with a little asterisk next to it then.
Yeah, so it's one of those where it's like you can add it to the list, but there's an asterisk to it. Whereas with Morgan, you can't. It's just outright complete failure, with no dispute.
Let me. Swiss. Apollo TV is now in the chat.
Yes. I was just about to catch up with a few comments here, so let me get through a few of these quick. So Sam had said, I just thought the south was more left-leaning than the north in Wales, but I could be totally wrong. Lee adds to that in Wales, the Plaid Cymru reform geography is more west-east than south-north. Psycho Benz had said, so with places like Hackney going green, how long until we see Labour MPs in these inner city areas defecting to the Greens? Well, I made a prediction last night, which I'll stick with. I'd say that we will see a Labour to Green defection at some point this year. I'm going to say that, quite possibly. And then also... Sorry?
Who do you think it could be?
I think I know.
Well, go on.
Clive Lewis.
Oh yeah, that's
one. I could see that. Well, I mean, let's assume it continues to be the Starmer show and he doesn't get replaced by someone that the Labour left would find even slightly more palatable. If that's the case, maybe they'll keep their powder dry. But if we continue on the track we're on right now, then yeah, I think some of them will start jumping ship. Apollo TD says, hi Swiss, just got home from a family meal. Don't really know what's been happening since midday today apart from restore gains. What's happened? Tom, do you want to do an analysis for Dan for me? You're better at this holistic approach.
Basically, the way it's being broken down right now is that Reform are doing well, but only really in England. They're underperforming in Wales and Scotland, but to varying degrees. Big time underperformance in Scotland in the constituency vote, although the regional vote has yet to still come in, and they're doing disappointingly. But they're doing disappointingly in Wales, not doing
It,
as well as they thought. But it's
it
not
is worth
absolutely
saying though.
catastrophic.
Yeah, it is worth saying though that as much as this is versus expectations prior to the vote, they're still in a position where in Wales they're at the moment coming in second place from a start of nothing. So depends how you want to grade it. You know, not so good compared to some predictions, but certainly a hell of a storm in general.
Yeah, it is still significant they've come second, but it's not as well as they would have liked. Basically, very well, but not as well as I would have liked. But in England, they're basically running away with it. Winning council after council, councillor after councillor, and winning multiple councils as well. And recently, it's been revealed that they just recently won Sunderland Council from Labour. So that's another gain for them. As for the other parties, the Tories are doing badly, but not as badly as were projected to do. They'll still lose probably about 500 seats in the end, but it's not a complete wipeout like was predicted initially before. The Greens are doing all right, but their councils haven't come in yet, so we don't really know the full picture for them. The Lib Dems are doing middlingly, they're doing okay, but that's just really it, okay? And then Labour, well, Labour's just being wiped out nationwide. Like, no matter where in the country you look, whether it's England or Wales or Scotland, they are just being wiped clean from the British electoral picture because
Can,
of how bad
Mhm.
they are performing at the moment.
can I comment on this Sunderland Council thing? What's amazing about this is that Reform now have
Oh
a
my
majority
God.
on Sunderland Council. However, only 2/3 of the seats are actually in on Sunderland Council.
Holy shit.
That is how much they're dominating Sunderland Council right now. They've got nearly 40 out of 75, and we've still got another 24 results left to come in. Labour absolutely wiped out, down 33 on 3. Even
No,
the Lib Dems and the Tories have been eaten into.
yeah, it's one comment I
That's
want to make about.
extraordinary.
Let's see, Tom mentioned about how Labour's being wiped
John?
out everywhere. I feel like if it wasn't for the fact
John's trying to
that
speak, but I can't hear him.
Oh,
Well-
I can hear him.
let's see. Well, Swiss can just say what I said to Frank to respond. But it's interesting how, because most of the Labour right have been trying to say, "Oh, don't get rid of Starmer, don't get rid of Starmer." But if it's like if these results were happening in say the Corbyn years, there would have been calls for him to be gone on the next following day or something, or even at night.
Well, we remember from the Corbyn years that the Labour MPs always tried to get rid of Corbyn as often as frequently as they could. But I'd say largely the it's not as if the mood music of today isn't God Starmer, why are you still here? That is very much still the feeling amongst many. It's just that the bloody MPs can't pull their finger out and get the job done.
Yeah, Starmer's just really lucky that they don't have someone to replace him immediately in the future, because it's like otherwise, I think he would have been gone now.
If he hadn't got his the fact that the Labour NEC was sort of Starmer ally dominated, if the NEC hadn't blocked Burnham from standing in that by-election, and then Burnham had won the by-election, I don't think we'd be having this discussion here today. Because I think then you would have a viable alternative there ready to go for, and probably Starmer would be mincemeat. But he managed to save his own skin by blocking Burnham.
By the way, if you want an example of just how bad the situation is for Labour at the moment in Wales, you know the Gwent Valleys, like the most rock solid ultra Labour place in the whole country, so Labour that they won all of the seats there when they were known as the Labour Representation Committee in the year 1900.
So is this when Keir Hardie first came in or something?
Yeah, when Keir Hardie was. You know that Gwent Valley area, right? Labour have not won a single seat there in the Welsh Senedd.
And that
not
was
a
literal,
single seat.
and that was like the heartland of the heartland of the heartlands.
That was the bit. It wasn't even the heartland. It was the heart. Like it was where Labour pretty much exists. Labour and the Gwent Valleys are just like one and the same. They're basically synonymous with each other, almost as much as Liverpool is for Labour, as well as Manchester, and they haven't won a single seat in the Welsh Senate.
Keir Hardie's probably
Wow.
spinning in his grave right now.
Like Labour is just being obliterated across the whole of Wales. Like they've just lost everything pretty much.
Starts with a Keir, ends with a Keir.
Yes.
Yeah. It's safe to say the only place Wales are really hitting their stride in is Scotland, where they've actually made a couple gains, I saw.
Only one
Who's
game
hitting
that
their
they've
stride,
won.
sorry?
Scotland, I think they gained Edinburgh South and the constituency I can't pronounce because nobody can. You know the one.
It's the one in the Western Isles.
That's
Oh,
it.
right, yeah.
But it's
Oh,
like,
I see what you mean. Yes, in Scotland, Labour up to at the moment.
Yeah, though, granted, it's probably going to be some of the other areas that have yet to be contested that are probably going to show the decline in Scotland, and that net gain will probably disappear. But I suppose an interesting question: what would happen if, by all circumstances, Scottish Labour did manage to gain a few in Scotland? What do you think would happen with Scottish Labour then?
Well, I doubt it would happen, but I think that at that point, Scottish Labour would, especially Anasawa, would probably be vindicated in his belief that telling Keir Starmer to go was the right decision because it saved Scottish Labour from oblivion. And to be fair to him, I probably would agree with him if he was to say that because it is true that that decision for him to call for him to resign back in February probably did do a fair amount to save Scottish Labour from utter destruction, but I don't think the scenario is really going to happen. Like, Scottish Labour is not doing that great as compared to what they should be doing. Like, they've made a few gains in the constituencies, like Edinburgh South and the Western Isles, but Edinburgh South it's rock solid Labour. Like it's the one place where they just won't ever lose, no matter what happens. Um, like if Edinburgh South is one of those areas where if Labour ever lost it, no matter where on what the circumstances were, if they ever lost it, then they would get 0 seats at an election. It's that kind of
Is
area.
that where Ian Murray is stationed?
Yeah, it's Ian Murray's seat. The guy who has survived every single Labour wipeout in Scotland that's occurred. He survived 2015 and he also survived 2019 as well. And so he will never lose his seat.
A few things. Hello to Robin, who's just joined us in the stream here.
Yeah, hello.
How you doing?
hello, Rob.
Are you enjoying the
It took a
festivities?
second for my mic to come through there. Well, I've been out most of the day, so I've mainly, bullets by my eyes and ears when it comes to this sort of stuff. It's looking a bit grim, isn't it?
I wanted to hit up a couple more things and then I'll bring you in properly. Sam in the chat had said, any chance we can have a look at Sheffield Swiss? I'm driving and it's a bit tricky. I'll look at Sheffield for you in one moment. I had an article here that I was going to read by John Curtis, but to be honest, actually, that can wait. We can read that anytime. I'll come to Sheffield and then I'll chuck it back over to you guys again as well. So let's have a little look. Sheffield City Council, as requested by. Oh, hang on. Do we have results here? Okay, so Sheffield City Council. What we have is it's no overall control. Labour from this batch of elections got 3 councillors down 13, giving them a total of 25 overall. The Liberal Democrats are on 5 down 5 with 22 overall. The Greens are on 10, up 6 for this batch of elections, giving them 20 overall. And Reform are on 12, up 12, giving them 13 overall. And there are 4 independents there as well. So Sheffield Council, heavily dominated by well, it's a bit of a split actually. You've got when all is said and done, Labour on 25 councillors, the Lib Dems on 22 councillors, the Greens on 20 councillors, and Reform on 13. So that's the makeup of Sheffield for you.
Does that mean that there's going to be a Lib Dem Green coalition?
I don't know what the makeup of that coalition would be. That's an interesting question. Maybe Sam has a better idea of what sort of the politics in Sheffield is for who's likely to work with one another.
Yeah, I think that Sheffield is an extremely left-wing city, one of the most left-wing cities in the country. So Labour doing very badly there, and most of it being to Greens, is to be expected, more or less. And speaking of Greens doing well in very left-wing cities, the Green Wave is coming soon, apparently, and it's coming soon to Keir Starmer's own seat of Camden, Camden Council, which is where Holden, is it Holborn or Holden?
Holborn and St Pancras.
Holborn and St Pancras.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's his seat, and Camden Council is located within that seat, and they are very concerned that the Greens are going to run away with it in Camden Council. They don't think they'll outright win it, but they think that there is a very strong chance that they can get it to no overall control. What they've what's been got here is this. This is what it says. Labour in London, in trouble in Starmer's own backyard too. Richard Owesky, I'll just call him Richard, Labour leader for Camden Council, has failed to win Holborn and Covent Garden ward, where 3 Greens have replaced 3 Labour councillors. Richard switched from a seat in the north because of the borough, which was at risk from the Lib Dems, because this one was supposedly safer. So the Green Wave is coming soon, within the next couple of hours.
The Green Wave is coming soon.
Sorry, go on, Swiss.
No, I was just going to say I look forward to seeing it. I think we need a little bit of balance here.
Yeah,
with all the Reform gains.
Oh, and also the
BBC. Can I just say, so from what you have described with Starmer's coming to the Greens coming to his area, would this likely show that come a general election, Starmer will lose the seat to either independent or Green that stands there?
Well, that's why they're so concerned about the Greens doing well in Camden Council, because they're worried that having so many Greens on the council will basically allow them to spend the next 3 years collecting data and enable them to either throw their support behind the local independent who came second there, or even a Green candidate, and campaign hard there and potentially get Starmer out. That's why they're so worried about the Greens winning in Camden Council at the moment.
Can they parachute Zach Polanski into that seat for the election? I think
yeah, they can. Zach Polanski has said that come the next general election or a by-election that happens in London, he'll be their candidate for it. He said that if there is a London by-election, then he will stand as the Greens candidate for whatever one that is. But if there isn't a London by-election, then he will find a seat in London to run in for the general election. And he hasn't officially said what one he would do, but he's heavily hinted that Starmer's seat would be the one that he would choose.
So has Starmer ever been popular in his seat, or has he always just been hated?
It's a pretty safe seat from what I know.
It was until 2024. Starmer's majority was cut down massively in that seat. He went from about 25,000 to about, I think, 12,000 majority. So it was cut down massively from last time. And as Labour doesn't have any safe seats left, it very well could flip, but it would depend upon what the opposition parties want to do, because there is a independent there called Andrew Feinstein, who is a very popular local independent who done very well last time, came second last time, and it's possible that there could be an electoral pact where all of the left-wing parties endorse him to get Starmer out, which is very similar to what happened in Liz Truss's seat and also Joe Swinson's seat, where the parties that did not like those two rallied their support behind Labour in Truss's seat and the SNP in Swinson's seat in order to get rid of them. So it depends, really.
Few comments here quickly, guys. Sam C says, Sheffield, it's been Labour majority as long as I can remember. Psycho Ben's going to be really funny when Sheffield ends up going really left, but all the surrounding councils end up going reform. Podge gives us the results for the Newham mayor. Labour 30%, down 25. NI, an independent of some sort.
Newham Independents.
Newham Independents, thank you.
Newham Independents.
24%, up 15. Greens 22, up 11. Reform 8%, up from nothing. Tories 7, down 4. Lib Dems 4.5, down 1.1. And Podge adds, near perfect split between Greens and Independents have saved Labour's Newham mayor.
We got a seat forecast from the BBC about the Welsh Senedd. Plaid Cymru, largest party, not going to get a majority, and the seats that they get will vary quite a bit. On the lowest end, they'll get 41 seats. On the highest end, they'll get 46. Reform will be the second largest party. They'll get 32 on the lowest end and 34 on the highest end. Labour finish... Well, actually, this is a very interesting one. It's a very tight race for third place between Labour and Tories. Labour's lowest is 8 and their highest is 10, but the Tories' lowest is 6 and their highest is also 10. So there is a very distinct possibility, although it is unlikely, that Labour might actually finish 4th behind the Tories in the Welsh Senedd.
Oh, dearie me.
Although one thing that is quite interesting to see about these results is that Plaid basically isn't going to be able to form a majority government, even with the Greens supporting them, because the Greens are only estimated to win 2 seats in the Welsh Senedd, and you need 49 to get a majority. So it's Plaid is basically going to govern as a minority, either with or without the Green support.
Okay. So how come the Greens haven't done well in Welsh Labour? I mean, in Wales, I mean.
My guess for that would be simply a sort of a rallying effort to stop reform, and Plaid being the obvious left-wing choice there, and then that squeezing the chance of any other left-wing parties to come and surge and get a presence there. That would be my assumption. Like, if I was living in Wales and I wanted to vote for someone on the left to stop reform, I'd be going with Plaid. It would make the most sense because Plaid are the ones with the biggest presence there already and the ones that appear to be set to do the best. So that's my assumption.
Yes, that is basically what it is. Like, the reason why the Greens haven't done that well in Wales is because they've been squeezed heavily by Plaid. Because there was a massive rally around Plaid in order to stop reform, which happened as a result of the Caerphilly by-election that took place, I think it was either earlier this year or late last year, where it was a former Labour seat, the MP stood down, and it was widely seen as a very strong gain for reform. But in the end, there was an upset, and Plaid ended up winning the seat. And as a result, left-wing voters in Wales became emboldened in the belief that they could defeat reform so long as they voted for Plaid. And thus, there's been this massive rally behind Plaid in order to stop reform from winning control of the Welsh Senedd. And the Greens were squeezed as a result of that.
A couple of comments quickly. Frank has said, sorry, Swiss, can't keep doing this. Something is bugging out. I know that they've been joining and rejoining for a little while. So no worries, Frank. Thank you for being with us for the time that you have been today. And hopefully things will work out better the next time. Lee Halamad's Plaid Cymru, Greens and Lib Dems fishing in the same pool. And Podge says if Plaid plus Greens get 48 seats, then the Assembly will be 50-50 pro-independence to Unionist.
Yeah, it will.
Right, guys, I am going to duck out again for just a minute. So keep things ticking over for me. Cheers.
All right.
We've had this in here from Megan Canyon, who is the political correspondent for New Statesman. Says, your party is not happy with the Green Party after Labour won its mayoral election in Newham. A source tells me it's bitterly disappointing that the Greens split the vote and let Labour through, cited your party standing aside in Gorton and Denton. Would hope this could be reciprocated elsewhere so we could unite to defeat Labour. I mean, your party has some balls on it to go, it's Labour splitting the vote.
That's most your party, Corbyn party moment of all time. Like, oh my God, like, well, it's just, I mean, what do you expect from them? They're just fools, pretty much.
Just to find a bit of humour into it.
It's hard to believe that this was once the man that caused one of the biggest upsets in election results in the 2017 snap election.
Yeah, now look at the state of the party leads. It's just incredible, really, just how much of a fall from grace he has had. Speaking of former party leaders who created big upsets, the Greens, Scottish Greens, have won Nicola Sturgeon's old seat.
Wow.
Ooh.
I suppose this is perhaps the Scottish people punishing Nicola Sturgeon for the scandals she got in or something.
I think it's basically just Scottish independence voters who are voting, who don't like the SNP, but they want to make sure a pro-independence party wins. And as a result, the Greens are the most obvious choice to go for that, and that's what they're going for.
Yeah, I think my dad might be voting Scottish Greens. I'm not sure. I mean, I know he was like Alex Salmon, Britzy SNP and all that, but
was he a supporter of the Alba Party?
Yeah, he was a big supporter of Alex Salmon. Heck, he ended up texting me Gritzy about how much upset he was when he died.
Ah, I see.
Mm-hmm. Who was sharing screen out of curiosity?
Did you hear that Alba dissolved about a month and a half ago? And Alba dissolved about a month and a half ago, and no one noticed.
I didn't notice.
No one noticed, but they're a dissolved party.
My dad noticed.
I'm not actually back yet. I just thought I'd put this on the screen share for something for the viewers to look at in a minute.
Alba has dissolved, and I guess there's no point since Alex Salmon was like the only figure that was any significant in that party, but he's gone now. So,
oh, by the way, we got official result coming in from Wales in Ceredigion constituency, which is the First Minister's seat. The numbers are as follows: 31,000 votes for Plaid, 23,000 for Reform, 14,000 for the Tories, 6,300 for the Greens, 6,400 for Labour, and 4,000 for the Liberal Democrats. And the breakdown of those 6 seats in the Ceredigion constituency are 3 Plaid, 2 Reform, 1 Tory, which means it's official. The First Minister of Wales, Ellen Morgan, has lost her seat and will not be re-elected to the Welsh Senedd.
History has been made.
Yes, history has been made.
So, Robin, what is your thoughts on the locals so far, out of curiosity?
Well, it's going about as well as I thought it would for Labour, which is, DEFCON 1. I don't think you're getting much better than that. But in terms of, I'm more interested in sort of the aftermath of all this whenever the dust settles, because by the end of this year, you will have all 3 devolved governments led by nationalist leaders. The optics of that, and then Labour's wrecked. And so far, Starmer says he's staying on until the election. I think he'll be lucky to survive till about May or till the end of June at absolute most. I mean, even Louise Hay has now said that Starmer should set out a timetable for when he's going to go. But I said this earlier in Bullet, the Tories are more ruthless with their leaders. Labour's a bit more sheepish. So I don't think they're willing to pull the plug as fast on Starmer, despite all of this.
Yeah, I think that you could also add England into that, because while England doesn't have a devolved government like Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland do, for all intents and purposes, England is also de facto led by an English nationalist party, because Reform, for all intents and purposes, is basically an English nationalist party. So all 4 regions of Britain are now led by nationalist movements.
Well, I should sort of clarify on that one. I should have included the word separatist as well. But yeah.
Well, yeah, you can also include that as well, like separatist movements as well. But
arguably, you could argue Reform was a separatist movement, but that was towards the EU.
Well, yeah, but that's different story, not really the internal breakup of the country. But yeah, I mean, if you wanted any proof as to the fact that the UK as a concept, as a political entity, is likely not going to make it to the end of the century, that is your proof of that is the case. Like, I think it's pretty clear that the long-term future of the United Kingdom as a political entity is not going to last that much longer. Like, separatist movements are rising in Scotland, in Northern Ireland, and now in Wales and with England as well. So I struggle to see how 4 of these 4 nations don't eventually just become independent countries at this point, in the long term anyway.
So out of curiosity, do you think if all the other parties, I mean, all the countries split from England, do you think they'll all join the EU? I mean, Scotland and Northern Ireland, arguably, but what about Wales?
Well, Northern Ireland won't join the EU because it won't be an independent country. It will just merge with the Republic of Ireland and thus de facto become an EU member via
the EU already said if there is a border poll and it passes, we would just take on the South membership. So, yeah.
It would just be no different from East Germany joining West Germany. Like, when that happened, every institution that West Germany was a part of, like NATO, the EU, well, EEC as it was called back then, WTO, etc., they basically joined all of those when they were subsumed by West Germany. The same thing would happen with Northern Ireland. When the Republic of Ireland subsumes it, they would just join all of the same international organisations that they're a part of.
Which, I'm being honest, at the rate Starmer's going with the EU alignment thing, it won't be too many left to rejoin. The way he's going.
So, out of curiosity, if Wales ever becomes independent, do you think it would join the EU, or do you think it'd remain its own independent nation?
Yeah, probably would join the EU because Plaid Cymru's pro-EU. In fact, they all would. Like, all of them except for England would join the EU because all of the nationalist movements in the UK are pro-EU. It would only be England that wouldn't join, and even then, who knows?
The only thing you would have to worry about, I guess, in terms of Scotland, is that Spain does like blocking countries to break away purely because they're worried about their own doing the same thing. So they would have a bit of trouble getting the membership, but
yeah, the biggest hurdle by far would be getting other EU members to agree to it, because the EU member states have got their own problems with separatism themselves. Like, Spain's got the Basque
Catalonia,
country.
the Catalonian stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it's got it's the Basque Country, Catalonia, Galicia, those sorts of places where there's separatist movements that advocate for breaking away from Spain. And Spain, historically speaking, into this present day, is extremely harsh towards any form of separatism, to the point where the Spanish constitution forbids any parts of Spain from breaking away from it, which is why the Spanish government blocked that independence referendum that Catalonia did almost 10 years ago now, because it's just unconstitutional to hold any referendum involved in separation from Spain now. And basically, Spain is really concerned that any emboldening of any separatist movement in the EU would embolden their own separatist movements, because if they invited an independent Scotland or Wales into the European Union, then Basque, Galician, or Catalonian nationalists can go, oh, if we break away from Spain, we can just leave and join the European Union and everything will be fine. So Spain doesn't basically want to encourage that sort of behaviour.
And
Whether they
one thing
would
I
or
should
but even just quickly, but even then, it's still no guarantee that Spain would block it. It's just it makes them more likely that they would block it.
I think one thing that might imply for Spain to do is that a lot of Scottish nationalists support Catalonia's movement for independence. So, let's see, that would give reasons for Spain to be against Scotland.
Yeah, Scotland and Spain, it's not really talked about because it's not an independent country yet, but Spain and Scotland don't really get along with each other that much in terms of international diplomacy because of that reason, because the Scottish government has openly supported Catalan independence, which naturally has not made Spain like them. Right. Any more results?
Well, I've gotten the results for Stevenage, but I was going to wait for Swiss to arrive for that one. Because Stevenage is where I was canvassing.
I actually didn't believe you when you said that referendum was nearly 10 years ago and I had to Google it. Oh, I feel old. I remember when it happened.
Oh, yeah.
We've got another MP that's come out and called for Starmer to resign. This is not a usual suspect MP. This is a more outlier one. The MP for Luton North, Sarah Owen, has said the public's message to the PM is clear, and it's now do or die for the Labour leadership. The Labour government is at its best, has made some headway in reversing austerity, bringing in new work rights for workers and renters, and taking children out of poverty, but that has not been fast enough or far enough for people to really feel it in their pockets and see it in their communities. Unless Keir Starmer delivers tangible change and truly connects with the public on a human level, he can't lead us into another election, locally or nationally. People want politics and politicians who are upfront and true to their values.
I would say the party won't have their tails up until you start getting even junior ministers and stuff like that calling for them to go. Like, you need people on the payroll for any momentum to really get going.
But at the very least, the signs are cracking at least.
Yeah, an illusion of an iron wall in defence of Starmer is slowly crumbling now, and more MPs who are also not just usual suspects are now coming out and basically saying that he can't stay because we're getting vanquished nationwide. Also, some more results have come in. The Greens have won Glasgow South Side. That's quite a big gain for them because that was an area that they were targeting quite heavily, and they've won it, it seems. So, good job for the Scottish Greens on that front. And a council has also changed. Birmingham Council has gone from Labour majority to no overall control. That's another council lost for Labour.
So, out of curiosity, is what's happening with Starmer remind you any time of like late Blair years, or is this even worse than that in some regards.
Profoundly worse than that, like in every way imaginable. Like Blair at his lowest point never ever fell at this level of lowness. Like Blair never lost Scotland. Blair never came potentially fourth in Wales and wiped out in the Gwent Valleys. Blair didn't lose London boroughs that have been held by Labour since like antiquity. Like this, there isn't a precedent for this in Labour history. There just isn't.
Even
Go
at Blair's worst, he was still winning general elections.
Yeah, exactly. Like even at Blair's worst, he was still winning elections, just not as much as he did before. Starmer has basically not won a single election at all, whether it's local, by-election, whatever it may be, since he got into number 10. And even when he got into number 10, it was a loveless landslide because he won with 500,000 less votes than what Corbyn got in 2019. So
we also have another MP.
yeah, there's been two more. There's two more that have come out.
David Baines, who is the MP for St Helens up in Merseyside, says, if I can find the quote, hang on. He says, Keir Starmer is not the right person to lead Labour the next general election. He said he's not a fan of knee-jerk politics, but adds, when you're leader, the buck stops with you. There's no doubt his popularity has plummeted, and we've all heard it on the doorstep.
A fifth Labour MP called Conor Naismith has come out and said, in the wake of these catastrophic local election results, with regret, it is clear to me that we now need new leadership, which is capable of bringing together a broad coalition of voters to stop the Thatcherite politics of Reform UK.
So, out of curiosity, which factions do most of these Labour MPs belong to? Left, soft left, right, Blairite?
There's not really any kind of ideological connection to them, but there is a geographical connection. All of them, thus far, have been located in the northwest of England, which is Burnham's stomping ground. That's the main connection with them at the moment.
Okay. An observation I've made here is it is interesting because for MPs to just openly come out and say this to the media, they're not afraid of the whips. And when you're not afraid of the whips anymore, you as leader are screwed.
I think the only exception you might have been was the Tory Remainers in Boris when Boris first got in, but they weren't going to last for long anyway. But yeah.
And Sky News have done their little projection that they do when during these locals.
Hey guys, you're right.
Are you back, Swiss?
I am back.
Two more MPs have called for him to go.
Hey, yes, get in. Who's that then? I know John McDonald had, and someone who had a wife in.
By the way, as I was saying, the Sky News have done their projections of national equivalent vote onto general election if it was to happen, and it's revealed that if an election was held today, it would be a hung parliament with Reform as the largest party, where Reform would get 284 seats. Labour would get 110, the Tories would get 96, the Lib Dems would get 80, the SNP would get 36, Plaid would gain 13, Greens 13, and the others would gain it. And I've not got the results in terms of vote share, but I have got it for Labour, and Labour under this total would win a whopping 15% of the votes.
That is the worst result ever, even worse than, say, 1983 or 2010's vote share.
You got to love first past the post though. Over 100 seats off of 15% of the vote.
And
Yeah.
Swiss, the two MPs you were talking about, one is David Baines, who's the MP for St Helens, and another one called Connor Naismith. So backbenchers, but I was making a little point of for them to come out and publicly just say this. They're not afraid of the whips, and that is a scary time as leader.
The drip is beginning.
I also say this in response to the poll that Sky has done from Tom. I never want to hear 1935 from Starmerites ever again.
What's 1935?
It was the year where Labour got completely wiped out, and they got like meager amount of seats.
That was 1931, but 1935 was the first election Attlee took over as leader. 150 seats, but the British media and Labour MPs often use that election as like the worst result since 1935 whenever they refer to like 2019 election.
Just to add quickly, Liebel says local to national election projection is always bullshit, though. It's worth adding that as a caveat, but it is not a good like-for-like comparison with a general election. I'd say it's still an interesting little thought experiment to look at. I'd say the only thing that it's truly interesting is when you compare it with other projected national vote shares in other local elections, especially with the projected national vote share from the previous lot of local elections that pertained to those same areas. Then at least you get some sort of more concrete, readable results from it. But yes, otherwise it's just a little bit of fun.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of fun. It's not anything particularly interesting.
By Swiss, Stevenage Borough Council has been announced and resolved, and the results are in.
Stevenage Council. Would you like to have a look at that?
Yeah, that was the one I was canvassing in. Remember?
Oh yes, of course. All right then. Okay, let's bring up Stevenage then. Stevenage Borough Council. Okie dokie. So for Stevenage, we have it's a Labour hold. Of those that were up for grabs this time around, Labour has 3, down 9. Reform have 9, up 9. Lib Dems steady on 2. Conservatives on nothing. So the overall picture of Stevenage Council is Labour majority control still with 22 councillors. Reform making up the bulk of the opposition there with 10 councillors, and then the Lib Dems and the Conservatives there with 6 and 1 respectively as well. So how do you feel about that? John?
Well,
I mean, at the very least, Labour hasn't lost everything. That's something, at least, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping that the ones that I canvassed in quite heavily managed to stay in, just because then my efforts weren't wasted, even if it was minimal compared to like efforts I did last year with county councillor. But though granted, my county councillor defected to the Liberal Democrats 3 weeks after the election, so. But I think for me, it shouldn't be. It seems like the optimism that some of the Labour canvassers and councillors were having that with doing well might have been a bit naive. I mean, granted, they've been trying to convince voters that it's between Labour and Reform there, but it seems like they failed to do that. But with like Stevenage, it seems at least those who are anti-reforms.
There's another MP that's another Labour MP.
Yeah.
But I think
me and Todd trying to say the same thing there.
Hang on. President Bush, a third Labour MP has hit the tower.
Yeah.
Another Labour MP is called, this is the 6th one, I believe, called Labour MP and Welsh Select Committee Chair Ruth Jones tells JP Pond Politics that the Prime Minister must consider his future in the light of the election results. Says it's too soon, he must go for sure without a plan for any obvious successor, but MPs will have to think about what to learn from this vote.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see at least some of the MPs are coming out and saying it, because I was a bit dejected this morning when not an awful lot had happened.
Yeah.
So it's something.
Oh, there'll be more that will come out once we get to the green wave that's happening in London. And speaking of which, the Greens have won the Lewisham mayoralty from Labour.
Okay. Can I just finish off what I was going to say about Stevenage, and then we can move on to the stuff quickly? I guess Swiss is at the moment muted himself, so I'm just going to do that.
I'm just letting you talk. Go for it.
So I think let's see. As far as I can tell, Labour has held Stevenage for like since the 70s, and I don't think there's ever been a result that bad. I know there are times when they've done poorly in locals, at least opposition, but I don't think I've ever seen any local party get double digits in terms of seats in Stevenage Council, and Stevenage might end up also being similar to Trent, that if all seats were up, they could have very well lost this council to reform. if all other seats were up, because it could be that reform got like 27 and Labour down to like 9. If the results of this local election were the same for all 39 seats, but yeah, it looks like it could very well be that next year Stevenage Council might go to reform unless something is changed dramatically in Labour soon.
The Labour leader.
And this would be big because Stevenage has held on for over 50 years. So yeah.
There's more results coming in, and also another MP's called for Starmer to go. I'll go with the MP first, and then we'll go to the result. Daniel Crawford has called for Starmer to resign. He said, "Voters have shown deep frustration with this government. Labour is no longer delivering the change people were promised in 2024. Responsibility for this defeat sits with the Prime Minister. Labour needs to change of direction and a new leader before the next general election. I therefore believe Keir Starmer should resign as leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister."
And
any MPs that were selected to be loyalists to Starmer, or they just
Some of these people are 24 intake. It's not even old guard. A lot of them are people that were elected 2 years ago, are now petrified they're going to lose their deposits with how bad these results are going, and want Starmer gone before there is just no Labour Party left at this point. The other thing, and in terms of election results, Podge has said that Greens have gained majority control of Norwich City from Labour.
So the Greens have got their first council for this year's locals.
I believe so, yes. But with Norwich City, yeah.
Now might be a good time for us to have a quick look at the rundown of the councils overall, if you fancy, because we've not done that in an hour or two.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty bad from what I've seen.
All right, then. So where things currently stand, with 91 of 136 councils declared, Labour control 20 councils, having lost 16, so nearly half of those that they were defending. Liberal Democrats have 12 councils, that's up 1 from where they were before. Conservatives have 7 councils, down 4. Reform have gained 6 councils, up from none at all. The Greens have got 1 council, that's the one just mentioned, up from none at all. And we have 45 and no overall control, up 12 from before.
Yeah, look up Norwich. Shall I type it up to see what's happened with Norwich?
Norwich City Council. Green gains from no party majority. Okay, let's look at the results for this one. So, Green gain from no party majority. So the Greens, in this batch of votes, got 11 councillors, up 6, pardon me, for 21 overall. Labour lost all of them that they were defending this time round, down 8, left with 12. Liberal Democrats have got 1, no change. Reform have got 2, up 2. And there's 1 independent as well. So, yes, the Labour are now the main block of opposition to the Greens on Norwich Council. But the Greens have it. The Greens have it. Where are we at with Scotland and Wales at the moment? Have we had any big developments there while I've been away? I'll bring up the latest tally that we've got here. 65 of 129 seats. Not a lot of change there, to be honest. Greens are up 2, Labour are up 2, Tories down 1, SNP still far ahead. Are people saying now that they think the SNP will indeed be short of a majority? Is that the expectation?
Expectations are, yeah, that they will be short of a majority. At the very least, they won't get it through the constituency votes, But the problem is the SNP typically, since they've gotten into government, now do massively well in the constituencies, and they lose quite a bit in the regional vote. The SNP and the Greens for quite a while now have sort of had an unofficial agreement where the Greens will not strongly contest the constituency vote, but they will go in the regional vote. And the goal basically is that because the SNP does so well in the constituency vote, they want to not interfere with the pro-independence vote and allow it all to go to the SNP in the constituency vote, but then the Greens will pick up the rest of it in the regional votes so they can get a majority in the Scottish Parliament. And that's what's been happening right now. So if the SNP are not winning a majority off of the constituency vote alone, then it is very unlikely that they'll win one overall because they just don't do as well in the regional vote as they do the constituency vote.
That makes enough sense.
So, out of curiosity, when Alex Salmond got like a majority in was it 2011 Scottish Parliament? Was it because he had a mix of first past the post constituencies and PR constituencies and list ones, if you will?
Wait, did they have a majority? I didn't think that anybody got a majority in the Scottish Parliament.
They did in 2011.
Right.
Oh, let me have a look. I mean, is that what secured them the independence referendum?
That was the only reason why I think they got the referendum in 2014.
Let me search that quick. 2011 Scottish Parliament election. Seats won 69 out of 129. So yes, yeah, they had a majority there in 2011. That makes enough sense. That's probably how they secured the vote for independence.
Yeah, if I had to guess, then that was probably how they secured their independence referendum. They basically got it that way.
Can I jump over to Wales quickly as well, guys? Just given we've touched on Scotland. So Wales, we have 84 out of 96 seats in. So we're most of the way through now. 12 left to go. Plaid out in front on 37, with Reform behind them on 30. I'd say at this point, sort of just mathematically, based on all that we've seen, I don't think we can diverge from the path of Plaid being the largest party now. I think that's where we are. Plaid will be the largest party. Not going to get themselves a majority, though. So we're looking at sort of Plaid minority administration or Plaid plus whomever else. And the overall numbers there: Plaid 37 up 18, Reform 30 up 30, Labour 8 down 32, catastrophic. Tories 6 down 19. Again, I feel it's worth pointing out from time to time, as much as we focus on the other parties, the Tories are having a bloody bad time of it as well today. And the Greens 2 up 2, Lib Dems have gained 1 as well.
Well, to be fair, you wouldn't think it, considering that Kemi Badenoch in Bexley Council today came out and held what effectively felt like a massive victory speech. Like, I saw it on Sky News about an hour and a half ago, and it was one of the most surreal things I've witnessed, because she basically was acting as if she had won a general election with the reaction to it. She was like, these results show that the Tory party is back, that you all writ us off, but we're back, we're coming back stronger than ever, and that Labour are useless, and that the MPs don't like Starmer. Reform is a one-man band, and only us Conservatives have a plan. And the only acknowledgement that she's had that there was anything bad that happened is when she said a whole bunch of councillors didn't get over the line, and for that I'm sorry, but don't worry, next year we will rally back and we will bring you back all your jobs.
Reform are a one-man band, but they've got more men and women in local government in these elections than the Tories do.
I think that would have been the best response from Farage. It was like, you call me a one-man band, but I've got more men and women in councils than you have this election.
Yeah, to quote Only Fools and Horses, this time next year we'll be millionaires. But yeah.
So speaking of the Tories again, back on the picture for the English councils, I'm just looking at the tally here we've got on the BBC website. Again, anticipating that we've got areas in London still to come and all the rest of it, and we're likely to see some big green gains then. Is it reasonable to say that the Tories are going to get pushed into 5th place overall? Because right now they're in 4th, but I'm strongly expecting the Greens to leapfrog them and probably quite a few others. So surely the Tories will end up in 5th when all's said and done, unless, of course, Labour take that place.
It's very possible. But I mean, the projections that I saw were that the Tories were going to lose between 500 to 600 councillors overall. And looking at these results, they're on course for that.
They might even exceed it a little bit.
Possibly, yeah. The Tories have got about 1,500 councillors up for election. These results show that 900 have been up so far, so they got a little bit more left. So it's possible they could exceed that, yes. But right now, the expectation is that they'll lose about 500 to 600 councillors.
Where are we up to now on the number of MPs that have called for Starmer to go?
We've got another one. We've got another one.
This is turning. This is, dare I say it, guys? This is turning from a drip into a trickle, and we're not far off a stream at this point. It's starting to. It's starting to happen.
Yeah, we've got 8. There have been 8 so far that have called for him to go in just the last hour, and we've got the 8th MP here. The MP from Stroud, Simon Ofer, I think his name is, says Labour needs to change leader. He's a decent guy. We want a planned, orderly timetable and a real contest. We've got to have a discussion where we move to and where we take the country to.
Swiss, were you saying that we're moving off point of the discussion of local elections? Because, frankly, one of the discussions about the locals was whether or not Labour would do so badly that you start getting MPs calling him to go.
Oh, no, that's fine. I hadn't said we were moving off of it. I just said that I think it was because we were talking about the Tories, so I just thought I'd mention where the Tories were ranking in the local elections overall. Speculation about Starmer going is absolutely fine. That's far better than Iran and Keys and whatever else. Talk about Starmer going all day. That's fine.
By the way, Trafford Council has got some results that have been coming out, and it's just a repeat of what you're seeing across the country. Labour getting wiped out and everybody else benefiting from them. The Tories have actually been gaining councillors off of Labour in Trafford. They took our council in Broadheath off of them. So, yeah, Trafford Council, I remember when that went Labour back in 2018, that was seen as like a very big deal. And then fast forward 8 years later, and they're now getting wiped out. And to be honest, I'm not overly surprised by that, because if you remember last night, James talked about how Trafford Council had seen in the last 2 years 2 combined big council tax increases that were combined together to represent a 15% increase in council tax. So I think that Labour getting devastated in Trafford was expected because of those council tax rises.
Could I ask you just quickly, because I've put together a really high quality graphic here on the screen. What's our current tally of MPs that have called for Starmer to go? Is it 7? Did someone say? About 7. Let's get confirmations. Let's do this scientifically. Who have we got? How many different names can we remember? And I'll start.
John McDonald is the one I definitely remember.
Okay, John McDonald. That's one. I remember him from last night. Yeah. Do I have? Can I do a text box here as well? Oh, I can. Okay, so I can add their names. John McDonald.
Sorry, that's my phone.
Who else we got?
There was some. Was it a some sort of Burn. I can't remember the name. Say those in the comments if you someone's in the private chat. I think Tom's back, Swiss.
Okay, I'll add Tom back in. Right, some sort of Bean Bear Burn. That works for me. I'm not going for official titles here.
I've got some of them off the top of my head.
Go on.
Louise Haig has called for him to go.
Lee who?
Louise Haig.
Louise Haig.
Yeah, she's called for him to go. Trying to find the other ones because I've got some of them on it. John McDonnell, you've already got that there though. Sarah Owen, that's the Luton North MP. David Baines.
That'll be the Bean Bear Burn. David Baines.
Yeah, St Helens North MP. David Baines.
David Baines.
Connor Naismith. He's called for him to go.
How do you spell Naismith?
N-A-I and then Smith.
All right, so that's up to 5. That's up to 5 on our tally so far.
Yep, trying to find the other ones.
Now, for you math wizards out there, what percentage of this is this of the Parliamentary Labour Party at the moment? Are we up to about 2%?
About that, I'd say.
2%, yeah.
Oh, we got Ruth Jones. She's another one that's called for him to go.
Ruth Jones.
Simon Ofer.
Oh my goodness, they really are coming thick and fast. All right, how do you say his name?
Simon is obvious. Ofer is O-P-H-E-R.
Simon Ofer, lovely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right
so
then.
I don't. I think the 8th MP is Diane Abbott.
There's an 8th MP as well.
Oh yeah, made some. I think she made some comments earlier about let's see, Starmer's only reason why he got his landslide was because the Tory collapsed. I'm not sure if you want to put up that tweet or something.
I'll allow it. Has Diane Abbott currently got the whip, or she had that taken off?
She's removed.
She had it taken off her, but she is more or less MP anyway. So yeah.
Fair. All right, we'll stick.
I remember the 8th one now. I've remembered his name, John Trickett. John Trickett.
I'm surprised Carl Turner hasn't.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to take Abbott off because she doesn't currently have the whip, but I will add John Trickett in her stead here.
Yeah, Carl Turner has called for him to go.
Carl Turner. Hang on. There's more MPs than I can handle at the moment. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 plus a Carl Turner. Is that right?
Yes. So that's 9 in total so far.
Oh, this is lovely. What a great day we're having now.
Carl is spelt with a K rather than a C.
Okie dokie. Like Marx.
Starmer must go.
Starmer must go, tally. Let's just rearrange this a little bit so we've got a little bit more room. Beautiful. Right. Well, we will continue updating this throughout the stream, guys, as our drip turns to a trickle, turns to a stream, and we'll see how far we get. We'll see how many names we get on our list of MPs that have called for him to go.
Out of curiosity, do you think any of more of the socialist campaign lot will call for Starmer to go? It's so far McDonald's done so.
I reckon some of them would. Yeah, they seem like some of the more likely candidates to me. I just want to bring up a point quickly. Sandpit in the chat said, "Didn't Louise get kicked out for lying about a stolen mobile phone 10 years ago or something?" We need to have a look at that, because if she's not currently got the whip, I don't know if she's allowed on our list or not.
No, so, she's got the whip. She still has the whip. What happened with that is she was kicked out of the cabinet. She's still a Labour MP, but she's not in the cabinet anymore.
Okay, no worries. Right then, so that's our tally at the moment, and we are up to a grand total of 9. We will come back and visit that as the evening continues. I'll come back to our results in a second as well.
Swindon Council is the one that's been declaring so far. They have been... What's been going on there is basically Labour's just been getting wiped out again. It's the same story as everywhere. Tories and Reform have been doing pretty well. In fact, the Tories are doing a lot better in Swindon than expected. So Swindon Council probably will be no overall control, and it'll be a Tory reform coalition in the city.
Gotcha. What was our expectation for like London and stuff? Were we expecting that today or tomorrow?
It's today. The results should be coming in between now and 6 p.m. The
Fantastic.
London Council should be counting quite soon, and Labour is almost up to 800 net losses. So that's building and building.
Lovely. I've just added a little image to our tally that we've got going on, which I'll share with you in a second. Oh, we've got a super chat from how do I say this? Galalandria. That's a lot of land. Galalandria says, every time UK politics explodes, YouTube sends up the Swiss signal. Good to see you keeping on with a £5 super chat. Well, thank you very much to you. I appreciate that very much. And yes, I don't stream on politics as frequently or regularly as I did years back. To be honest, my interest in it sort of comes and goes, but certainly when there's big things happening, like prime ministers resigning or big elections, I'm always here because I can't stay away. So it's nice to think that there are some of you guys out there that probably you don't watch the content regularly, but every time there's an election, you go onto YouTube and you go, oh, Captain Swiss. I remember Captain Swiss. I'll come back and see his election coverage.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised how we're 2 hours and nearly 30 minutes in, and you've not gone that usual Biden was never going to be Bernie one.
I got it yesterday, to be fair, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't expect payments every day. Dear old Biden was never going to be Bernie. Right, so we're expecting London basically to start getting more London within the next half hour then, and that's where we're expecting the Greens to make some significant gains, and that's probably where on this little chart here they might even start leapfrogging the Tories. Like they'll start moving leftwards. Ha ha ha! The Greens moving leftwards. Who would have thought? Yeah, they'll start moving to the left of this little chart here.
We've got 3 more MPs that have called for Starmer to go.
What? 3?
Before we do that,
this is like buses.
Before we've got that, one of them's the Hartlepool MP, but apparently Liz Kendall has attacked Andy Burnham, saying that he's promised to serve a full term at Manchester Mail and he can't come back to Parliament.
I don't care what you've got to say, Liz Kendall. You're part of the club that's going to be on the way out.
Yeah, 4.5% of the vote in the leadership election in 2015. There's some fourth MPs in addition to that. 3 MPs have called for him to go.
Right. Give me some names then. Let's start adding these guys to the list.
Okay, Annalise Midgley, who is the Labour MP for Knowsley, has said, the results here and across the north are beyond our worst expectations. It's truly devastating. Unless that changes significantly and quickly, it's clear the PM cannot lead us into another general election. It was a mistake to block Andy Burnham in Gorton and Denton, and if the situation arises, he should not be blocked again. The other MPs are Clive Lewis, not surprising. The Prime Minister has reached the point where the question is no longer whether he can recover, it's whether by staying on he does lasting damage to Labour's ability to govern, rebuild trust and stop the advance of the right. That is why a timetable for his departure is now necessary. The longer this is delayed, the greater the damage to the party and to the country. And the third MP is Richard Burnham, Labour MP for Leeds East. It is clear that Keir has fought this last election as Labour leader, and deep down, has fought his last election as Labour leader, and deep down, he will know it. The party should now work towards a timetable for an orderly transition to a new leader by the end of this year. And the fourth and final MP is Nadine Whittam.
Okay.
Is Nadine Whittam in the Socialist campaign? Because then that'll be 3 MPs from there, right?
She's quite left wing, isn't she?
Yeah, she's quite left wing, but Labour MP.
How do you spell her name? Whittam?
Her name is spelled Whittome.
Oh, that was it. Okay. So that is that 13 altogether then?
Yeah, that brings the number up to 13.
The unholy 13.
12, 13. Wow, goodness me. Okay, then,
Oh,
guys.
and another one's just come in as well.
No, I can't keep up with these. This is wonderful. All right, then. Yeah, next.
I think you're going to need a bigger chart.
I am.
Jonathan Brash. He's called for him to go. Oh,
All right,
another one's come in. Ian Lane.
What? Oh my god! This is reminding me of the old Tory days. Okay, Jonathan Brash. He's called for him to go. Who's our next one?
Ian Lavery. He's called for him to go.
I know Ian. Where do I know Ian Lavery from? He rings a bell.
SCG.
He's MP in Northeast.
He's one of the ones. He might be my MP, or at least he's one of the ones.
He was the guy that Boris Johnson turned around, and then he went, "Do you mind, man?" That guy. 11, 12,
yeah,
13, 14, 15. Oh well, that's nice. I can just copy and paste another one of these little tally bits here.
Yeah. So
and I've also found another one has also been added.
I don't have. I am literally just about keeping up with this. Okay, yeah. Next one, please. Yes.
Olivia Blake.
This is turning from a puddle into a stream.
This is going from election coverage stream to a full-on happening stream, and I'm loving it. Right, Olivia Blake, did you say?
Yeah, Olivia Blake, and that's the updated list.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Well, I'm going to click off of this for all of about 3 minutes before we end up getting another one. But this has cheered me up. I thought the Labour MPs were doing nothing, but at least some of them are finally taking some action. All right, lovely.
It's a bit ironic because last night I think you had someone Starmer's team just been happy that there weren't that many calls for him to go, but they seem to have spoken too soon because they're waiting until the next day to call for him to go. It seems.
Just quickly, Frank says, "Swish, your MP is Alan Campbell." Yes, you're correct. My MP is Alan Campbell. I'm glad one of us knows who my MP is. Right, I'll read out a few more comments that we got from people. So Dan had said, where's my ticker gone? I'd made a ticker for
Jonathan Brash is already on there. You got it there.
There's your little ticker. Okay. What else? Never change, everyone. Never change. Not to state the obvious, they've clearly all coordinated this. Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. And it seems that they've timed it to be right before all these green results are going to come in as well.
I mean,
there'll be more when the green results come in.
It seems like it's one MP every 90 seconds at this stage.
What on earth is this little banner at the bottom? It's like a news thing.
Yeah, do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty good, actually.
Can I edit anything with it? Can I change what cut? I can't do anything with it. I can make it go quicker. I can make it go a little bit faster. There we are. And I think we'll change the brand color because it's exciting Labour news. We are going for a Labour red. There we are. Right, okay, just to distract us from all these Labour MPs calling for Starmer to go, let's quickly go back to the... Oh, you know what? I'm glad I went and got a can of Monster. I needed it for this. Let's go and refresh the results so far. Where are we at? Well, Reform, 955. Lib Dem, 649. Labour, 618. Conservatives, 531. Greens, 306. Independents, 108. 93 of 136 English councils reported. Over in Scotland, we have 68 of 129 seats reported. SNP still fall out in front, down 4 from where they were before on 55. Liberal Democrats with 5 up 1. Conservatives 4 down 1. Labour 2 up 2. And the Greens up 2 as well. Over in Wales, we are now only 6 seats away from the result. We officially have a no-party majority in Wales, but it will be a Plaid-led minority administration of some sort. Plaid are on 39 up 19. Reform up 32 on a stonking 32 from a standing start. Labour on 9 down 34. Catastrophic scenes for the party of Keir. And the Conservatives 7 down 20. The Greens 2 up 2. And the Lib Dems 1 up 1.
I'd say this for Welsh Labour, they nearly got their best outcome.
Yeah, and there it is. Random quotes Biden was never going to be Bernie. Captain Swiss with a £2.
There we go.
Thank you very much. And also adds, P.S. I'm not a bot. I just provide random Swiss quotes. Well, that is what I believe the kids refer to as a really good use of free will. Coming here every stream.
There's a potential big name about Starmer resignation, but it's a bit of an iffy one.
Miliband.
This isn't official. It was done behind closed doors, but it was reported before the locals came out. And basically, Ed Miliband had asked Starmer to put out a timetable for his resignation 2 weeks ago because they were expecting the locals to be, well, as bad as they are. I don't know if that counts, though, because he hasn't officially done it yet.
You know what? We'll have the ghost of Ed Miliband. We'll provisionally add Ed to the numbers here. But he's not done it publicly. That's the thing. It's been reported he did it privately, but there's probably a lot of MPs that think he should go privately. Publicly is probably a good threshold.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm having a great day now, guys. This is so much fun.
Reform have gained control of Barnsley Council from Labour.
Which of our friends lives in Barnsley?
Ben.
Ben's
in Barnsley. All Tory says, I like that Tom and Cooperman largely ignore the hilarity and chaos in the chat. Well, it's my job as host to read out the comments, so I'm here to smatter in the random things that you guys say. Seems Plaid and Welsh Greens won't make a majority, says Apollo TD, on the basis where we are in Wales. Yeah. So it's either going to be a full-on minority administration, or they're going to have to include. Would Plaid work with Labour? Have they indicated they would? I assume they wouldn't.
Plaid has said they would be, but Labour have flat out rejected any cooperation with Plaid, citing separatist sentiments.
Well, it's Labour's funeral. They can not get involved if they want to. What has been the most hilarious moment so far, says Tapery? Right, I'll give you a little rundown of mine and you guys can tell me some of yours. One of the most shocking moments I found was probably the Sunderland council result that we saw today. That was a huge stonking loss for Labour with Reform rising. Funny moments, I think last night's stream where I kept trying to drag everyone back on topic and we had about 20 minutes of just pivoting from thing to thing while I was desperately trying to drag us towards the results. Those are my two. That's the most shocking and the most of the most. Well, actually, probably the most shocking is all these MPs telling Starmer to go as of the last 15 minutes. But there we are. What about you guys? Any moments of the elections or the streams so far?
I would say probably so far Halton Council in Merseyside. I think that's the most shocking to me because you saw Labour go from 85% of the vote down to 28% of the vote in multiple wards. And the fact that that took place in Merseyside is stunning. And then I also think the other moment that was shocking for me was Gwent Valley's not electing a single Labour MS. That is pretty stunning. And also my council going to the Lib Dems from no overall control for the first time in 17 years. That was probably the shocking moments for me so far.
I think it's for me whenever the Tories gained from Labour, I guess, or just a few exceptions, like I think a Green losing to Reform or something, stuff like that.
Just like the unusual results that you wouldn't end up expecting.
But I guess I suppose also the MPs now calling out. I mean, I suppose I was a bit surprised that John McDonnell was the first one to do it. I thought he might have taken a bit when it would have been someone else, but I know because apparently everyone's been saying John McDonnell's begun a lot of meek as of late, but he was the first one to say he needs to go from the night time or something. But yeah, that's about it, I guess.
I think McDonnell, I mean, from what I gathered from him, I think he'd been trying to play things relatively safe for a while since Labour got into power because he didn't want Starmer to kick him out of the party. But now maybe that the writing's on the wall and it's time to move against Starmer, he's decided, you know what, let's go for it, because other people are going to do it as well. Quickly, we've got a comment here from WWE 1234567 for, well, sorry, WWE 123456784, who says Keir Starmer has turned into a Joe Biden figure who has held on from pure ego, but has objectively had to go for a long time now. Yeah, I think the American people could see it with Biden. I think we can see it now with Starmer. Obviously, what came after Biden? What's going to come after Starmer? Ho-ho.
I'd argue Starmer is doing worse than Biden, because I don't think Biden lost any of the heartlands.
You know what? Starmer has lost council after council, but he's acing the cognitive tests. He could tell the difference between a bear and a dolphin like that. He knows his stuff. That Keir Starmer. The most amusing thing generally from the local elections is the combination of overstated triumphalism and desperate damage control. Frank says at least Biden had charisma. Biden was operating on 2% battery charge, and he had more charisma than Keir Starmer did.
To be fair, having more charisma than Keir Starmer is not the hardest thing in the world to do, to be honest.
I mean, Starmer's pretty emotionless. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him get fully angry.
Only when he does that sort of performative outrage where he kind of said, I am absolutely furious that I was not told. And then he'll repeat that exact same line word for word in about 20 minutes.
No, but I mean, I've seen Boris Johnson rattled. I've seen him lose his mind. Like, genuinely rattled. Just screaming the place that. I've never seen Starmer do that.
I think I've seen Theresa May even. Hasn't Theresa May at least shown some moments of anger at least? And she was a wet blanket.
Theresa May was a human being. She shed a tear on the way out. Starmer.
So it's debatable she was half cyborg.
She was half cyborg, but the other half was human. That's what we need to remember about Theresa May. Oh, right. We're not far off Reform having over 1,000 councillors now, which is a noteworthy benchmark. Are we still waiting on we're still not got loads out of London yet, have we? The Greens are ticking up, but I'm expecting something a little bit quicker.
Yeah, we're still waiting on London. They're taking their sweet time, it seems.
We've got a few more comments here. If Streeting or any of them in the cabinet take over, it will be a disaster. My personal preferences, if someone's going to take over from Starmer, are either Burnham or Miliband. I've got no love for Streeting, and I don't especially think Rayner's that good either. So it'll be one of them two for me. Tapery says Zia Yusuf on 5 Live really hates being asked about the migrant centre plans and Farage's donations. This was a thing we've not even touched on, is it? Farage had got like £5 million from some crypto donor or something, and there was a lot of hullabaloo over, well, should this have been disclosed or announced, because it's £5 million, and you're the leader of a political party and you're probably going to put that money to use. But and the other one, did Reform say that they were going to stick a bunch of migrant detention centres and hotels in green voting areas?
Yeah, basically.
Day, right?
They said that any constituency or ward that votes Green, they'll put migrants in. They'll prioritise it for migrant centre construction.
So they're deploying the stick as well as the carrot now. They're not just saying we'll cut your taxes if you vote for us. We'll give you a bunch of asylum seekers if you don't vote.
I'm being honest. Knowing what Green voters are like, they probably wouldn't mind it too much.
And now, interestingly, you guys can kind of remind me of a story I had when I was canvassing for Stevenage Labour yesterday. Well, apparently, I think this the strong Reform supporter when going to like a Britzy to I think was it primary school in Stevenage, wearing a Reform shirt to pick up his grandkid. But the thing is, that school was arguably the most multi-diverse and multicultural school of students in like Stevenage, and it's like you've got like a Reform shirt there, in which probably for a lot of those families it might feel hostile or something.
Oh, by the way, we have got a couple more results. Apparently, Farage said on Sky News that he's confident that Reform will get a majority in St Helens Council, which is pretty shocking stuff if that ends up happening, because that's like a rock solid Labour council in Merseyside. So if St Helens goes Reform, then once again, just really, really badly shows how things are going for Labour at the moment. And Podge has also said that we should look at Newcastle upon Tyne because the Greens are wiping Labour out in Newcastle upon Tyne.
Right, I'll take a look at that now then, because that was one of my, when I was trying to give you a read of my part of the country and what I thought would happen, I sort of said Sunderland, Reform, Newcastle, probably leaning more Green. I wasn't super confident with how Newcastle would go as opposed to Sunderland, but I'm very interested to see where that ends up now. So detailed results of Newcastle. Whoa, wow. Okay, let me screen share this with you. This is something. So Newcastle upon Tyne council results. We have 45 of the 78 seats declared, so nearly 2/3 of the way through. Greens 17 up 15. Liberal Democrats 16, no change. Reform 9 up 9. Independents 3 down 3. Conservative 0 down 1. Oh my God. Labour, not a single councillor so far, and they've lost 20 of them. That is a massacre.
Yeah, Reform said last night that they were confident that Labour had lost all of their councillors in Newcastle upon Tyne, as well as Newcastle upon Lyme. So, yeah, that ended up being correct, basically, it seems.
It's remarkable to literally be able to say Labour could not be doing worse in this council right now. They are doing the very worst they could be doing. Sure, they might still squeak through with a seat or two later on, but as things currently stand, that's phenomenal. So are we reckoning could the Greens be on track? Oh, hang on. So 78 seats. So how many would you need for a majority? You'd need 39, I think. No, I don't think
it'll go to no overall control.
Yeah, no overall control, but a fair chance of the Greens being the largest party there. And then I'd assume, like maybe the Greens and the Lib Dems, they'd probably be natural bedfellows, maybe, compared to the other options.
Yeah, that seems like it's likely. I'd say probably Green Reform Coalition. Jamie Driscoll, who was the former mayor of Newcastle upon Tyne, who is now a Green candidate, and he won his election in his ward, says it looks like Newcastle will be in no overall control after today, and it is going to be messy. So yeah, I mean, we've had basically the Reform Party cleaning out Labour's closet. Now we're getting to that part of the day where it's the Green Party's turn to clear out Labour's closet.
It's been an election of two halves, has it not? I've been waiting for this. I have been waiting for this, and it is going to be quite satisfying to see Labour actually losing out to the left as well as just to the right.
Yeah, definitely.
A few more comments we've got here quickly. Tapery says, have you heard this one from Labour HQ? Oh, yeah. This shows McSweeney was right to be worried about reform, and we should accelerate our own push to the right and forget about green left policies. Average Joe says, wow, Greens might take some of the biggest scalps and swings this election. All Tories asks us, any more calls for resignations? Not that we've heard of so far, but I'm sure we will get some more. Greens versus Reform 2029. It could happen. It could happen. I'm not saying it won't.
And with the way things are going, it's not impossible.
Yeah. All right. Reform have crossed 1,000 seats, by the way, at least on the BBC ticker that we've got here. I'll just share that once more with you all. Reform are now in quadruple digits, over 1,000 seats here. Liberal Democrats and Labour not far away from each other on 600 and something. Tories behind them. And the Greens still lagging, but we're very much expecting them to start picking up more and more and at least overtake the Tories, if not more.
Weeble has said that his ward is keeping his free Green candidates.
WWE says, I feel, in reality, I feel we're entering an era of hung parliaments. I mean, when the support is as it appears at the moment, where you've got this many different parties on all fairly comparable shares of the vote, yeah, it's very unlikely to be able to get a majority. You'd have to have one party break out from the others and land themselves, like, I don't know, close to 35% of the vote or something to really be able to clear the field and get a majority. And that just does not. Even Reform at their absolute peak was maybe just above 30% or so. So it really doesn't seem too likely we'll see a majority based on where it looks like we're headed for a while. Do we have any more on Scotland and Wales yet? Not a great deal of there. No.
So, curiosity, do you think it's likely that we'll get at least 30 MPs calling for Starmer to go by the end of the day, or do you think it'll be higher?
Oh, there's a question. Well, how many do we have at the moment? What's our little tally on the ticker?
16 at the moment.
16. I'd say it's pretty achievable to get 30. Yeah, that's less than double what we've got at the moment. I'm sure we can manage that if we try.
Okay, then perhaps 50 would be the more better thing. Do you think 50 MPs will call for him to go?
I think 50 could. If we reach 50, then we're entering territory of not just, okay, there's a bunch that have called for him to go. That probably was to be expected, but we're beginning to tip into, oh, it looks like there really is a proper challenge starting to mount to Starmer now. I would be surprised if we got as high as 50, but if we did, I would then think, okay, maybe things are moving quicker than it had appeared this morning.
I think we're going to base. I think the MPs right now are waiting to see what happens in the London boroughs. But based on what's happened in Newcastle, I suspect that the London boroughs are going to be absolutely devastating for Labour. Like, I'm confident at this point that they're going to lose Hackney. More than likely going to lose Lewisham. Very possible that they lose Camden and Haringey as well. So, yeah.
Starmer's gonna take this out and sack one of his advisors, isn't he?
Oh, he'll find a scapegoat. He'll find somebody to blame for this and sack them for it, because that's how he rolls.
I wonder how Starmer's family is feeling about all these results and everyone bad-mouthing him.
I think probably there's a bit of a relief that they won't be in the public eye any longer.
We'll get to spend more time with Dad.
Yeah,
Hooray.
Yeah, probably that's the take. Get to spend more time with Dad.
Though it'll mean less holidays because it'll mean Starmer has less stuff to dodge and searching up what press conferences are on this weekend that I can fly away to.
We miss you, Starmer, says all the international leaders. We were getting to know you so well, and now you've just got to go retire somewhere in London.
This is from Stephen Swinford. Cabinet ministers and Labour grandees are rallying around Starmer in a counter operation after a wave of backbenchers have called for him to go. If the rest of the tweet would load, that would be great. Hang on me. Here's Margaret Beckett. She said, "These local elections results are deeply disappointing. The country is desperate for change. The country is desperate to see those in power really care about the same things that they do. Keir Starmer is the right person to be PM, and he is the right person to deliver that change. As a party, we must stand behind him. Now is the time to be blown off course, childish games, and distracted by briefings that only help those who look to divide our ends. Blah 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 blah."
To basically, it's essentially Starmer's version of "Where is Steiner?"
To put this in terms of that metaphor that was said earlier about you do not change the pilot in the middle of a flight. Well, the pilot is crashing the plane, and what we're now getting is some of the lower tier cabin crew, the stewards and the stewardesses, are starting to bang on the door of the cockpit and say, "Get him out! Can anyone fly this plane?" Whereas the people in the cockpit are sort of barring the door and saying, "You stay out. We are crashing."
Yeah, the plane is missing a wing and one of the engines is taken out.
You know what? I'm amending our little graphic we've got for the calls for Starmer's resignation to reflect this wonderful metaphor that we've got going here. So where are we? We've got Starmer here. He's not looking very happy.
You could say it's a
One thing that will be interesting as well is that there will be by-elections in Westminster up in Scotland now, because Stephen Flynn has won his seat for the Scottish Parliament, so he'll resign as an MP, and that means there'll be a by-election in Aberdeen South.
No, that amazing bit of wordplay I just did died a death.
Is that a SNP MP? Is that an SNP MP?
Yeah, he was the SNP leader in the House of Commons.
What was your wordplay there that got overlooked?
I said it's funny how the left wing's missing. But anyway.
Hey, I like that. I've got a little play of words on you as well. Starmare. Hey, Starmare. Anybody?
Oh, Swiss. Someone in the comments saying Tower P saying Margaret Hodge will be fuming, but will force Starmer to stay, as will Tony Blair. You think Tony Blair would back Starmer to stay on, or you think he'd call for him to go?
I don't know. I think the thing is, as much as Blair probably doesn't approve of everything Starmer's doing, I imagine that Blair would approve of Starmer's successors even less. I can't see Blair being more full-throatedly behind a Burnham or a Rayner. Maybe a Streeting, but it's not going to be Streeting. Blair's too busy anyway. He's creating peace in the Middle East, don't you know? He's been doing that for 20 years now. Right, so we've not had any more calls for him to go yet, though, have we? No more MPs that have come out just yet. Let's go back to the results then. Not a lot of change, to be honest. I'm not going to read out all the numbers here. I'll do it when we get some sort of significant little milestones, but continuing on with the English council is roughly the same sort of proportion as before. Greens beginning to gradually gain on those Conservatives there. Their little bar is going up and up compared to the Tories bit by bit. And then once they reach it, it won't be that hard for them to go boop over the Tories, boop over Labour, boop over the Lib Dems as well. Not much happening in Scotland. Not much happening in Wales. We've got
we've got another MP that's called for Starmer to go.
Yes.
Vicky Voxcroft, leading member of the influential left-leaning Tribune Group, has just told me the status quo is not sustainable as she sees her local mayoralty go green.
Fantastic. Vicky Voxcroft, that's a hell of a name. That's like a character in a story. Right, we'll add her. I'm just moving around my my assets here, so we have some more room for this tally. All right then. There we are. We have another one here, nestled on the other side of the ghost of Ed Miliband. Vicky Voxcroft. Fantastic. So then that brings us up to 17 and maybe Miliband. I'll have to update our little ticker. Beautiful. Oh, I love a good happening. Great thumbnail there, Swiss. Several Tories. Thank you. Watch the Labour unions. They have started to move to eject Starmer more forcefully. I'd seen something prior to the elections a couple of days ago about something to do with the unions I don't know which unions it was referencing, but just I remember spotting a headline or two about unions breaking with Labour or sending warnings or something along those lines.
That leads me to another question, Swiss. Besides MPs, what other important Labour figures, be it MSPs in Scotland and Wales, mayors, or other huge journalists or figures in the party have called for Starmer to go?
Paul Mason.
Wait, has Paul Mason called for Starmer to go?
Oh, I thought you were saying who else could call for Starmer to go. I was going to say, well, what leading Labour figure do you have outside of the elected fold than dear Paul Mason? I don't. My answer to that is I don't know. Eddie Izzard. Eddie Izzard is sort of like a high-profile Labour supporter who's tried to get elected with them a few times. Maybe Eddie Izzard calling for Starmer to go could be another. Are there any more celebrities that support Labour? Thingy from Blackadder, Baldrick.
Tony Robinson.
He's a Labour one. No, not Tommy Robinson.
No, I said Tony Robinson.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Tommy Robinson.
I think to be fair, Tommy Robinson has called for Starmer to go like from day one, so I don't think it counts.
We can't add him to our list.
No.
There's a don't get your Tony Robinsons and your Tommy Robinsons mixed, guys. Big mistakes. Is Captain Swiss calling for Starmer to resign? Yes, I am. I'm calling for him to go. I think Labour need to roll the dice on something better because we know.
Well, you're not a Labour member or anything like that, so you're not calling him to go.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not part of the Labour fold, am I? Oh well. Hulk Hogan calls for Keir to resign.
Well,
listen, brother, the Greens are coming for you. Lee Hallam says, whatever Izzard calls for won't happen. Right, Eddie, say nothing. Say nothing. Larry the cat meowing for Starmer to resign, left a dead mouse on his table, left a mouse's head in his bed as a warning. It's time to leave, Keir. Psycho Ben says, how long are you planning on streaming for, Swiss? I'll hop on if you're going, if you're still going in a bit. I don't actually know the answer to that question, to be totally honest with you. I'm having fun at the moment. Things are happening, so I'm probably going to continue for the next little while at least. But eventually, I might get to a point where I'm just tired. I don't know. I might do it that if I just want a little break for a bit, I'll duck out and let you guys carry on if you want. There's no reason to end the stream just if I'm flagging a little bit. So yeah, by all means, Ben, hop on whenever you want. Risty Gymnast says nothing is happening. Nothing is happening.
Nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever happens. Oh, I'm still sharing that piece of Starmer artwork.
It is quite amusing. Like it's a plane that's had its wing just blown clean off and it's falling to the ground.
Yeah, but you can't change the pilot in the middle of the flight. Even if he's blown up the left wing. Mr. Beast says he'll give $1,000 to everyone who calls for Starmer to resign. Charlie says Swindon, no overall control. Surprisingly, 7 gains for the Tories. They're the largest party there now. So there are some areas where the Tories are moving forwards. It's just that Kemi Badenoch is cherry picking ever so slightly when she goes, look at how well we're doing.
Yeah, Swindon is a weird one because the Labour Party have been absolutely dreadful on Swindon Council and have acted basically accordingly off of that. But and the voters have acted accordingly off of that. But the Tory gone.
Alert! We've got the full results for Wales in now. We have 96 of 96 seats in. So the final result for Wales are Plaid Cymru with 43 seats, the largest party, but not a majority. Reform in second place with 34 seats. Then we have Labour on 9, Conservatives on 7, Greens on 2, and Liberal Democrats on 1. Give yourselves a pat on the back, guys. We've arrived at a full result of one of our elections.
Yep, the Welsh Senate is in. So the end result is hung Senate with the Plaid Cymru as the largest party.
let's see, with Greens, there'll be a total of 45. If they get the Lib Dems working with them, 46, but it'll still fall 3 short of a majority of 4 if they can't get the Lib Dems.
So
that's going to
basically,
be a headache to govern.
Unless Labour decide to play ball, the Greens are going to have not the Greens, sorry, Plaid are going to have to be a minority administration.
I think,
but even Plaid entirely just by itself have still got more than Reform and the Tories put together. So it very much is a parliament that favours the left overall.
I'd probably say this for Brexit, Plaid Cymru. The one thing that probably might work to advantage is that with Reform, Labour, and Conservative being also opposed to each other, that these lot won't work in opposition to like Brexit bloc Plaid for some of their stuff. That is probably the best bet that they can have to govern that the other opposition parties too fractured to like block anything they do.
Yeah, I mean that is a stunning fail from Labour though. 9 seats in the Welsh Senate, single-digit numbers, and only just ahead of the Tories. I mean, that is just an incredible failure of epic proportion.
History has been made.
Yes. 100 years of history has come to an end. Liebel says take a closer look at Solihull Swiss. Very variegated results. Would you guys like to see Solihull?
Yeah.
Fun fact. That's where my dad's from. Solihull. There we are.
Okay.
All right. Let's have a look at this one then. So Solihull is near Birmingham, right near Birmingham.
Tories lost it to no overall control.
Right, I'll bring this one up then. So Conservatives 24 council. This was one where everything was up for grabs in this election. So the Tories were 24 down 6, Reform 17 up 17. Liberal Democrats 6 down 2, the Greens 4 down 7, so the Greens moved backwards in this one also, and Labour on 0 down 1. So really, Labour didn't have a lot to lose in this one to begin with. It's just that Reform has absolutely surged, and basically everyone everyone has gone backwards here apart from Reform, and it's no overall control, but it's going to be the Conservatives and Reform as the largest opposition. So it's That's Solihull, guys. Reform will get to be the opposition and go, you Tories, why aren't you cutting taxes for people? Get on it. And there'll be the meek little voices in the background of the Lib Dems and the Greens going, and some green policies as well, sir. Please. A few comments we've got in the chat here. Greens have done very well in Scotland and Reform seem to have slightly underperformed. WWE says, I can see it now. These results show that Keir will lead Labour to a 50-seat landslide in the 2029 election. Risty Gymnast says, you need to stop thinking of Labour and the Tories as different parties. Frank says, had to go for 10 minutes. Have I missed anything? We've got all of Wales now, Frank. And it's as expected. Plaid, largest party, short of a majority. Reform in second place. Tice adds Labour lost Wales in the 2019 European Parliament election. Everybody forgets that. Okay, that brings us up to speed, more or less, then. Oh, Labour have just briefly overtaken the Lib Dems on the tally of total number of councillors here. So I hope Labour's enjoying being in second place, because they won't be by the end of today. Make the most of it. If this was the Tory party, Keir would be gone already. Agree. Yes, big agree. Enticing asks us, who will come second in Scotland? There's a good question. Who is set to come second in Scotland? Because it's pretty evenly spread at the moment. Between sort of everyone who's behind the SNP, there's only one seat in it between second and third and fourth and fifth. More Glasman on Sky News now. Wonder if he says anything interesting. Let me close down a few of these tabs here. Okay, so I don't need to keep checking Wales anymore now. Wales is done and dusted. That one's in the bank. Shall I take a look what we do have from London thus far? Given that we keep talking about what's going to happen when we get London. Here's the map of London so far. Waltham Forest is a green gain from Labour. Westminster, a Conservative gain from Labour. Islington, a Labour hold. Greenwich, a Labour hold. Are there any of these that you guys want us to zoom in on and look at specifically? Did you want to see Hackney? You're interested in Hackney because of the way the mayoral contest went there. Well, the way Hackney's looking at the moment, with 25 out of 57 seats declared, is the Greens are on 20, up 18. Oh my God. The Greens are on 20, up 18. Labour are on 0, down 18. Labour have lost all of their seats to the Greens so far in Hackney. I think we're on our way to a Green-led Hackney Council. I find it very hard to see that not happening on the basis of what we've seen so far. Would you guys agree? I think Hackney Green seems pretty much dead cert.
Yeah, I think Hackney is going green. So I think that was the one that was guaranteed to go green, regardless of how well or poorly, let's see, the Greens actually did. But from the sounds of it, it seems they're also going past expectations as well.
Oh, I made that frequently repeated mistake of not actually sharing the thing I'd clicked onto there. Apologies, I'll just put that up for everyone to see. So there we are, Hackney Council. You can see for yourself.
Jesus.
Yeah. Is there anywhere else in London you'd like to take a look at while we're here?
Islington.
Islington. Okay, bear with me. Islington. Islington is a Labour hold. Labour have 29 councillors, down 16, and the Greens have 19 councillors, up 16. So it's literally just them, just Labour and the Greens. There are 3 seats left to declare, but Islington is going to be Labour ran with the Greens in opposition.
Sounds like Labour only hold on to that because not all of their councillors stood up or something.
Is there anywhere else in London you guys would like to have a look at?
How about Boris's old seat?
But which was Boris's seat?
Hon.
I used to know these things. This is information that I used to know.
It doesn't help that the boundaries changed as well. And there's
he was Uxbridge, wasn't he?
And there's like loads of new like seat names and stuff like that. Like that doesn't help.
And I like as well in London, again, as to be expected, that as you move towards the east in London and you start to head out towards Essex, you are getting those no overall control and reform areas, which is very much to be expected. Moving to the south and the north, you've got Liberal Democrats and smatterings of Tories there as well. But these sort of very inner city areas here, I think this is going to be where we might end up with like a little green middle with a nice variegated colours all around it. The blue one is in the far west, Swiss. Well, this one is Hillingdon. I mean these ones in these reform ones, basically Essex.
Okay. How about Theresa May's old seat?
Oh, Maidenhead. Where's that relative to all the right? Where's Maidenhead? Help me out here, guys. Geography, full on geography isn't going to be
down in England.
Well, in England, that narrows it down.
County of Berkshire.
Okay, so I want to say it's to the southwest of London, somewhere around about this kind of an area. Is that Maidenhead? Somewhere in here, west of London, near Slough. Hart, Rushmore, Basingstoke.
Tice
Winchester,
NG is saying Maidenhead is west of London.
west of London. I don't know. Breaking, Hastings has gone green, says Charlie Simmons here. Hang on a minute. I've forgotten how to search things. We'll just search things. Maidenhead's not here. It would have to be a different. Okay, Berkshire. No.
Okay, how about David Lammies? He's Tottenham, right?
Nope, nothing for Tottenham either here.
Okay, I think
that's fair. We've got a good little feel for what we've looked at in London so far.
Maybe you want to do an update on Starmers?
On Starmer. Any more MPs? Any more public statements out of interest? You know what? I'm going to go onto the live BBC feed for updates in this election, and we'll see what the latest they've had to say.
In Bullet, it was mainly Tom and Dan keeping on top of it. I don't think either of them are there right now. So.
Oh yeah. I didn't even notice Tom wasn't there. Okay.
Ben saying in the comments, you have a search box at the top, Swiss.
One Labour MP did come out with a statement, and pardon my French on this one, just said London is fucking fucked.
That's brilliant. 5 mayoral races down, 1 to go, by the way. The Green Party have so far won 2, one in Hackney and the other in Lewisham. The Liberal Democrats have held on to Watford. The Conservatives have held on to Croydon. Sorry. Croydon. Labour have held on to Newham. There's just one left to declare in Tower Hamlets. That position is currently held by the Aspire Party, who's running for re-election. Yep, Greens have got Norwich. Ed Davey says the Lib Dems are the only non-populist party left standing. I mean, if you call it standing. They're there, but are the Lib Dems going to... Oh, there's a question. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, are the Lib Dems going to emerge with more councillors than Labour and the Tories when all is said and done? And actually, probably they will.
Yes, I think they'll still remain in third place.
Oh, yeah. They emerge as the only one standing because literally everyone else around them has either fallen down or has climbed to new heights, whereas they've stayed there exactly where they are with their feet in concrete, not moving an inch.
But I think since he's made a few gains, I don't think there'll be cause for him to go.
This has just come out. Labour has lost control of Brent, which wasn't even considered to be at risk.
Really?
There's been a Green Lib Dem surge, and Labour has lost 21 seats. It's looking very bad for Labour in London.
Oh my god! We've also got Podge saying the Greens have taken a majority in Waltham Forest. I'll go back to London then. We'll hop back to London and see what else we've got here.
This is from Kenton. Labour has finally won a seat in Newcastle.
Hey, they've got one at least now. Then. Oh, Brent. Okay, we'll hop on to Brent because that was the one that you had just mentioned a second ago. So 43 out of 57 declared, so they're most of the way through there. Labour on 16, down 19. They've lost more than half of what they were defending. The Liberal Democrats are on 11 and they've put on 8. The Conservatives have put on 4, placing them on 9, and the Lib Dems are on 7, up from nothing. So let me see. So 57 seats declared altogether. That's going no overall control. Yeah, that's going no overall control, isn't it?
I wonder who can work with who in this one.
I don't know.
Because it seems like you either need someone to work with Labour or for the other 3 parties to work together. And that seems unlikely.
So. WWE says Green Wave is here. Green Wave is happening now. Green Wave is happening. It was slow starting, but it's picking up some speed. Reform have no constituency seats in Scotland. They nearly won Banffshire and Buchan Coast, which is the only pro-Brexit part of Scotland. Labour only held Manchester because of Burnham, says Risty Gymnast. Okay, so we are now at heart. Oh, you know what I haven't done in a while, actually. I've not gone onto Twitter and had a look at Election Maps UK and whether they've got any interesting analysis for us here. NA says I can come on. Smashing, you're welcome to do so, NA.
Be careful about the William.
Oh yes, I'm watching out for you, William. I see you out there. I'll go for Election Maps UK.
Okay, right. I'm gonna have to bounce off here. I might be on later. I don't know, but in case I'm not, I'll see you.
No worries.
Yes, Swiss, I should probably let you know. In 10 minutes, I'm gonna temporarily leave so I can head to the train station to catch a train so I can get to Stevenage because I got karate. But when I get to there, I could arguably go on see my phone and chat for a little bit before 7:30 at the very least.
No worries. Well, I can't tell you exactly how much longer I'm going to go on for this evening. But we'll just see if I'm still at it or not. I know that NA wants to come on. Ben had spoken about coming on later as well. I'll just see how long I fancy it. So yeah, no worries.
Yeah, Ben is saying bit dangerous putting it on the side chat. Swiss might get trolls.
Oh, I know.
Once you got NA on, I think you should delete that from the side chat and all that.
Well, no one can join the actual call unless I approve them in here anyway. They'll just be waiting in the back, so don't worry. Right, what else do we have? Labour is holding Manchester because it is electing by thirds. Nothing to do with Burnham, says Lee Hallam. Yep, that's William. Every time. No, thank you, sir. But I appreciate the effort. You know, you're trying, and points for trying at the very least. I've been watching the channel for almost 10 years. I didn't know you could ask to join, says WWE. Yeah. I tend to sort of fish from my pool of regulars, but here's the thing: the regulars that come on once upon a time were just viewers. They were just, John, Tom, everybody. We've got someone waiting in the chat now called Not William. Oh, well, okay. Well, we'll add Not William to the call. No, I'm only joking. Don't worry.
Yeah, I wouldn't risk it.
Swiss, please look at my comment above about a reform guy elected in 2 different places, says Liebel. Where's that then? Alan Sweeney, quote, "It doesn't make me half as effective. It makes me twice as effective."
So I got to ask, Swiss, that stream that William ruined at the end, did you ever manage to edit him out of it?
Oh, I didn't bother. I just went and deleted that version of the stream because we'd come back and recapped what the results were anyway, and then we got through the last bulk of the Milky's absolutely fine. So, nah, I just cut my losses. I didn't want to allow that stream to process and then YouTube to go, what's this you've got in this bit of the stream? We don't like that, so I just canned it.
All right. Yeah.
And Tyson says, I heard Keir Starmer used to be called William in his youth. Right. I was on Election Maps, by the way, so I'm gonna bring this up for a moment here. What else do we have? That's just the running tally. Reform gain Sunderland from Labour. We knew that one already, but we've got it all laid out now. I mean, look at that. Reform 58 up 58. They've just come along and completely decimated everything in their wake there with a majority of 20. Greens have gained Waltham Forest from Labour. Greens 31 up 31. A majority of 1 with Labour and the Tories both in pretty equal opposition. Now we have NA here. Is it NA or is it William under a third guise claiming to be NA? This is where it gets interesting. Is that you, NA?
I think you should wait until he comments and says it's him.
Yes. Oh, the games we play, opening up the join link to the grand internet public, eh? And a comment in the chat. Let me know that it's you there. we've got final Senedd results. Vote shares by party. Okay, this might be worth looking at then. So vote shares by party. Plaid Cymru 35.4%, up nearly 15. Reform 29.3%, up basically all. Labour 11%, down 25. Conservatives 10%, down 14. And then the Greens 6, up 2.5. Lib Dems 4.5, little change. Independents and others as well. Okay. And then is there anything left for that? We've got all the Welsh seats. Norwich City Council was, oh yeah, look, we've got graphics. Election Maps has some nice graphics for us. NA says me. Hello, NA.
Oh, hey.
Oh, we've now got a fourth person claiming to be Captain Switzerland with an image of Tim Farron with some milk attempting to join. But I'm dubious because I have a feeling Captain Swiss is already here in the chat, quite possibly. NA, how are you doing? What do you make of what you've seen?
Well, to be honest, I've only just woken up within like the last 10-15 minutes. So I've seen Wales, I've seen Scotland, I've seen the locals, but I haven't seen the mayors.
Oh, okay then. Well, what you've missed then? We've had the full result for Wales. You've seen that. We've had a string of Labour MPs calling for Starmer to go as well. No big names, no sort of heavy hitters. But nonetheless, we're up to about 16 or so of them. Most of them sort of backbenchers. But nonetheless, we had about an hour or so earlier where every few minutes we had a bunch more announcing it. That was quite interesting.
Can you remember any of the names?
I'm glad you asked, Danny, because as it happens, you've given me an excuse to share this image that I made. We have a little graphic I made here for all the ones.
I wonder if any Welsh MEP or former MEPs have called for Starmer to go now.
I don't know. But here you are. Here you are. This is the Starmer must go tally. Starmer is on fire. Some of these are slight misspellings, but we've got Cole Turner, Louise Haig, Sarah Owen, John Trickett, Connor Naismith, Ruth Jones, Simon Ofer, John McDonald, David Baines, Richard Burnham, Annalise Someone, Clive Lewis, Nadia Whittam, Jonathan Brash, Ian Lavery, Olivia Blake, Vicky Boxcroft, and the ghost of Ed Miliband, according to a Times article. Maybe not. So
yeah, I know at least a handful of them are from the Socialist Campaign Group. Ian Lavery, Olivia Blake, Whittam, Clive Lewis, and Trickett. They're all Socialist Campaign Group.
So the sorts of MPs we would expect to be coming out against him at this point. But nonetheless, there's they're into double digits of those that have come out and called for it today, at least, which is a marked change from this morning when I woke up and it seemed like no one was doing anything. What else have you missed?
One Hackney just before I went to bed, and then I went to bed right after that. So
yes, well, the Greens are continuing to gain now, and we are seeing a better time for the Greens today than we were last night, especially in Newcastle upon Tyne Council, some areas of London for that matter as well. Quite a few of our sort of inner city areas and stuff. The Greens have been making some gains there. They've had Waltham Forest, as we said, in Islington. They're right behind Labour as the opposition.
I think that they'll try and spin Wales as a victory because they've never had seats before. But at the same time, I think they were expecting quite a bit more than 2 seats.
I've got Camden here so far to share with you guys as well. So this is 41 out of 55 seats declared. Labour on 21, down 15. The Greens on 10, up 9. Lib Dems 7, up 6. And the Conservatives 3, no change. So we've got another 14 left to come. It could still be Labour ran. It could slip into no overall control. It seems a little bit knife edge at the moment. We'll have to wait and see what those final results are for Camden.
Is Keir Starmer just employing a scorched earth policy at this point? It's like, if I can't have the Labour Party, no one can.
I'm crashing this plane with no survivors.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of a similar analogy before I went. It was like he's the captain of the ship, and he's just going towards an iceberg, and it's like holding onto the ship while everyone else is trying to pull him off it. Like, no, it's fine, it's fine.
Well, that works for all kinds of, because before it had been Lammy had said like you don't change the captain in the middle of the flight with a plane, and that's the sort of metaphor we've been using. But it works just as well heading towards an iceberg. You don't change the captain of the ship in the middle of the voyage, even if he is steering you into an iceberg. But I mean, you know, the Titanic's already taking on water at the moment. I think the power's going out. It's about to split in two. Any more here? Galalandria says, I think I saw a tweet from John McDonnell before the results came in saying that there shouldn't be a coup. Funny how times change. Enticing Starmer loyalists run the Labour NEC have made it clear they would rather destroy the party and government than see Starmer resign. I think, though, I'd heard somewhere that there are NEC elections for Labour happening later on this year, which will
yeah, they're happening in September.
In September, so that has the potential to change the balance of power. Assuming Starmer's still in place by then. It means
I don't know if
NEC...
you caught up with any. Have you had any election results? I've got some that I saw, so I can tell you about them.
You name them, and I'll tell you if we've covered them or not.
Hastings.
We'd mentioned Hastings, but we hadn't actually looked at it, so I can bring up Hastings as you read it if you'd like.
Yeah, Hastings basically has gone from Labour to Green. That was a big council change. And the other one was Brent, where Labour...
We've done Brent.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'll do Hastings then, in this case. So Hastings, 17 of 17 declared. This was a partial election, not all of it. But nonetheless, the Greens are on 10, up 7, Reform 6, up 6, Labour 0, down 10, Conservatives 0, down 4, Independents 1, up 1. And then that leaves us with the overall numbers for Hastings being Greens on 19, Reform on 6, Labour 4, Tories 2, Independents 1, a Green council.
Yep, and Brent, as you discussed, probably has gone from Labour to no overall control. Labour lost 20 seats there. And I believe that Labour has now lost 1,000 councillors officially now.
Yeah. Swiss, before you comment on that, I'm just letting you go. No, I'm just heading off to go to the train station. But once I get there, I'll join back in. But could you send a link to our private chat, if you will?
Yes, no problem.
All right. See you in a couple of minutes.
I'll see you in a bit. I'll send you the joint. Where do you want me to send you the link to?
Our private Twitter message thing.
Yes. Okay. No problem. Yes. So we've crossed the threshold. Reform 1,100 gains now. Labour have now lost over 1,000 councillors. My goodness.
What's incredible about Brent is how Labour didn't even think that they were going to lose that to no overall control, which, to be honest with you, is completely stunning and just demonstrates how completely out of touch Labour are. Because I know somebody who lives in Brent, and from what they told me, they knew that as soon as it was going up for election, that it was going to go to no overall control, because people in Brent absolutely hate Labour with a passion. And just think they're a terrible council and have run it terribly. So they were looking for basically any excuse to vote them out, and they have done. So the fact that this has come as a shock to Labour and they didn't think it was in contention at all is both, one, an example of how utterly out of touch they are, and two, is a sign that London is going to be awful for them, especially East London.
I'll take a couple more comments quickly. Frank had said, have we done Havering? And my answer to that is I can't honestly remember if we've done Havering or not. We have, Tom, we have been looking in on little bits of London here and there as some of the results coming in. We're starting to see councils where either the Greens are taking it or in opposition, or at least making gains there. But I am starting to feel that with us having only 29 councils left to fully declare, the time's running out for the Greens to make up that ground on the other parties here. I'm beginning to have doubts whether they are going to leapfrog over the other parties or not. Have you got any opinions on that?
It's difficult to really say. There are a lot of councils that are still councillors still up for election. I think there's about over 1,000, like about between 1,000 to 1,500 to go. So the Greens could make big gains, but whether they do or not is really hard to say, because what I've noticed is that the Tory vote in London is holding up a lot better than people expected it to. Um, Even if it is still doing incredibly poorly in certain parts of London, particularly on the outskirts of London, like Havering, for example, which we've got here, where the Tories were completely decimated and Reform took control of the council. But it is quite difficult to really say, because they will make big gains, but whether they will come third or not is very, very difficult to say. Even now, we still haven't gotten the Green Party's target councils yet. So, if I had to say, I don't think they will overtake the Tories and Lib Dems. Well, they might overtake the Lib Dems, but I don't think they'll overtake the Tories, because I think the Tories will win quite a lot of seats in London simply because their vote is holding up better than expected. But but nevertheless, the Greens will do very well. I think Labour at this point is looking at a net loss of 1,600 councillors, give or take. At the moment, they're on 1,014. John Curtis said earlier today that they'd have a net loss of 1,200. Absolutely no chance. They will lose far more than that. Because if Brent, which wasn't even in contention, is going to no overall control, then you can only imagine what Hackney, Lewisham, Haringey, and many other councils are going to be like. So they will definitely lose about 1,600 by the time's all said and done, or give or take. And whether that is going to be enough to get the Greens to leapfrog the Lib Dems and Tories is difficult to say, I would say.
We'll have to see. I think it's going to be quite close whether they manage it or not, based on where things are appearing now. They've got a bit further to go, but it is definitely areas friendlier to the Greens that are still waiting to come in right now. I'll read. Frank's gone, by the way. Says thanks for the stream. Lee Hallam says, I think right-wing voters are starting to sort themselves into Reform and Tory areas, a bit like the Lib Dems and Labour have, but in a few years rather than a few decades. I mean, that's interesting, because if it is the case that you start to get, I mean, I suppose it does make sense that you will get areas that go, okay, which of us out of Tories or Reform is more likely to be able to beat, the left or left of centre candidates, much in the same way as the left is trying to decide how to beat Reform in most places. But yeah, Tories haven't done badly sort of uniformly, if that makes sense. There are areas such as you were saying around London, and others where actually they've either moved forwards or at least held on better than we'd expected. It's still don't get me wrong, it's still a bad night for them. But they've got more positives to point to than Labour. I suppose you can say that, to put it generously.
Yeah, I'd say that much. I mean, it's still a bit weird, the triumphalism that Badenoch did earlier today, but it's at least a little bit more understandable than Labour. I mean, to be honest, I had a sinking feeling, even though I said between 500, 600 seats, which will probably end up being the case, that the Tories would end up doing better than expected in these locals. And the reason I believed that is because I have been keeping track of all the council by-elections that have been occurring since the last locals last year. And the one thing that I noticed that was a trend emerging within those council by-elections is it has mirrored essentially these locals, where Reform obviously did well, Labour obviously terribly. But what was quite noticeable about those by-elections, especially after last year's end going into this year, is that the Tories were holding in areas that they wasn't expecting to hold in. And they were gaining, and in some cases, they're actually gaining councillors off of Labour and Reform. So that increase in performance that they've been doing since last year's end going into this year made me think that the Tories were being slightly underestimated and that they would do better than people expect them to do. And it seems that is generally the case with these locals, where they're doing badly and they're going to probably finish this locals with an extra 150 councillors lost, but they haven't been utterly wiped out like Labour has been. Basically, the way I would say it is at the moment, what these locals have shown is that the Tory party isn't doomed. Like, it's not a finished force in British politics, and it still has the capability to form a government in the future. Whereas Labour at the moment, especially under Starmer's watch, is doing so badly that it's questionable as to whether they will survive as a governing major political party after this parliamentary term is finished.
Which is a remarkable thing to say when you look at 2 years ago, they win a majority in the election. Admittedly on 35%, but what was it? No, was it 35%? 32%, something like that. They'd kill for that now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would.
They'd kill to be on 25% of the vote. Someone in the chat had asked us to look at Birmingham.
Birmingham. I was going to mention that because I know what happened with Birmingham. It went from Labour to no overall control, but I'm not exactly sure what the breakdown of these council was.
Well, what I've sorry, I thought I was sharing it on screen here, but I wasn't. So this will help us out a little bit. So Birmingham, we've got 101 seats in Birmingham, 59 of which have been declared. So we've still got just over another 40 to go. As things are currently standing, it's the Conservatives and Reform that are dominating. The Tories are down only 1 seat. Reform are on 15, up 15. Labour, massive losses on 9, down 26. Greens have made up 6 to make 8 in total. The Lib Dems have put on 1, and Independents and others have put on 1 as well. So Birmingham's headed for no overall control by the looks of it, certainly from what I'm seeing here. I don't know which areas of Birmingham have reported in versus others, whether we're likely to see a shift more towards, I don't know, the Greens as opposed to Reform and the Tories later on or not. But we're just over halfway through Birmingham at the moment.
A new by-election result, as new council election result. South Tyneside has gone Reform.
Oh, again, that's my neck of the woods. That's what we call over here the wrong side of the river. That's genuinely that's what they call it. I'd said to some people, because I've got an old uni mate that I've reconnected with and been hanging out with recently, and he lives in Sunderland at the moment, so I'll go down on the metro to go see him. And 2 separate people that I know from round here have said, "Oh, wrong side of the river you're going to there," because they've got a real rivalry in this neck of the woods between like Newcastle and Sunderland and North Tyneside and the lower bits and all the rest of it. It's a thing. All right then. So, look at that.
You must go over there to the Badlands or whatever it is in the line.
Exactly. It's like I'm going out into the irradiated nuclear wastes of Fallout or something, leaving the security of the vault north of the river.
If you look at that Tyneside's interesting, and it kind of makes me ask a question. Is the divide there between the Labour Council and the No Overall Control Council and the Reform Councils in the south, is it divided by a river?
It is divided by a river. Yes, it's the River Tyne. So you can see here we've got North Tyneside and Newcastle upon Tyne here north of the river, and then directly south of the river we have South Tyneside, Gateshead, and then Sunderland near the River Wear a little bit further down.
Right, I see. So yeah, I was kind of interested because it's an interesting divide because it's split right down the middle. And when you get these sort of places which are like upon or under or whatever, I always wonder if there's a division by river. And in this case, it seems there is a division by river.
There is. In fact, because I can actually give you some local knowledge of this area, which I can't provide for most of the places that we look at, I want to share something else with you. So let me just print screen this quickly. Copy this insert. You have to bear with me because I'm not screen sharing what I'm doing. You'll just have to take me on trust that there's something good coming in just a second. Right, and then I'm bringing up a map of the metro here as well. All right, lovely. So if I can now paste that in as well. Right. You can have a little comparison here. What I've got for you here is I've got an overlay of both the councils that we've just seen in this area and the map of our local metro line, which is our little train transportation doohickey. So I'll share this with you. Right. So let me see if I can give you some comparisons here. So you see these two blue lines that we've got here. Let me zoom in a little bit. You see these two blue lines here. So this is the River Tyne, and this is the River Wear. Okay.
Right.
And where we've been talking about with these constituencies, basically your Labour one and your Labour one being North Tyneside and your Newcastle one, which is no overall control, that basically stretches here.
Right.
And then all of your Reform ones that you've got are here.
Right. Okay.
So it really is the dividing line of the river there. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder why that is. I wonder what it is about the two areas that have caused the political split to occur.
I mean,
I'm guessing there's an economic gap.
There is, yeah. I'd say that Newcastle is certainly a more affluent city, probably with less deprivation than Sunderland is. And the area that I live in, sort of like the northeastern part of North Tyneside, that's probably one of the better areas in North Tyneside at large as well. That's the one that's gone Labour rather than no overall control or reform. So it probably seems to track a little bit that it's basically somewhat on people's economic situation.
Yeah, that makes sense, I'd say. City usually more well off, and there's obviously economic divisions that exist within cities. You could probably see it on my council as well. Like, if you broke it down ward by ward, you'd probably find the east side of the city is the area that's the most well off and prosperous, and then there's the west side of the city, which is very poor and deprived. And if you were to look at the political division of the city, you'd probably see the Lib Dems win all of the east side and Reform win all of the west side.
I want to add a couple of comments here just for some extra colour from Leighton in the chat, who lives around this neck of the woods as well. Says Sunderland has historically been more right-leaning. Whitley Bay area within North Tyneside, that's where I currently am, has quite a strong Tory base. So although I live within the North Tyneside Council, which is still a Labour council, my particular pocket of it is more Tory-leaning in comparison to the parts of Tyneside. Yeah. Skullman asked, Swiss, did you get the results for your ward? Yes, I did. The Independent won. The Tories came second. Reform came third. Labour came fourth. The Greens came fifth. The Lib Dems came dead last. That was my particular ward.
Oh, boy.
Right. I'll do a few more comments that we've got here. Charlie says, I said Birmingham would have a lot of seats going Reform. Lee Ball says, if only you had a Midlands expert on the stream. Lee Hallam says, I think there's a lot of Muslim independents in Birmingham. The Greens have competition. Labour well and truly done in Wales. If you have time, look at the Senedd results for Sir... Oh, help me out, Tom. You say that one.
Gerfirdin. I think that's how you say it.
You know what? You had a much better crack at it than I would have done. I don't know what I would have said. Leighton also adds big Reform swings in other North Tyneside wards. Howden councillor wasn't even at the council on holiday. This is what's worth saying. As much as North Tyneside has remained a Labour-ran council, we've absolutely still seen an increase in Reform representation here. I'll bring up what Skullman wanted us to have a look at here. So this one, Skullman, is a straight up split between Plaid and Reform, 3 each.
Yeah, very equally split. Big dominant between Plaid and Reform, that one.
Tom, have we had any more Labour people calling for Starmer to go?
What, sorry?
Have we had any more Labour people calling for Starmer to go since you were here earlier? Because I think you were the one who was sort of seeing most of that and updating us.
No, there have not been any more, but there was a funny report that came out from a senior Labour source who told the Huffington Post UK, in the same way Starmer has no compunction in pushing people off a cliff to save his own skin, the Cabinet should now show him the same loyalty and give him the shove. That's definitely not bitter in any way, shape, or form. I'll say that much.
Oh, that's brilliant! I love that. The Greens are coming up on 400 councillors now. They're not that far away. Reform have crossed the threshold of 1,200. We still have 27 councils left to report, so we've still got further to go here. Into the chat here, I did it so NA could come in, so I might as well do it for you also. Oh, NA's still with us as well. Hello, NA.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm just that's why I'm muting this up.
Oh yeah.
No
By
worries.
the way, we've got results in for Trafford Council. Labour have held it because it was only up by a third, and they had a big majority on it. But they've done very poorly overall. Labour held 8 seats, but they lost 6. Tories up by 2. Greens up by 2, and Reform up by 2, and the Lib Dems are the same.
And which
so
one was that?
basic-
Sorry.
Trafford Council. So yeah, basically what happened with that is that Labour lost 6 seats and they got split 3 ways between Greens, Tories, and Reform. But Trafford Council still remains a Labour majority.
Is that you with us, John?
Yes, it's me. It's me. So don't worry. I just got on the train, and yeah. So yeah. So what have I missed? It seems like
You've not missed a great deal. We're getting more results
Okay.
in, but continuing on in the pattern that we've seen thus far, really. I'll read one comment from Lee quickly. No point MPs saying anything now, as Starmer will have finished for the weekend at 6 p.m. He doesn't work weekends.
By the way, I just wanted to say, with if Charlie Simmons is still in the chat, about Birmingham Council. Reform did quite well there, a lot better than I expected. Could you explain why that is? Because the general assumption that I had with Birmingham Council is that Labour would lose it to no overall control, but the council would be divvied up between independents and Greens. But it seems that Reform and, to a lesser extent, Tories have been more of a bigger beneficiary to the Labour collapse than Greens and independents. Why is that?
And I'll just, while we're waiting for a response there from Charlie, I'm just going to let you know that I'm working on another little something here on Microsoft Paint. So,
Oh God.
yes.
Oh dear.
something that BBC are going to let John Curtis sleep. Who knows? Maybe enjoys his job too much.
Yes, you saw me click it, didn't you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what we've got. We've got a beautiful meme coming here.
Now, I wonder what would happen. Not that I'm hoping it happens anytime soon. What would happen the day John Curtis passes away? I wonder who would be the main post that everyone goes to for to question how elections are going.
It might be that young guy from Britain Elect.
I've got another MP that's called for him to resign.
Oh. Okay. Hang on. I've got to go to my second Microsoft Paint tab to update this one. Who's our next MP?
The next MP is Paula Barker. She's called for him to resign. And this is what she said. Very long statement, but here we go. These local election results show that the country is looking for a party and a leader able to articulate a clear vision for Britain, one that resonates pride in our values, delivers tangible improvements to people's everyday lives. Claims that reform's victories mean Labour must move to the right are fundamentally misplaced. Labour losses are being mirrored by gains for the Greens, creating the conditions in which reform can win. Put simply, Labour is losing seats to reform because we are losing progressive voters elsewhere. The evidence is clear. For every 10 Labour voters loses to the right, we lose 16 parties to our left. Around 55% of Labour voters are open to switching to progressive parties, while only 21% are open to switching to the right. Just 1% of reform voters say there's a fair chance they could vote Labour. Holy shit. By contrast, around 15% of progressive voters remain open to supporting us. On the doorstep, I heard time and again from people who feel abandoned by our party and disconnected from our leadership. This is not simply an electoral setback, it is a crisis of purpose. It is time for Labour to reconnect with our roots, our values, and the communities we were founded to serve. We can either retreat into caution and manage decline, or rise to the challenge and opportunity these results present. We cannot afford to be a tin-eared, defensive, or trapped in a Westminster bubble. There must now be a serious reflection on how our party is led and organised. We need to agree to a clear timetable for change and deliver an orderly transition through an open and transparent contest.
Damn. They're getting they're not pulling their punches anymore, are they?
And interestingly,
No.
she ended up
They
saying,
are not.
let's see,
But that makes it Labour MP number 18.
Beautiful.
So I was just trying to say that, I was just trying to say that she ended up quoting what John McDonnell said earlier in LBC about losing 10 to reform, but 16 to all the other progressive parties. And sorry about the background. There's a bunch of teenagers laughing in the background there. Apologies. But yeah, apologies. I'll mute myself now.
No problem.
I mentioned this on Cooper's stream a few weeks ago. It'd be interesting to see if any of the trade unions come out and say we'll disaffiliate if Starmer doesn't go.
You know what, that'd probably be a good little point of pressure if they did come out and say that. It would add to, if rather than just the chorus of backbench MPs. If some of the unions were saying that as well. Bring it on.
You could do like a group of little stick men for a union or something.
Right.
I've got my image to share with you guys. By the way, it's finished.
All right, go ahead.
Got my latest little meme. Okay, let's screen share this one. 1 second. This was based off of
he's a political liability.
This is based off a comment from Charlie Simmons, who'd said, "Are the BBC ever going to let John Curtis sleep?" So we've got, "Babe, it's time to analyse the electorate again." Yeah. We love you, John Curtis.
Oh dear, oh dear. Right.
Because if you lost the backing of the trade unions, you're in trouble, really. Especially if you're a party that's funded by it. Well, you're supposed to be funded by it.
Yeah, the trade unions are also against him, and they're more vocal than the MPs are. But before we talk about that, Charlie Simmons and Lee Hallam have answered my question about why Reform were the biggest beneficiaries of the Labour collapse compared to the Greens and Independents. And this is what they said. They said, a lot of South Birmingham is very working class. Last summer, we were in the area that had out all the flags up everywhere. Groups raised loads for it. You must also remember that Birmingham Northfield went Tory briefly in 2019, the only Birmingham seat to switch in the Boris wave. That'll be why they've won seats there. I know a lot of people who would have voted for them. Yes, there are lots of Green and Independent votes, but that's more the north and centre of the city. And then Lee Hallam said Birmingham is a very varied place. it had Tory areas, and they're holding Reform, and they're holding Reform are probably winning the white working class areas from Labour. Greens and Independents are fighting for very contracted Muslim areas. And then he said, I hope that answers your question, Tom. And yeah, it does. And yeah, I get the gist. So basically, Birmingham is a very diverse city, and you're seeing very split voting along those lines, where the working class areas are going either Reform or Tory, and then the more diverse areas are going to the Greens and Independents. And it's generally split geographically between the north and the south and the centre. The south going more Tory and Reform, and the north and the centre more Green and Independent.
Sorry, apologies. I'm just responding to a message here. Lee Ball adds, my old stomping ground is extremely variegated. Lee Hallam says it is diverse, but not mixed up diversity. Right. Where are we at? We are on 110 councils out of 136 now. 26 left to go. The Greens just shy of 400 finally. Oh, and that was why it went all quiet, Tom, because you dropped out of the call. I was wondering what happened.
Yeah, this has been happening on and off again. Certain people's audio's just cut out for me, and I just rejoin every time to fix it when that happens. So if you're wondering why I keep dropping in and out, that's the reason why. If somebody's audio cuts out, I just leave and rejoin and hope that fixes it.
No worries.
Can we have a look at a list of mayors, please, Swiss? Like
yes,
gains and losses.
absolutely.
What areas, sir?
The mayors. We can have a look at the mayors.
Oh, the mayoralties, right? Yeah.
Here we are. The full batch of mayoralties. So we had 2 Green gains from Labour in Hackney and Lewisham, a Labour hold in Newham, a Spire hold in Tower Hamlets. Mr. Cooper, mute your microphone, please. The Lib Dems holding Watford, and the Conservatives holding Croydon.
So it's interesting.
Oh, Swiss, sorry about that. I just got the train, so hopefully no problems with the connection. So
that's right. John, I'm struggling to hear you. There's a lot of background noise from you at the moment. No worries. Just if you manage to get somewhere a little bit quieter, feel free to jump back in. Is there anywhere else that Charlie Simmons wants to have a look at? Enfield Council. Is there anywhere else that people would like us to look at, and we can have a little search for that? Enfield Borough Council. We'll bring up the results for that one.
I'm guessing, is it going to be like 9-10 o'clock before we get all of Scotland, or maybe tomorrow?
I'll have a peek at Scotland in a second. I'll see how far we are through it.
Because I saw they still had a fair bit to go, I think.
Yeah, with Scotland, I think most of the constituency vote is done. They're just waiting for the regional vote now.
All right.
So Enfield Council, 48 out of 63 declared. We've got Tories, 25, up 5. Oh, so this is another one where the Tories have made some gains. Labour, 19, down 9. And I suppose this is the difference in the night, isn't it? Here and there, we are finding the odd place where the Tories are having gains. It's not especially frequent, but it's there. Have we seen anywhere where Labour have had gains?
No.
No. Flat out no. I can't remember any.
No, pretty much. Like, I don't think they've had a gain anywhere. There's places where they've held better than expected. But in most places they've just outright lost.
Enfield looks like it's
Out of curiosity, has there ever been a local has it ever looked like there's a local election where the party gets decimated but they've won a seat before, or is this like the first time that party has never won a single seat in a local election after being decimated? I'm just asking that question out of curiosity, sorry.
I can't think of any examples where a party was decimated but they made gains at a local elections. I can for a general election. 2019 was the one I can think of, as well as 2024, funnily enough, where in those two elections, Labour was decimated in 2029, but they ended up winning Justine Greening's seat. I can't remember what the name of it was, though, but they won it. And the other example, I can remember the seat name, was in 2024, where the Tories ended up winning Leicester East, despite losing in a landslide to Labour.
Labour's making history again by winning nothing in a local election or something.
Yes.
Is there anywhere else that you guys? Oh, sorry. So back on Enfield quickly. Tories are out in front right now. Probably going to be no overall control. Very slim chance. Yeah, I'm going to say no overall control. Because the Tories would have to gain a significant chunk of what's left to come to take it. It's possible, but I don't know. Either a slim Tory majority or no overall control.
Yeah, I think it'll be no overall control, more than likely, with Enfield. North London being Tory, that's kind of where I would expect the Tories to do well. Like North London, North West London, that's the kind of area I think the Tories will do well in, because it's home to a lot of affluent social conservative voters, the types of people who are right-wing on economics and social issues, but won't vote for the Reform Party because of, well, basically classism. So vote Tory as their only alternative.
Curiosity is well in Hatfield on for the slow schools, because I know that Grant Sharps is old seat, and I think last time I checked, it was Labour Lib Dem run, but I'm wondering if Labour's been destroyed and either the Lib Dems have gained all those, or the Reform have taken Labour and Conservative or something.
I've got Hatfield for you here. So Hatfield is no overall majority. Only a segment of the seats were up for grabs this time around. But after all the seats declared, Labour were 3 down 3. Lib Dems were 6, no change. Tories were 5, no change. Reform 3, up 3, no independents. And now overall numbers are Labour on 16, Lib Dems on 15, Conservatives 12, Reform on 3, and 2 independents.
So generally not really that much change.
So probably remain Labour Lib Dem council.
Yeah,
so
if that's
I
what
suppose,
it's been previously.
Yeah. So it seems like at the very least, Labour and Lib Dems will still run that council, but it is losing flow support.
I think this is probably like some of the least transformational results we've seen in this election so far. 17 seats up for grabs, but only 3 changed. Most of the results we've looked at so far have been massive swings from one party to another.
I think only Broxbourne had less change. I think only 2 Tories lost 2 to Reform. But with the exception of Stevenage, Hertfordshire seems a bit stale in its results for locals.
Someone had asked me a little bit earlier to check back in with Scotland. I've just brought them up here. It looks like we've only had 1 more seat in than we had previously, so not an awful lot of change for our results in Scotland here. But as things stand, SNP 55 down 5, and you can see the rest. I think the change was the Lib Dems getting an extra one, placing them on 6 now.
Yeah,
so SNP are close to getting 60.
Yeah, that was predicted according to John Curtis. He said they'd get between 59 to 63, so seems to be heading in that direction. What's interesting about this is the Lib Dems have done surprisingly well in the constituency vote. Them coming second in the constituency vote is quite an unexpected scenario. They'll lose it, of course, because they'll get decimated in the regional vote, but still interesting that it happened nonetheless.
Looks of it, Reform has not won a single constituency seat in Scotland. I thought they were going to win at least 1.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I thought they'd win 1 or 2, but seems not.
And from what I can tell, Labour seems to have an increase of seats, but I take it that's because they've not gone to like the list voting yet.
Yeah, they've not gone to list voting. To be honest, the election results this time are kind of a bit underwhelming for Unionists because there's not the same level of tactical voting this time around there was last time around. Really big split in the Unionist vote.
I think it's because Starmer has made Labour so terrible that no one wants to tactically vote in Scotland, even if it's in their best interest.
Well, that's kind of interesting because it kind of reminds me of the similar problem that Corbyn had in elections, where Corbyn was unable to get people to tactically vote Labour because the people that were willing to do something like that saw him as too far left. In this case, it's a similar thing happening with Starmer, but with Starmer, it's not because of ideological positioning, it's more because he's just so hated that nobody can bring themselves to vote Labour anymore.
I know we'd touched on Newcastle before. I can't remember if we had the full results for that or whether it was just partial results for it, but I've got from Election Maps UK now, Newcastle upon Tyne, the full results. Labour lose Newcastle upon Tyne to no overall control. The Lib Dems are on 25 up 2. The Greens 24 up 22. Reform on 24 up 22. Labour, oh my goodness,
2 seats, 44 loss.
44 losses. You don't get much worse than that. Conservatives on 0.
Out of curiosity,
yeah, we got 0 seats.
Out of curiosity, what is so far Labour's biggest loss in these locals besides Wales? Which council is their biggest one?
I think in terms of like overall seats, it's probably either this or Sunderland. I can't really think of anywhere else where they've been so thoroughly cleaned out, apart from Newcastle and Sunderland.
Well, Sunderland, Labour lost 49 seats, but they still ended up with 5 left. So they lost more, but they held on to more. But then again, it's more seats.
Yeah. So I think probably so far from
sorry. My mistake, actually. It's the same amount of seats. Sunderland and Newcastle both have 78 seats in total.
Oh, right. So in terms of like raw numbers of makeup of the council, Newcastle is probably the worst we've found so far. But in terms of total losses, Sunderland is probably the worst that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I think in terms of Reform coming along and completely rooting who was there in the first place, like Reform ended up with 58 out of 78 in Sunderland, whereas Newcastle was quite a bit more split between the Lib Dems, the Greens, Reform.
Yeah, keep in mind also we've still got the London councils to come, and we could potentially see gigantic losses there as well. I've got 2.
What do you think is likely? What do you think is likely to be the biggest loss in London? Out of curiosity.
I've heard that Hackney is one that they kind of think they might clear out.
Labour had over 60% of the mayority, and they lost it to the Greens. So,
yeah, that's why they think that Hackney will be a clear out. Wilsham's another one I've heard as well. They could potentially be cleared out there as well. And Haringey is another one as well, but I'm less confident on that one. So basically, Wilsham and Hackney are the ones that I'm most curious about.
I've got Hackney here for you. I don't think it's changed much since I last looked at it, but just to refresh ourselves, 31 out of 57 declared. Greens are on 23, up 21. Tories are on 5, no change, and Labour are on 3, down 21.
Right, so that's going to be lost to at least no overall control then. But it's
very close to the Greens taking it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's at the bare minimum, it's no overall control, but there is a possibility the Greens might get a small majority there. What about Lewisham? Has that been called yet?
I'll look for Lewisham. I'll see what we've got there so far. Lewisham Borough Council. We have nothing for Lewisham so far.
Oh, that's a shame. Charlie Simmons is saying that Southwark is another one that's been lost to no overall control.
I'll give them a search as well.
I think what helped the Dems in Scotland is they were the only unionist party where the majority of their MSPs voted in favour of the Assisted Dying Act, and there was a lot of backlash about MSPs voting against that because the vast majority of Labour and Tories voted against it. You only had a majority of SNP, Scottish Greens, and Lib Dems that voted in favour. So Lib Dems were the only pro-unionist party on that, even though it was, a free vote, but still.
And you'd think that, something like assisted dying, it shouldn't really be divided by lines of independence for Scotland or not. It's a totally different issue.
Yeah, I think it's just
to line up however they like on it.
Well, as people say, all politics is national these days.
It's like, you talk to your team and all that.
I've got Southwark here.
The only thing that seems to... The only thing I think that might split with the SNP is when it comes to social issues like trans rights or something, as that did just before the 2024 election.
So Southwark, they have absolutely lost their majority here. They're on 25, Labour are, but they're down 21. The Greens are on 21, up 21. No prizes for guessing where those 21 went from Labour. And the Lib Dems are on 11. There are 6 left to be declared. So there's a slim possibility the Greens could overtake Labour to be the largest party. But either way, I think we're on track for no overall control.
Yeah, that's another one that's been a massive defeat for Labour. 2 other councils I was going to look at before the London ones came up. Look up Richmond upon Kingston.
Yep, Richmond.
Because I know what happened with that one. It's quite amusing to witness, but yeah, look at that one and it's interesting.
I've got Richmond upon Thames. Is that what you want?
Oh, that was
Richmond upon Thames. Yeah, Richmond upon Thames and then Kingston upon Thames. Okay, Richmond upon Thames. This one is a Liberal Democrat hold. You should be able to see it now. So 54 seats. They've all been declared. Wow! Oh my God! It's North Korea, boys and girls.
Look at that. Won every seat, and Richmond upon Thames.
So basically, no opposition, just themselves. The only opposition is if there's a split in the Liberal Democrats in that council.
There is only the party. There is only the Liberal Democrat government in Richmond upon Thames. Wow.
Who knows? I think James might want to live there.
Some people have said, oh God, it's super expensive. People have sarcastically called it on Twitter Waitrose Town. Because that's basically what it is.
That tracks. I mean, it was one of our famous Lib Dems, Angels, used to always be very fond of Waitrose, didn't she? So it absolutely makes sense that Waitrose, the label we're attaching there.
I wonder if she would live there if she could.
She did.
Well, it's certainly not a Brexit shithole, as she said, is it?
Oh, okay. Oh, my mistake. But I do kind of miss Angels. But I suppose she should be glad that she doesn't have to see Nigel Farage becoming PM. Because I think she would not be happy about that. But yeah, sorry. Go on.
The silver lining would have been the Lib Dem North Korea in Richmond upon Thames. We would have had a field day with that one. Lee Halamad's giant Ed Davey statue to be erected in Richmond.
No, they should do the Tim Farron milk statue.
We all love the Tim Farron milk statue. What was there anywhere else, by the way, that you guys wanted to look at in London? Just while I'm searching things up.
Look up Camden Council, which is Keir Starmer's seat.
Oh, I did look up Camden earlier, but I'm at the point now where I've looked up so many councils in the last day. I've got no recollection of how. I think the Greens had made inroads. I remember that much. All right, then we'll bring up Camden. Right, nearly all declared. 52 out of 55 declared. Labour are on 28, down 16, but they have held the council. The Lib Dems are on 11, they've put on 10. The Lib Dems are on 10, they've put on 6, and the Tories are on 3, no change. So we've got 3 left to go, but actually Labour have held on pretty well here compared to some other areas.
Okay, so question. Was Starmer ever liked in his constituency, or was he always disliked? Out of curiosity.
Everyone in Camden loved Starmer. He was always going to Cyberdog in Camden. He was always in Cyberdog buying some new fluorescent glow sticks and sex toys. They loved it. That's all I know about Camden, by the way. So that's the one reference I can make. The shop Cyberdog.
All right.
I don't know. I mean, I imagine he was probably liked about as much as your average politician representing the area would be. I'm not aware of any great swell of love for Starmer in Camden, but then again, I don't. Obviously, you know, the voters that have turned out in these council elections, they've not all come out and voted against Labour en masse either.
Yeah, and that's because I'm wondering if he was just shoehorned into the seat, or was he there locally for a while?
I don't think he was. I think he was sort of more like parachuted candidate.
Apollo in the chat said, mainstream, the group seen as Andy Burnham's outriders suggests there needs to be an orderly transition to a new prime minister ahead of the next election. What I'm loving now, by the way, is the framing of them trying to get rid of Starmer. A lot of these people are saying, look, we need an orderly transition. We need you to set out a timetable, because this is their way of trying to counteract the line of going, we don't need the chaos of a leadership contest right in the midst of blah, blah, blah. They're going, no. We need to get rid of you, Starmer, but, you know, we're not going to do it imminently. We don't want you to step down tomorrow. Just tell us when you're going to go, and we can sort out what to do afterwards. Apollo also adds, increasingly unlikely that our party's current leadership will take us into the 2029 general election. If this is the case, there must be an orderly transition. Again, quoting what Apollo has said. Psycho Ben is here. Is this you, Psycho Ben, or is it William posing as Psycho Ben?
No, it's William. It's definitely William.
Oh, hey, William. How you doing? Nice to have you with us.
I'm fine. I'm just been trolling you all afternoon.
It's good to chat to you instead of receiving horrible videos. But there we go. Nice to have you on, mate. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. I think the last time I were on was probably like 2024. What? Might have been. I can't remember if it was 2024 or 2019 now. But it's been years anyway. Yeah.
Where are you at these days? Like politically, are you in the reform camp or adjacent to it?
No. If you remember back in last year's locals, I'd basically lost hope with reform anyway. They're just like generally, I don't think they're trustworthy. The policies they say they're going to carry out, they're not.
So does that leave you? Do you regard yourself as somewhat politically homeless at the moment
then? I'm like leaning towards restore really, but I'm not 100% happy with everything that they're doing either. But I'm more towards them than I am any other party.
I'm going to have to put you in the same box I put Apollo TD, which is that you're drifting further from God every time I hear from you.
Yeah. Me and Apollo's in the exact same box. Yeah.
Swiss, I'm just gonna say these last comments in regards to like the whole leadership thing. I think most MPs are trying not to make it look like too much chaos of booting out Starmer yet and giving him a chance. But I think if he doesn't set out a timetable soon, I think they will go to that. They're saying he's useless, get him out. But I do feel like if it was like Corbyn, they would probably have done that straight away.
If it was Corbyn, they would have already got rid of him once already and had a leadership contest, and then he'd be back in again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also,
Anyway,
I've
I'm
also,
going to head off now, Swiss, because I'm about to start my party thing. Great to chat. If you're still here in an hour, I'll rejoin. But if not, I guess I'll see you next time. Are you going to do another stream for locals, or is this your last one?
I dare say there might be another one tomorrow, but I don't want to make any promises that may end up being broken. But you'll be hearing from me again within the next few days. That's absolutely certain.
Okay.
So you don't. So basically, you don't want to be Keir Starmer, is what you're saying.
I don't want to make promises that the British people. See, I've got to deliver. I need to deliver on the stream. Deliver on part 3 of the local election coverage.
Okay. Well, bye.
No worries. Thank you, John.
See you, John.
Yeah.
So where were we? The Tory to Great Yarmouth pipeline. I've I'm a screen sharing.
Were there any elections in
Yeah, I was
Islington?
going to say Restore Britain did a lot better than I thought they would. I thought they would have gotten like 3 seats in North Norfolk Council, but in the end they won all 10 of their seats, and not even by like small amounts, by like massive majorities compared to the other parties. So yeah, I think the takeaway that I have from that is that Rupert Lowe is guaranteed to win re-election now. Because going from nothing to winning like 60% of the vote in your area pretty much does confirm that, yeah, you've got momentum to keep your seat at the bare minimum.
He's very much like the king of Great Yarmouth now, isn't he? He's got that as his own personal fiefdom.
There's been a literal joke going around calling it Patriot Pyongyang.
But yeah, so
as opposed to a liberal Pyongyang being Kingston on Thames.
Yeah,
I don't even know where Kingston upon Thames is. I'll be honest.
It's near the River Thames,
southwest London.
It was the I think it was Kingston. That was the Lib Dem one we looked at, where it was literally they had 54 out of 54 councillors.
Oh, it's that council, is it right? Yeah, I know
Yeah,
exactly. I've seen that council. Yeah.
One of you, NA, you asked for Islington, did you not? I have Islington here for you. 51 of 51 seats declared. Labour 32 down 16, so they've lost a third of what they held previously. The Greens 19 up 16, quite nice gains. So previously it was only Labour and the Greens, and it remains only Labour and the Greens, although the Greens have made up a good bit of progress on them.
Yeah, Paul Mason, being himself, has blamed the Green Party for Reform doing as well as they've done in the election. He's basically saying that the reason why Reform have done as well as they've done is because the Green Party split the vote, and therefore it's all the Green Party's fault that Reform have won all these councillors.
I mean, in a sense, he's not wrong in terms of just, cause and effect, but you also need to consider the greater cause and effect of if Labour hadn't been so shit, the Greens wouldn't be on the march right now.
Well, yes. I mean, that's kind of. I mean, it's just classic Paul Mason at the end of the day. And to be honest, the only reason he's doing this is pretty much because he desperately wants to get that safe seat. Like him and what is that Tory boy guy that keeps Sebastian Payne? That's it. Yeah, him and Sebastian Payne are basically the two peas in the pod in both Labour and Tory, in that they will completely simp for those two parties because they desperately want to get a safe seat so they can be in Parliament. Although these days there's no such thing as a Labour safe seat anymore, so why he thinks that the strategy is going to pay off, I do not know.
Let me read a few comments real quick here. Apollo says this is all saying Theresa May needs a timetable to go vibes in late 2018. Skullman says they'd have done a lot better under Corbyn. He needs to deliver his resignation. Lee Hallam referencing what Keir Starmer had said once upon a time, you want to tread lightly on our lives. And also adds, it is striking that Lowe only fought Great Yarmouth, not the whole of Norfolk. No attempt anywhere else. It seems he very much focused his efforts on an area that he thought he was had a good chance of winning, and I guess the resources would have been spread increasingly thinly the more places he'd stood. The fact that he concentrated on Yeatmark, Great Yarmouth was... Go on.
To be fair to him, the party was only, and I'm talking like the local party, not Restore, was only set up, I think he started setting up in December, and then it didn't get approved until late February as a proper party. So he's not had long really to set up the party. If he'd have tried to get candidates in, I think there is 84 seats in Norfolk. If he'd have tried to get candidates in every single one of the seats, it'd have still been, reviewing candidates right now.
And I think, am I right in saying that Restore at large are they're polling at about 2 or 3% nationally now?
Depends what type of polls you look at.
Okay.
So if you look at a poll, so some polls, like YouGov's an example of this, some polls will put a bunch of parties and then put other parties. And if you click that other parties, it comes up with a secondary list of a bunch of other parties. Now, it's things like Heritage Party, Advance, and then Your Party and Restore are also in that list. So on polls like that, they get around 3 or 4%. Now, Restore's paid for a few companies, So Find Out Now is one of them, to do a poll where they're on the first list, like with Tories, Labour, Restore, Reform, Lib Dems, the standard list. And they get about twice as much support in those types of polls.
Okay, because I had actually seen, I'd looked at some polls and I'd seen that there were some that had been commissioned by Low where they did higher, and I thought, I wonder what the difference was there, that they performed better in the commission polls. So they were put on the main prompting list for the parties in that situation.
Yeah, that's the main difference between them. Yeah.
Okay. Apollo has asked, by the way, mentioned, Labour's affiliated unions have demanded a meeting with the PM to discuss the urgent change in the direction that we all know is needed.
Oh yeah, this is actually quite important. All of Labour's affiliated trade unions, so not just like Labour left ones, but literally every trade union that is affiliated with Labour, have all signed a joint statement which basically says the following. Labour's affiliated unions are deeply concerned by the party's catastrophic election results. They show a stark disconnect between this Labour government and the working people and communities that it was elected to represent. Voters right now across the country have sent a clear message that this government is not delivering on the promised change they so desperately want to see. This cannot continue. Voters want to see a radical new direction from Labour that stems the tide of division and unites workers and communities in every part of the country. TULO unions are united in calling for a fundamental change of direction in economic and political policy and strategy so that Labour do what it was elected to do, govern in the interest of workers. Labour must also deliver on rebalancing of power in the workplace promised in the New Deal for working people, in full, without any carve-outs or loopholes. The stakes are too high to continue on this path. Labour's unions have a responsibility to the party that we created, and as a result, TULO have demanded a meeting with the Prime Minister and the party leadership to discuss the urgent change and direction that we all know is needed.
This is big. If this is literally all of the affiliated unions now basically saying, you're going in the wrong direction, we want to come chat to you, Keir, that's a serious additional pressure point to what we were talking about earlier of just a few of the backbench MPs telling him to go.
Yeah, like at this point, you've got two major groups that are now really pushing on Starmer to either go or radically change direction. You've got Mainstream, which is basically at the Andy Burnham fan club of Labour MPs that are basically calling for Starmer to resign now. And then you've also got the trade union affiliated Labour groups all coming together to basically say there needs to be a fundamental change of direction and the Prime Minister needs to meet with us to outline that change of direction. So things are going from bad to worst for Labour, and I suspect that this weekend and going into next week are going to be really terrible for the Labour Party. I said before this all happened a couple of days ago on Wednesday before the locals happened that one of the predictions I had in the aftermath of this election is that Labour is basically going to have a long, hot summer of infighting that will be really vicious and intense. And it seems that the stage is currently being set for that massive infighting to occur.
I think we're going to have some serious popcorn moments over the next few days. I don't think I'm going to be able to stay away from streaming that much.
Uh-oh.
There's going to be too much. Uh-oh. What's uh-oh?
What?
Oh, I thought you said sort of uh-oh as in you'd just seen something that you wanted to tell us about.
Well, to be fair, I have done, but it's more of a New Statesman article related to Angela Rayner. And this is what it basically says. All eyes on Angela Rayner by New Statesman journalist. Angela Rayner is thoroughly sick of being underestimated. In recent months, waiting out her time on the subs benches after resigning over her still unresolved tax affairs, she has been on the doorstep with colleagues and confronting time and again the unpopularity of Keir Starmer, which she has told those close to her is irreversible, unrecoverable, the kind of unpopularity that a U-turn or a fresh policy direction can't fix. The need to change leader is urgent, she has told friends. If the party waits too long, it will be too late. She is now seriously considering launching a leadership bid in the coming days. The Times reported that last week, and my understanding is the same. Whether she does, however, depends on how Starmer handles the coming hours and what mood the party is in. Rayner recently joked to friends, "You'll have to drag Keir out of number 10 and you'll have to drag me in." She seems increasingly willing to be dragged.
See,
talk about soft pitch.
The thing is, Rayner's not really one of my. She's not really one of my picks. I'd sooner have. I mean, Burnham's not in Parliament for one thing. But say if Rayner does, shoot the firing gun and say, okay, I'm going to try and launch a challenge to him, and then things spin into motion much quicker. That probably does exclude Burnham from being able to run because events will just move too quickly for him to have another crack at getting a seat. So in that situation, is it Rayner streeting maybe? I mean, I'm holding out hope for Miliband, but I don't know how likely that is or not. I don't know who else is possibly going to throw that hat in the ring.
There's quite a few people I could imagine throwing their hat in the ring. John Healey, the Defence Secretary, is somebody who's been floated quite a bit.
Al Carnes?
Yeah, Alistair, aka Al Carnes, is another one as well who has been rumoured to be a potential dark horse / unifying candidate. Lisa Nandy has also been floated as well as a potential running option, as well as Yvette Cooper.
Personally, I'd support Mahmood, but I know she won't fly with most of the party.
Yeah, the problem with Mahmood is that she may want to run, but her problem is that she would have absolutely no chance of winning. Her unpopularity with the Labour membership has only gotten worse with time, and she's now the third most unpopular cabinet minister amongst Labour members, with only Starmer and Reeves being more unpopular than she is.
For all the wrong reasons as well, because she's a pretty competent minister. It's just they don't like her policies.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Like, they don't like her immigration policies.
I think this shows the split in a way that Labour, for a while, having courted the reform vote, installed Mahmood in there because she was going to be hard on, illegal migration and all the rest of it. But now you've got the rest of the party beginning to pull in a leftwards direction to try and compensate for the rise of the Greens, and you just can't square that circle really with the two of them.
No, it's an impossible dilemma to really solve, which is why Labour's really ended up in the position that it's in at the moment.
Would you like to look at Scotland briefly, guys? Because we have actually had some more results in there. We're now up to 91 out of 129 seats. SNP, no change, still on 55, but the other parties are beginning to increase their tallies a little bit. Tories on 9, currently in second place, down 7. Labour on 8, up 1. Lib Dem 7, up 3. Scottish Greens 7 up 3, and Reform have got themselves 5 seats as well now. So Reform have appeared on the radar, not too far behind the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I was going to say you can add the Scottish
that
Labour.
regional vote is slowly coming in, which is why the other parties have been gaining seats.
So the contest still remains who's going to end up in second place, though, behind the SNP. Then that still seems to be to play for.
Yeah, like SNP are going to win. Like the outcome of the election is going to be the same. Like it's going to be an SNP Green Party coalition, no different from what it was before. But the question is, who will be the opposition to the SNP Green coalition? That's what we're currently waiting to find out at the moment. It's also worth noting, by the way, that speaking of Yvette Cooper, she is seemingly refusing at the moment to stay, so far anyway, whether Starmer should stay or not.
Well, I mean, I'd expect her to be one of the most loyal. So,
like, she's basically just given a boilerplate statement like, it's bad, we need to learn, etc. Oh yeah, she's put out a tweet here 9 minutes ago in which she said, as I said earlier, these have been a really tough set of results today, including in Wakefield. As the PM has said, this is now a time for serious, calm-headed reflection, because following these results, we must listen and respond, but do so in a steady and thoughtful and reflective way.
So she's not gone the full Lammy then.
No, she's basically just saying it's a boilerplate statement like, oh, we screwed up, we need to learn and listen. But she's not giving any full-throated support to the Prime Minister. And she was actually asked that on the BBC interview, do you think Starmer should go? And she just said that statement again. And when asked again, do you support Starmer staying? She said, again, we need to listen and learn from these results, and we need to change.
I was going to say you can probably add Scottish Labour to one of the groups against Starmer, because it seems to have worked at the moment. Sarwar like distancing and saying Starmer should step down like a few months ago, whenever it was, because it looks like it's paying better dues than what Wales did.
Well, I mean, Labour hasn't moved backwards in Scotland thus far. In fact, they've actually put on a seat. So, yeah, there's an argument to be made there to distance yourself from the rot in Westminster. In the chat here, Lee Hallam says the regional votes starting to be added. The SNP will not get much more. Podge had said, God, anyone but Streeting, please. Little Weasel gives me the creeps.
Well, it won't help all the pictures with Mandelson.
Everyone's favourite politician, Wufta Rahman, has won re-election in Tower Hamlets.
Is that is that on a vote share of like 256% or something?
Yeah, basically, the results for that seem to be he won with a 357% share of the vote on a turnout of 2,349.
So slightly under expectations then.
Yeah, he's slightly performed.
We were thinking sort of quadruple digits for that one, but
there's a bit of an underperformance. Like they thought he would get like about 567% of the vote share on a turnout of 4,892. But it's been a bit of an underperformance. It's a bit of a shame, really.
I mean, that said, turnout of 4,982. It's still better than a lot of the rest of the country. So he has managed to get his voters out, which is obviously good.
The Scotland results, can we see the breakdown of regional versus constituency?
I will have a look here and see what they've got for us. See the full results of Scotland. Let's have a
look. Somebody made a humorous comment which said, no word yet from Palestine on how today's ballot has changed them.
Oh no. Right, okay. Constituencies and region. Oh, hang on. Show constituencies and regions. Hide. Show. Oh, okay, right. So it's got the breakdown here, right? So Scottish Parliament scoreboard: constituencies versus regions. Scottish National Party 55 constituency seats, 0 region seats. Conservatives 4 constituency seats and 5 region seats. Labour 3 constituency seats and 5 region seats. Liberal Democrats 6 constituency seats and 1 region seat. Greens 2 constituency seats and 5 region seats, and Reform no constituency seats but 5 region seats so far.
Yeah, that's big for the Greens that they managed to pick up constituency seats.
There's a politician there from the Alliance to Liberate Scotland, and from what I've heard, I think that one of their candidates is in a hospital in Venezuela.
Were they the ones sending? Oh no, never mind. That was Argentina sending me the pesos. Forget it.
No, that was Frank. Wait, was there a party on there that was like abolish the Scottish Parliament? I saw something that said abolish just then.
Alliance to Liberate Scotland, Scottish Trade Union Socialist Coalition, Scottish Common Party, Workers' Party of Britain. Oh, we know those guys. Alliance for Freedom and Democracy, Edinburgh and East Lothian People, abolish the Scottish Parliament. There we are.
Yeah, there we are. 441 votes.
There is
well,
there's an article
more than
from
Advanced UK, so that's something, I guess.
There's
and the
an
Communist
article
Party, they got more than the Communist Party.
I think NA's trying to come in here. Go on.
There was an article by the Scotsman I mentioned yesterday that goes through the minor parties of Scotland. You might be interested to have a look at. It mentioned that Galloway's living in exile in Russia now.
I thought he was in China.
No, self-imposed, according to the Scotsman, anyway.
I might have to have a little search for this behind the scenes then, because so it says that George Galloway is living in Russia now.
Exile in Russia, yeah, self-imposed.
Self-imposed exile in Russia. Hang on.
Just type in like Scotsman minor parties, and I'm sure it will come up, or the Galloway thing.
In defence of Galloway, the last time he came to the UK, he got apprehended by counter-terrorism police.
This had flown under my radar. I had no idea that Galloway was such an untouchable.
I think the reason for it is because I
I knew he was an untouchable, but the fact that they act after him now.
I think it was because he visited Russia.
Yeah, it's because he visited Russia. So like, I watch a streamer who goes to like dangerous countries. Like he's been to Afghanistan, he's been to Syria, he's been to Iraq, right?
Gordon Bankrupt.
No, it's not him. It's someone else. But it went to a bunch of these countries, and then he went to Russia, and they weren't concerned over the fact he'd been to Afghanistan, literally hanging out with the Taliban, or Syria, hanging out with the. I forgot who's in government, but basically, they're an offshoot of Al Qaeda, aren't they? Anyway, he'd been hanging around with them, right? And he'd also been to Iraq, and they weren't concerned of any of that. They were concerned that he'd been to Russia, and he'd hung out with I don't know, some Russian like army guy who took him to the front in Donbass and showed him around, and then it was just a bit of a tourist, really.
I admire your indefatigability, Mr. Putin.
But yeah, so it just seems to be like the only terrorism that the counter-terror police are worried about is Russian terrorism.
I mean, they go after. I don't think Galloway's planning any bombings.
No,
they go after them.
It seems weird that they apprehended him.
I think it's because Russia's basically an enemy nation. It's like, you know, we've got terrorist groups that we're concerned about, but Russia is literally another country that is coming after us in various sort of what's the word that they use these days? Something warfare, hybrid warfare.
Hybrid warfare, yes.
Yeah, that we've got Russia as a country, you know, attempting all kinds of shit to us, trying to cut undersea cables and God knows what else. So I can understand them having some qualms.
Well, they've still not figured out who actually did the bloody Nord Stream pipeline explosions, have they?
No, they haven't yet. Anyway,
Wasn't that like everyone thought it was the Americans?
Well,
I've
that's the
heard
thing.
it was
Yeah, there's been people floating rumors that it's been Ukraine, America, Russia. I heard something else the other day as well, but I can't. Like some random European country that weren't even related that I heard had been linked with it as well.
Grave Peril says we are basically at war with them, Russia. Podge says BBC projected national vote share: Reform 26%, Greens 18%, Labour 17%, Conservatives 17%, Lib Dem 16%, others 6%. So that's a tight bunch all there behind Reform, but Greens just about eking out ahead of the rest of the pack there. Skullman asks us, what does everyone think will happen in the Senate given the results? I suspect applied Green minority government.
Yeah, that seems to be my view as well. Given that Labour has categorically ruled out working with Plaid, I can't see how it can be anything other than a Plaid Green minority government.
Plaid Green doesn't have the numbers added together to make majority. So Plaid have mooted before the election they'd run a minority government. So I'm pretty sure they'll be doing that.
Yeah, I think more than likely, yeah. They might rely upon the Greens with like supplying confidence or something like that, but more than likely I think that Plaid will just wing it as a minority and hope for the best.
So how long is that likely to last then as a minority government? Are they likely to go back, for another election before the time's up, or?
It depends how much Labour stick to their word and how much they cooperate, because they will need them. Even if you plus Liberal Democrats and the Greens, it still doesn't make a majority, so they will be reliant on Labour.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, is this more likely to just be another election in like a year's time because they can't get anything passed, or is this?
Yeah, it's hard to say because it's hard to say how much Labour will cooperate with them or not.
Yeah.
When push comes to shove, kind of thing. And how much backlash they'll get if they don't, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a very hard one to say. Like, I don't actually know how snap elections work in the context of devolved parliaments, because the only ones we've ever had are in Northern Ireland. We haven't had them in Scotland and Wales before, so if one ever does happen, it'd be interesting to see how that works. I assume it just works the same way that any other snap election does.
But so who's got the power to call Senate and Holyrood elections?
Westminster, I guess. Again, I don't know, because we've never had snap elections in Wales or Scotland before, so it's a real unknown situation, because we've not had minority governments, as in parties governing as minorities there. They've always been coalitions that have had enough to have a majority, but we don't have that this time. So it's going to be, it'll really depend again upon what Labour ends up doing. I could very well see Starmer taking a hard line towards Plaid out of sheer bitterness because of how thoroughly Labour have been destroyed in Wales. So I could very well see a situation where he plays hardball with them and essentially votes them down on key issues, but doesn't outright collapse the government.
Could I just add a comment here that we've got from Apollo, who says the Times are reporting Starmer is set to make a major speech Monday, moving the party left and changing policy in a massive reset. I'd heard a little bit about the idea of Starmer wanting to do a big sort of reset of direction, an attempt to sort of have a fresh start after the terrible results, even prior to when these results had come in. So it seems that that's the playbook that he's unfurling. Is this Starmer's second reset or his third reset? We've had an amount of resets so far.
We've had lots of resets, but we've had only 2 phases at the moment. Phase 1 ended back in September of 2025, and you can see, and it's now come to an end with these locals, and you can see that phase 2 of Starmer's government has been an absolute runaway success.
Now, what does this mean for his 5 pledges and his 6 missions? Are we still going to have those, or are we going to get 7 ambitions unfurled?
I think I think those pledges and missions are long since gone. So I think what we're going to get now is we're going to get milestones.
Apollo makes an interesting observation here. From Island of Strangers to placating the left. Oh, sorry, the far left in 12 months. Yes, the tonal whiplash from Star Wars is going to be incredible, is it not?
Yeah, it seems. I mean, this is kind of the problem as to why they're in the situation they're in at the moment. Like this tonal whiplash just really does not help them at all. And yeah, it's a massive turnaround in such a short period of time. Like giving the Island of Strangers speech, and then 1 year later, because you get wiped out by a joint Green Reform alliance, your solution is to go and pander to the Green Party. Ugh, dear.
A few more comments that we've got on this. Onyx Shockwave says, if a new first minister can't be decided upon, a snap election is forced. Also, a 2/3 majority vote can force one too. Lee Hallam says it's the 15th or 16th reset, isn't it? And also adds, are there any civil servants that he can sack to sort it out?
He could always try, I guess.
I mean, he's not fired Larry the Cat yet. That's something. You know, I was absolutely furious when I heard that Larry the Cat had lied to me about how many mice he'd been catching, and I had inadvertently misled Parliament. I bet, yeah, I'd say that.
I think Labour would still vote for applied FM because that means they have leverage and power. Whereas if they say no, then they could be wiped out completely if there's election in under a year's time. So at least that gives them a bit of leverage.
Yeah, that is the issue. If Labour play super hardball and decide to block the Welsh leader from becoming First Minister, and we have a snap election for the Welsh Senate again next year, I think Labour at that point will just be reduced to 0 seats. Like whatever's left of Labour's vote will just go to Plaid, because people will be like, if you're just going to be intransigent like that, then we'll just vote Plaid in to get a majority and wipe you out completely.
Skullman had said placating the quote far left. Well, Skullman and Apollo arguably They inhabit 2 different wings of our bullet Captain Swiss political spectrum here. So you've got to remember that old song, you know, you say right wing, I say far right, you say far left, I say left wing, let's call the whole thing off. Lee Hallam says, Larry has tenure, so you can't get rid of him. I'm not going to relay every comment in the chat about people arguing who's far left and far right, because we're not going to get any resolution to that one. Is there anywhere else you guys want us to look at in the meantime for results or what have you?
Not yet, but there's a bit of anger. I was going to say there's a bit of anger growing in the PLP WhatsApp group chat in London. Basically, this is what's being reported in there. The losses in the capital are getting massive, and the PLP group chat in London is furious. So Catherine West, who's a former minister, writes, I have asked Anna Turley, as chair of the party, for a reassurance that she has a plan for an orderly arrangement of change at the top of the party. Steve Reed, who is like one of the single most biggest Starmer simps ever, saying that doom scrolling through leaders would be madness. West wrote back, it can be orderly or disorderly, but it's happening, Steve.
I love that. I love it. This is what I was saying before about the pitch for the orderly transition, because the main argument against is to go, well, it will be absolute chaos. And they go, no. We'll have it as orderly as possible. We'll have a nice time scale. We'll have a leadership election. We'll have the whole shebang. We just want Starmer gone.
Yeah, Labour don't have a system like the Tories, do they? Where they, a percentage of so many MPs write in.
It's not. They have a mechanism similar, but it's not as enforceable as the Tory one. The Tory one, basically, the way it works is if you don't have the confidence, if a certain number of MPs write a letter that want you gone, then you're gone, and it is as simple as that at the end of the day. If you have that threshold met, you just immediately are kicked out of leader, and no ifs, no buts. Whereas with Labour, they have a mechanism like that, but the difference with the Tory one is the Labour one is advisory, which basically means you can have those MPs sign a motion of no confidence in you, but you can stay on as leader and just ignore it, or the party can potentially trigger a leadership election where you're able to stand in it if you get enough MPs to back you. So
the Labour one is more vibes based. Basically,
yeah. Where with the Tory one is a hard, is an iron rule that must be followed, and if you fall foul of your MPs, you're gone. Whereas the Labour one is more of an advisory opinion.
In the chat, Lee Hallam said Bradford is surprising, expected to be green, but isn't like that with half of the seats declared. Should we have a quick look at Bradford, guys?
Yeah, let's look at Bradford.
Okie dokie. Bradford Metropolitan District Council, located just next to Leeds. Right, I'll screen share that with you. So, have I got it? I've got it. Okay, we're just over halfway through in Bradford. 48 out of 87 seats declared. Right now, Reform are on 21, up 21. Conservatives, 11, no change. The Tories have done rather well for themselves to be unscathed and all of that so far. Labour on 11, down 17. The Greens are on 4, no change. Independents have been squeezed. There's 1, down 4, and no Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, a lot of these really diverse constituencies have not gone the way that a lot of people predicted them to go. There's been a hell of a lot more Reform and Tory support in these places than people expected there to be.
I'll be honest, I'm going to assume that what's happening here is that the outer areas of Bradford have been called first, and the inner areas, or the areas with more urban populations, haven't been called yet.
That sounds about right, I'd say.
Sounds plausible.
But I'm trying to look, to be fair, to see if I can find a map of what's been called, but I'm struggling.
It's possible. Could you look up Havant Council? I don't know if it was up for election this year, but if it was, I'm curious about it.
Haven't?
Haven't.
No, I haven't. Oh, I have. All right. Enough of that. Surely not. Let's look for haven't.
God.
Shit, I'm misspelling it. I actually typed in haven't.
Right,
let's have a look. Haven't council results. 12 of 12 declared, so it wasn't the whole batch, it was just a segment. Reform 9, up 7. Labour 1, down 2. Greens 2, up 1. Tories 0, down 5. Liberal Democrats 0, down 1. Overall numbers, and it's no overall control. Reform leading with 10. Labour, main party of opposition, was 7. Greens on 6. Conservatives on 5. Liberal Democrats on 5. Adding together Reform and Tories, we get 15. Adding together Labour, Greens, and Lib Dems, we get 18. So, and 3 independents there in the mix as well. So it's tenuous. Depends who wants to work with each other. Could potentially go either way.
Yeah, I had a feeling it would go that way because Havant is one of the most right-wing areas of Hampshire. It's very, 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 very right-wing. Reform came within a hair's breadth of taking the seat in the 2024 general election, and I am very confident that they will end up taking it next time around, especially given how the local MP, Alan Mack, is not liked whatsoever in that constituency.
We've just had a comment that says there are more Scottish results coming in. We've not had anything new on the BBC updater here, but I'll keep that in mind that we'll come back to check that from time to time here. Podge said 20% of MPs have to nominate a challenger, 80 MPs currently. Lee says the formal process is 20% of MPs who must nominate a specific candidate. Is this when we were talking about the Labour leadership mechanism, or was this the Tories 1922 committee?
Um,
Because I know you guys were discussing what the difference was between the Tories' way of getting rid of a leader and the Labour one.
yeah, oh yeah, I think it is the Labour one, that 20%.
Okay, no, but that's the one that's advisory rather than binding. There's no mechanism that leads it, right? Well, that
Yeah.
enforces it.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah, that's basically the case. Like, it's not advisory, but I think that if you have a challenger and they do get that amount of support, then they can trigger a leadership contest.
Okay.
If we look at the English councils and we go to the full results, does it list like literally every single party so we can see like who the best of the rest is, like the non-major parties?
Oh, now that sounds like a bit of fun. All right, then, let's do that. English local election results. Search. Oh no, that's A to Z list of councils.
Oh, I think a lot of them are just putting other. It just says like independents and others. So.
Yeah, I'm yeah.
I think Aspire might be listed for some reason, but that's it.
They are, yeah. I'll show you what we've got here, but a lot of them have been lumped into residents' associations, other. So you've got your big hitters: Labour, Reform, Lib Dems, Conservatives, Greens. You've got independents and others.
Oh, you are sharing. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I will get his dream. Sorry.
That's okay. You've got independents and others, which involves an awful lot. Yeah. You've got resident associations, and then you've got Aspire that's listed, despite the fact that they've got nothing. But there we are. So no, unfortunately not. We don't seem to have a breakdown of the smaller parties in the same way that we did for Scottish and Welsh, or Scotland at least.
I'm sure someone will be along to do a full Excel spreadsheet of it, or probably one of the associated channels.
I'm going to have a look in London again, and we're going to see. I'm going to go to Tower Hamlets now. Let's go to Tower Hamlets. See where we're at with that. Have we done Tower Hamlets yet? Oh no, nothing declared. 0 out of 45.
Yeah, the weird thing is there's some councils which are not counting until tomorrow. So there's still going to be quite a lot of councils left uncounted. I don't know why. It's bizarre, but it's what's happening.
In fairness, Tower Hamlets do have about 203,000 ballots to have to count. So it is a little bit longer.
That is true, yeah. Like in the case of Tower Hamlets, you can forgive it because they've got to get through 257,000 ballots. So
257,000 ballots. That's an increase of 54,000 ballots since I last spoke.
Yeah, they found a new batch that came in from a particular ward. So yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, so it's going to take a bit of time to get through those hundreds of thousands of ballots.
All right, I'll have a look. Go on.
I don't know if anyone's seen, but Lee's said in the side chat that he's had a look at the Bradford Waterford results, and it's not the central ones being declared. It's that Muslim Independent and Greens are splitting the vote and letting Reform and Labour win through the middle.
Okay, yeah.
That makes enough sense, I suppose, as well as an explanation for why we've not seen them ending up with as many seats. If they've got some votes, but they're too spread.
Is there much reporting of people being caught out not having photo ID again, or has that died down a bit since the last elections?
You know what?
There was reports in, I think, Thames side. There was reports of family voting occurring again, but I'm not sure if that came of anything.
One of my brothers actually was refused at a polling station because they didn't have the right ID, and then they just said nah and didn't bother going back because they had to travel.
I was you saying that like, I'll just wave it to the side like it doesn't really matter.
Oh no, they just went off and did some other things with their day. They tried.
Yeah, I saw a report in Scotland that there'd been some confusions about voting ID.
Yeah, because I
not-
don't think you need it to devolve Parliament elections. I'm sure you don't, because Plaid made a big thing out of saying you don't need to bring your photo ID.
How unfair. Oh, by the way, Boris Johnson has said...
Has he called for Starmer to go?
No, no, he's not called for Starmer. Well, he has done, but he doesn't really count.
When the herd moves, it moves. Don't you know?
Indeed. He says, if anyone can rebuild the electoral coalition that won the Tories power in 2019, Kemi can. That's
a nice.
But is it oven ready?
From yesterday's man.
Is it oven ready then?
Is it oven ready? I've got an oven ready coalition, just ready to be rebuilt by good old Kemmer. Go on, Kemmer. Sorry, I don't know what came over me there. Had a touch of the Johnson. We've got 121 out of the 136 councils declared now, so we are approaching the end game. But if as some of you guys said that some of these aren't actually being counted until tomorrow, then we're going to get to a point of diminishing returns this evening in terms of actually getting new results coming in.
Right. So I think what I saw was an article that said suspected voter fraud being investigated at a Glasgow count, and that there were new calls for voter ID in Scotland because of it.
There was was it a by-election or something where they'd said there'd maybe been family voting or something like that. One that Reform was contesting not long ago. But
yeah, that was Gorton and Denton.
But then I think the it might have been the police. I don't know who it was, but they basically said, "Oh no, we've not had any. You know, we've not met the sufficient threshold for any evidence of it."
Yeah.
Am I back? My internet just died, I think.
Oh, yes, you're back.
Hello. Yeah. So the family voting one were Gorton and Denton.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, I think that was investigated and they didn't find a threshold for evidence of it, despite the claims at the time. Can I? It was rigged. It was all rigged. Skullman says, I brought ID, but I didn't need it when I voted. Oh, I whopped out my passport for them and everything. And the man behind the little table had a little look at my picture and a little look at me, and he thought, you've grown a beard.
Yeah, I mean, my pictures when I were 18 and learned to drive, I had quite long hair and I look nothing now than I did then. So.
Do you want to go on? Go on, I'll let you guys see it. Do you want to see my old passport photo from when I was about 15?
Yeah, go on.
All right, hang on. I've got it. I've got it here.
Did you have dyed hair?
I did have dyed hair. I had dyed black hair, and I had to part it in a weird way to make sure all of my face was on display. So I look a bit like some kind of a Michael Jackson tribute act.
I was going to guess more sort of emo.
Oh, I was one of those kids. Yeah, I was. The skinny jeans and the metal bands and all of that stuff.
Yes, when you were saying about skating and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I was part of that crew. Right. Can I? Right. Okay. Yeah. Here we are. Let me see. I just need to. Oh, right. Okay. I can cover up the important information on my old passport with my new passport, and just because I don't want to accidentally show you anything that you're not supposed to see. Okay. Here we are. Feast your eyes on that.
Nice.
Yes.
You look like a young Keir Starmer.
Don't say that. That's horrible.
Don't insult the poor man.
That's the worst thing you could have said. Right, enough of me. Let me put the rest of the screens back on. Where's the rest of you?
When's Skinhead Swiss coming back?
You know what? My new passport photo is a bit more Skinhead Swiss, actually. Where's this one? How bad is? Oh, I don't think I like this. The new one looks a bit rough. It's got to be said. That's the newer one. It's not Skinhead. I've still got a bit of hair.
Back alley Swiss.
Yeah. The man
you look like it's a a police lineup.
Yes, it looks very mugshot, doesn't it? Oh, what 15 years does to you, eh? To turn from that into that. And now I'm sort of a hybrid between the two at the moment. I don't know. Anyway, enough of me being up on the screen. Let me bring some results back on for everyone. I'll take a peek at Scotland again, because Apollo had said to us before that there were more Scottish results coming in. Still nothing on the BBC site for. Oh, actually, no. SNP are up 1. Previously, they were 55. They're now 56. That's about the only change I can identify at the moment. And again, I'm very much beginning to doubt whether or not the Greens are going to leapfrog the other parties, as I'd thought they would, because we're getting a bit towards the end of things now. There's only so many councils left to go, and they've got to make up 250 councillors on the Tories in order to surpass them.
It's
We've
worth
got
noting
what?
that it's worth noting, by the way, that Labour has still got 800 councillors left. Well, 800 results, I should say, but 800 left.
Right.
So it's
I was
possible.
just gonna say, like, we've got, it says 15 councils left to call, but how many actual councillors is there left to call?
About 800.
About 800.
Yeah, from what I've seen.
Okay. So if the Greens are going to leapfrog the Tories, then they need to be getting basically at least a quarter of all of the remaining councillors to be won.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think the Greens have underperformed just a little bit. I think that they came out above the other, apart from Reform, they came out above the rest of the parties in terms of vote share, but they've not been able to translate that into a big stonking amount of seats in the same way as I mean, it was never going to be in the same way Reform had, but I'd expected maybe it might be at least the Greens in second behind Reform. But instead they've made some
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. I was going to say they've made some healthy gains, but not as dramatic as perhaps the best case scenario for them would have been.
Well, what were your best case scenario for them, Swiss?
Best case scenario for the Greens, I would have seen them on maybe double where they're at the moment, maybe 700 or 800.
Yeah, I think there were some projections that put them all the way up to about 1,000. So yeah, they're coming way under that.
Yeah, personally, I thought Reform would underperform and the Greens would overperform. Now, Reform would have the most gains, but a lot of people were predicting them like anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000 councillors. I thought they'd probably get just around 1,500, so on the low side, but the Greens would get probably about 800-900.
I think the way things are looking now, probably when all said and done, Reform will probably still end up around the 1,600 mark. Maybe a bit over, depending what proportion of the remaining councillors are still in pretty Reform. I mean, Reform are picking up near enough everywhere in one way or another.
In terms of vote share, the Lib Dems are the only ones that are outperforming by anything more than marginal, because they're polling, I think, around 12%, and their vote share is 16% in this. All the rest are like within 1 or 2 of what they're polling.
A good day for the Lib Dems.
Very.
Yeah, it's a very I would say probably the end result of these will be that Labour will probably have a net loss of about 1,500 to 1,600. Reform will have about 1,600. Greens will probably have a net gain of about 500. Tories will be down by about 500, and the Lib Dems will be up by about 100. So overall, basically everybody underperformed expectations, which I think in many ways highlights both, one, how fragmented the electorate is these days, but also how, even despite all of this surge in populism and desire for change, there really isn't much enthusiasm for anybody. There's not much enthusiasm for Reform, Labour, Greens, Tories, etc., etc. Seems the only people that anybody wants to enthusiastically vote for these days are the nationalist parties like Plaid, SNP, and Sinn Féin. But outside of them, people aren't really enthusiastic about voting for anybody. They're just essentially choosing the least worst option in their eyes.
I mean, it is incredibly fragmented, isn't it? If you look at the national polling picture and you think who's leading the pack at the moment, it's Reform on about, I don't know, 27% or something. You know, in years gone by, 27% for a major party would have been absolutely abysmal. But here we are, they're far ahead of the others because everyone else is dithering around 20% or lower.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much like if you look at national polling at the moment for whatever it's worth, Reform are on about 26%, but then everybody else is hovering around 18 and 17%.
Well,
I
don't know if you've seen, but Election Maps put out a tweet about 5-10 minutes ago with projected national share if the elections have been held everywhere, and Reform's on 26%, Greens are on 18%. Labour's 17%, Conservatives 17%, Lib Dems 16%, and other parties are on 6%. But if you look at the change compared to last year's local elections, that means Reform's lost 4%, Labour's lost 3%, the Lib Dems have lost 1%, and the Greens have gained 7%, and the Conservatives have gained 2%.
I saw. Yeah, okay.
Green Tory two-party system.
But I suppose that's hang on. So when were the last elections? So they were in May, obviously May 2025. So hang on a minute. Let me bring out my incredibly accurate analytical tool, which is Microsoft Paint, and just bring this up here. Okay, so let's have a look at the polling. Okay, so we'll draw a little line here where the elections were last time. So we want about May of 2025. So that's going to be about here or so, round about here. Okay, where have the parties gone since then? Okay, well, since May of 2025, Labour have gone down. Tories, okay, maybe slightly. Well, it depends where you're measuring it from. You could say about level pegging, so 2% isn't too bad for them.
Yeah, I think the Tories are down about 1%. All the parties, I saw something today, all the parties are down on their vote share, apart from the Greens. I think the Tories were down like 1 or 2%, and it's the same with the Lib Dems. They're down about 1 or 2%.
I suppose, yeah. If you look at my highly scientific graph here, that does just about bear out where they've ended up between the two ones. Greens are the only ones that have, you know, significantly gained since then.
I'll be honest. This is more a prediction than anything. But like, if you ignore Plaid and the SNP, right, we're essentially in a system with 5 parties, right? But if you add Plaid and the SNP, you get up to like 7 major parties across the entire country. And it's just becoming so fragmented. And what I think is going to happen is that these vote shares are going to get even more fragmented with cropping up of newer parties that think they've got a chance at you know, doing something. Like
Restore and your party. There's another. Yeah. I mean that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's the thing. We talk about Reform and the Greens being sort of, you know, the new insurgent parties, populists left and right, and yet it's to replace Labour and the Tories, and yet they themselves have their own smaller scale challenges in Reform and your party. So it's like challenges upon challenges upon, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I think again that's why the story, I think more than anything else, is one of massive electoral fragmentation. Essentially, we've developed a political system that is similar to what you see in a country like the Netherlands and France than it is what you would usually see here. Or if you wanted to draw another comparison, what you see in the US and Canada, where in the US and Canada, it's a pretty much 2-party system between Republicans and Democrats and Liberals and Conservatives. Whereas our politics is now beginning to be a lot more Europe aligned.
We've just quickly, we've had some interesting shifts in Scotland now. 106 seats in out of 129. We now have Labour down a seat overall from where they were before, despite being in second place. Reform, big gains from where they were before. I think last time we checked in on them, they were on 5 seats. They're now on 10. So joint third place with the Greens and not that far behind Labour. So it's beginning to hot up a little bit, this contest for who's coming in second place now.
It is, yes. There is also this funny quote from a senior Scottish Labour figure about the Holyrood campaign. They say, watching Anasawa's campaign was like watching someone carrying 4 pints of beer back from the bar. Everyone else knew what was going to happen, but he still thought he was making it to the table.
I love these colourful metaphors. These are quite good. A few more comments from the chat here. Apollo says, does anyone feel like Kemi's posts and videos on social media are starting to get more views and likes than Farage these days? I don't have anything to offer on that because I don't see enough political social media. Are any of you guys super plugged into that kind of thing? That might be an observation that perhaps only you, but it might be, I'm being serious. That might be an observation of Apollo that actually only you can make, because only you out of us guys are looking at that particular slice of political social media content to be able to make that kind of comparison. The rest of us just don't have a good enough point of reference for it. All I can say is, generally speaking, I've observed over the last few years that Reform have had a good social media game, and they've been able to do, you know, short form video content a lot better than most of the other parties have. That's kind of all I've got to offer on it, though. I don't know how Kemi these days compares to Farage on that kind of thing. Skullman replied and said, no, but they both definitely do get more views. Both definitely do get more views than anything that Keith posts. That's yeah, no doubt about that.
I mean, it can be harder and harder to tell these days because, I mean, so much is bots, isn't it? So what's genuine and what's not genuine.
That's true. That's I've got a cold at the moment. It's horrible. I apologize. I keep sniffling at you all.
I think a lot of the time though, bots are like the accusation of bot is sent around a lot more than it actually happens, because, for example, with the Restore support in Great Yarmouth, you had a lot of accounts going around saying, it's just like they've been saying stuff like the party meeting pictures, those are AI generated, and they've been saying, all the flags and the banners and stuff they've put up in Great Yarmouth, those are all AI generated. Low's not going to get like 5% or anything like that, and he just completely proved them wrong, right? In the Yarmouth seats, in most of them, he's got at least 40% of the vote. So the accusations of bots, you know, like a lot of them were Reform supporters, but I also saw other party supporters just getting thrown at Restore that, Restore are bots, it's not a real movement and stuff like that. And it's all come to nothing. It was utter bollocks.
I mean, again, that's something that I've just got no read on that personally. I kind of use you guys on the right of our political sphere to tell me about what's happening with Reform and Restore. I can imagine, though, that there would obviously be a lot of antagonism between supporters of the two parties because they're both very much fishing in the same pool, aren't they?
Well, I mean, technically, yeah, but a lot of the antagonism from Restore against Reform comes from a lot of Restore supporters don't think that Reform is legit. So everything they says, they think it's bullshit.
I was about to say, can I guess what they say? Is it that Reform say that Restore say that Reform are sellouts and plastic, and they don't actually stand for what they say they stand for, and Reform think that Restore are splitters, and it's all a Rupert Lowe thing, and they're going to cost them seats by their mere existence? Is that like the thing?
Broadly correct, but there's also like claims that Reform will claim that Restore are secretly a Tory plot to ruin their votes, as in Lowe is somehow backed by Kemi Badenoch.
The Tories don't have the fucking resources to get their own house in order, let alone start setting up little splinter parties to play 4D chess.
Yeah, and then the thing that the other thing is that Restore don't like reform because Nigel Farage admitted probably about a month or two back that the accusations about Rupert Lowe attacking Zia Yusuf were bullshit. The real reason they kicked him out of the party was because he wanted to deport the perpetrators of the grooming gangs.
Right. So he'd admit it had seemed a bit fishy at the time. The whole, Rupert Lowe has attacked someone, and because it seemed like a good excuse to end up getting him out. But indeed, it was just. Do you think it's a combination of both policy and personality difference with Farage and Lowe?
I've always thought like I've been relatively pro-reform up until after the general election, and then he started coming out with stuff that was basically like it didn't sound like Farage. It sounded as if, or as in, it didn't sound like Farage had sounded 6 months before. It just sounded like he was just saying shit that it were incongruent with his previous personality. So like he came out in late 2024 saying that they weren't going to deport any illegal immigrants, and it's like that's the entire platform of your party is to get rid of illegal immigrants, and it just seemed like very incoherent, almost as if the Tories had already like got hold of him and bought him at that point.
Well, my observation of that at the time, and obviously this is from a person very much outside of that fold, was that Farage was trying to soften off his rough edges so he could appeal to more sort of middle ground Tory voters. Like he'd already captured the extremities of the right by and large, and now he was aiming for sort of a more middle England kind of approach.
Yeah, that's where a lot of reform supporters do like to spin it that way. But I genuinely
but the thing is, I'm not a reform supporter.
I know. I wasn't saying you were a reform supporter.
No.
But yeah, I'm saying that is one line of explanation that people use. But
yeah,
I don't personally buy it. Like if you go back to like the EU referendum, one of the big arguments he were making for leaving the EU was to have more immigration from the Commonwealth instead of Europe. And it's like, well, you got it. You literally got the Boris wave. And then he's turning around and saying, oh, we're going to stop the Boris wave. It's like, no, you wanted it.
So is this kind of like some reform supporters opening up to the fact that Farage has a tendency to be a little bit flippy floppy and ethereal on the things that he says and thinks?
To be honest,
I think also part of the problem was he'd basically treat local associations like shit as well. So not only was on the public platform he was going against all his main policies that he'd championed for years, but he'd started basically kicking the actual guys who were propping the party up in the teeth. So the way I say it is, reform left me. I didn't leave reform.
Reform needs reform.
Yes.
Reform is broken. Reform needs reform.
Yes.
To be fair, I mean, I would say that this is a pretty fair argument because I've been of the opinion, funnily enough, since the Starmer Island of Strangers speech, that if Reform did actually win a general election and got a majority, I do think that they would do something similar to what Boris Johnson did with immigration. That would be their immigration policy. I think they would do something very similar to that, where there would be this. What I think would happen is Farage would get in on the promises of like deportations and immigration restrictions and all the kind of things that you expect him to do. But I think that what would happen is that the civil service, the business interests, the lobbyists for those business interests, and the Migration Advisory Committee would all come in and they would basically outline to him that Britain has a aging and rapidly declining population, um, and the birth rate is extremely low, lower than it is in many East Asian countries now. And so the end result of that is that we need to rapidly increase immigration, because if we don't, the country's economy will either stagnate or go into recession. And because Farage, at his core, is a Thatcherite, that basically means that for him, business interests and GDP come before all else, because that's what Thatcher and her acolytes ended up doing when they were in charge. They cared more about economic growth and numbers on spreadsheets than they did about the ordinary people. So I think that what would happen is Farage would come in and he would encounter all these stats, and due to his Thatcherite tendencies, plus the pressure from the business lobbies, would end up doing the same immigration wave that Boris Johnson did, and with all the consequences that came from that. I don't believe that they would actually cut immigration. I think that what they would do as their way of throwing red meat to their base is they would do performative immigration cruelty. So, what that essentially means is I think that they would find. An illegal immigrant or even just a legal immigrant, and they would single them out and basically make an example out of them and publicly humiliate them to essentially throw red meat to their base, whilst at the same time doing the same immigration wave that Boris Johnson ended up doing, sort of similar to what is actually happening in the US in many ways. Um, and some further evidence to support that, in addition to Farage's views, are also the fact that they said they wouldn't deport illegal immigrants. They also, and then you had Anne Widdecombe shortly after that Island of Strangers speech actually say, in response to a question that Reform were anti-immigration completely and wanted to close the borders, she said that Reform are not anti-immigration and that we do need immigration. It just needs to be controlled. It's very similar stuff to what you heard from Boris Johnson back in the day. So yeah, I just get very familiar vibes from it, and it just makes me think that they won't actually reduce immigration like they say they will, and instead they will just do Boris Johnson style immigration policies thrown in with Donald Trump style performative cruelty towards immigrants.
I imagine the one area that they probably will go hard on in a substantive way will be the small boat crossings, though. I would suspect that as much as they may or may not have some kind of an additional Boris wave of legal immigration, I think that considering one of their bread and butter immigration issues over the last few years has been the small boat crossings, if they're seen to be weak or to fail on that, then they've failed on one of their key areas, basically, haven't they? So they've got to go hard on that, surely.
I think that's where what I mean by the performative cruelty aspect of the immigration, where basically what they would do with the boat people is they would make examples out of them, where they would basically humiliate them publicly and degrade them and ridicule them in order to throw red meat to their base, whilst at the same time putting up legal immigration massively. Because the thing with the boat crossings is that whilst they are a problem and they do need to be tackled, I often feel that they're a red herring when it comes to immigration discussions. Because when you look at the number of people that come here on boat crossings every year, the number is like, what, 25,000, 50,000 approximately, give or take. It's in that ballpark anyway. We get that much immigration every month legally. So what real difference is it at the end of the day in terms of the raw numbers?
I think.
Swiss, I'm back.
Hello. I think probably one of the key arguments to be made was with legal immigration, you have a clear idea of who those people are. Whereas if it's however many tens of thousands of people coming on boats, you don't really know who those people are.
Right.
That is true,
So,
but what... Go on.
Right, I'll just say this. The numbers, Tom, last year it was 41,000. Right, and in regards to the whole illegal immigration thing, I think they're going to cock up on that too, because the policy that they announced last week, where they're going to put the detention centres in green constituencies, right? So what's going to happen is they're going to dump the detention centres in green constituencies, right? And these detention centres are going to have like 5,000 protesters out of them every day of the week. They're not going to get a single person out of that detention centre and onto a plane, right? Or what's going to happen is they're going to crack down on them with police or maybe even the army, right? And then they're going to get bad footage.
John,
media.
could you please mute your mic?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, carry on.
Then they're going to get bad footage in the media of like protesters being cracked down upon, and they're going to bottle it at that point, because the only reason that Farage reverted from his 2024 stance to this new stance, where it's like, oh, we are going to deport them all, right, is because Donald Trump told him through the back channels, right, last year that he needed to change his opinion on mass deportations.
I can very well see that being the case. I mean, another particular highlight of Farage's with regards to the illegal immigration stuff is that when Shabana Mahmood was doing all of her immigration reforms, what was notable about it was Farage's response to one of the particular policies that Mahmood had. Basically, one of her policies is that illegal immigrants and asylum seekers would have their valuables taken from them in order to pay for their court cases and their application processes. And what Farage said in response to that is he called it ridiculous and said that reform wouldn't do that if they were in charge. And the reason I find that notable is it goes back to what you say about how if they cracked down on protesters outside the detention facilities, it would lead to bad coverage and reform would bottle it. I think that's proof that they would. The fact that Farage finds something like that objectionable makes me think that if there was a particularly ghastly story of an immigration protester getting brutally beaten or, God forbid, even killed, similar to what happened with those ICE protests in Minneapolis earlier in the year, I think that Farage would immediately reverse course and roll back on it, because I don't think he can deal with the extreme negative publicity that would inevitably come along with that kind of response.
Could I just draw your attention, guys, for a moment to...
Can I just ask Tom a question first, Swiss? So, Tom, how do you think Farage will try and spin the necessary immigration he's going to have to do to his voter base? Because for years he's made them so anti-immigrant that they have, like, any form of immigration is bad for Britain or stuff, even if it's the only thing that keeps the economy going or something.
Well, I think, as I've said before, it's the performative cruelty aspect of it, where certain people and individuals and even families will be made examples out of to throw red meat to the base without anything being substantially changed.
What I wanted to bring your attention to, guys, was Apollo TD in the chat and said, I think I've got a bit of a different conclusion today than most have. The chance of Farage being PM in 2029 took a massive nosedive today. Labour will bring in Burnham. He could crush Farage. Reform have underperformed by about 300 to 500 gains today. Poor. Reform still proving they can't gain necessary seats to win the blue wall, Surrey, etc. Skullman added to that. They don't need blue. Skullman added to that. They don't need the blue wall. They've got the red wall. Anyway, your thoughts on that, guys?
My response to that is, well, the biggest problem with that is, can Andy Burnham actually get in and take over as leader? Because even if he's the only one that could beat Nigel Farage, Starmer will do everything in his power to block that, even if it means the death of the Labour Party.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say as well. Like, the core problem with any sort of factoring in Burnham to an electoral analysis is that he has to be an MP first and foremost before you can even begin to factor him into electoral analysis, because he's not an MP, and if he's not an MP, he cannot be leader of Labour and cannot be Prime Minister.
Let's not get hung up on that. Let's go with the assumption, okay, that Starmer is ousted and Burnham is in, or if not Burnham, some Labour leader who is, semi-competent and not hated by most of the country. On that basis, does Labour then stand a better chance of fighting off reform come the next general election? If it's no longer Farage versus Starmer, but
yes,
Farage versus
but
else,
I don't think that. I think yes, if it's Burnham, but I don't think that he will Labour will keep a majority.
Yeah, basically, my opinion is yes. I think that Burnham would be able to blunt the reform momentum and be able to claw back what has been lost to reform in the Red Wall, especially in northwest England, where Reform had their biggest victories of this election. I think that Burnham would be able to claw back that support. But what I've always said about Burnham is that whilst Burnham would obviously do far better than Starmer and most of the contenders for the Labour leadership election, I don't think he would win a majority. I think that for Burnham, the best case scenario for him, if he was to win the Labour leadership election and lead them into the next general election, is that he would end up getting the same number of seats that Jeremy Corbyn got in 2017. The reason for that is because I believe that the problems that Britain faces are so structural and inbuilt that it would take multiple parliamentary cycles to even begin to chip away at them and make people feel better off as a result of chipping away at those problems. The problem with this is, however, is that the public's patience is pretty much non-existent. Like, people have been waiting for so long for change and have endured managed decline for so long that people's patience is just weared completely thin at this point. And if you don't deliver results like that, you're out, essentially. And Starmer, in many ways, is proof of this, because as much as we trash him and talk about how bad of a prime minister he is, and all of it is deserved, I do think Starmer supporters have a point when they say the public are far too impatient and it's not going to, all these problems are not going to be solved within 1, 2, or even 5 years, and that you do need to give the government a chance to begin to make things better. But the problem is people aren't willing to do that anymore. And so if Burnham was to win, he wouldn't be as bad of a situation as Starmer's in, because he has charisma, because he is more down to earth with people, and he has a vision and a plan that could make things better. And his time as Greater Manchester Mayor is proof of that. I ultimately don't think he would win a majority, because I just think the public's patience is far too short now, and they don't have the ability to wait for things to begin to improve. They want it to happen immediately, and that just can't happen with the problems we face.
Yeah. The only thing I'd probably say in Burnham's favour is that at least he will attempt to try and do things better, because for many people, Starmer didn't look like he was trying at all, so that might give him an excuse. But like Tom said, I don't think he'll be enough. But while yes, the Starmerites might be right that they probably didn't give Starmer much of a chance, but Starmer shot himself in the foot too many times with certain decisions that I don't think Andy Burnham will do that Starmer did. That's what I would probably also add to what Tom has said. But still,
Guys,
like I said, won't get a majority. But still try to do the right thing.
I've got a few things I want to go over here, so sorry for interrupting. We had a comment from Lee that said that Labour have lost Leeds, and I have here on the screen the results for Leeds council. That's after 36 of 36 seats declared, so not a whole council election, a partial one. Labour 9 down 12, Conservative 7 no change, Greens 7 up 6, Reform 8 up 8, Independents and others 3 down 2, and Liberal Democrats 2. Largest party by far is Labour, but they don't have control of it anymore. Also mentioned in the comments was Apollo saying that the SDP won a seat on Leeds Council. I want to add to the comments about Burnham. If we're just looking through the purely hypothetical lens of would a Prime Minister Andy Burnham, would it be possible for him to prevent there being a Prime Minister Farage? Not speaking of the exact result of that election, but just no longer a Farage in Downing Street. I'd say, well, he's got a hell of a better chance of doing it than Keir Starmer. Couple of comments I want to reply to as well quickly. Lee Hallam in the chat says Burnham would give them an initial boost, but he is just a big fish in a little pond running buses and working on his own profile. What I would say to that, Lee, because I understand the point that you've made before as well in saying, well, it's a very different thing running a country from being a mayor. And that's absolutely true. Completely different set of requirements and problems. But considering that a lot of the people that we consider as candidates to run the country, be it party leaders or potential leadership successors, are often people who have only ever just been politicians representing a single seat in Parliament, probably the fact that Andy Burnham has been the Mayor of Manchester does tangibly bring more to the table in terms of some of that experience that the other MPs would be lacking. So I know that it's not the same as running a country, but I think there's still something to it for having been in charge of some things.
I'll also probably say, unlike Boris, Andy Burnham doesn't have the same arrogant, self-entitled ego that he does.
Well,
I'm not sure I'd agree with that, to be honest. I think
a lot of politicians have self-entitled egos, and Andy Burnham might not be clear of that either.
Well, Burnham's definitely got an ego. Right, I think that's not up for dispute, in my opinion. He's got an ego, no doubt about it.
Okay, my mistake. It's not as bad as Boris's, at least.
Well, yeah, but that's because Boris was one of a kind when it came to ego with politicians. But either way, I would say in response to the bit about experience, like different between being a mayor of a major metro area and then running a whole country. That is true, but I think a lot of people forget in this discussion that Burnham has been a government minister before. In fact, he was a minister of one of the great offices of state because he was health minister during, I think, either Brown or Blair's government.
It was Brown's government. It was Brown's.
Okay, Brown's government, right. So he's been health minister under Gordon Brown. So it's not as if he has no experience in government whatsoever. He has been a government minister before and was in charge of a very high-ranking department within the government. So it's not as if he's totally out of his depth, like, say, Boris was, where Boris, before ending up in Theresa May's cabinet, was only the Mayor of London.
Guys, I want to say that we are coming up to, well, we've just gone past 9 o'clock and we're coming up to 6 hours that we've been streaming today. I think I've reached the point where I want to come towards wrapping things up for today.
Okay, that's fair. At least I actually got to join in the end. Sorry.
Exactly, we got you in the end. Especially that most of the results have turned into a bit of a drip now. One final thing that I do want to put to you guys before we do our final roundup of the results and I head off. Zardos in the chat has said, if Burnham stood in a by-election and lost, what effect would that have on Labour morale? If you've got Farage or Polanski crowing about how they defeated the king in the north. I mean, that would put such a spanner in the works. Because if Burnham made it as far as being allowed to stand in a by-election, then that would be because, you know, a lot of the people within Labour were going, oh, right, he's our guy, we'll get him in and then we'll have him as leader. If that suddenly gets blocked by him not even winning the by-election, which is a possibility at the very least, that would... I can't imagine what that would do for Labour, to be honest.
I assume the soft left would turn to either Ed Miliband or Angela Rayner.
I think what is worth noting about this, I'll go for the sort of entertaining the hypothetical before I respond to the other bit of it, because I think a lot of people really do underestimate Burnham's chances in an election. But before I get to that, on the hypothetical itself, I think the morale impact upon Labour if Burnham lost a by-election would be immensely devastating, because it would essentially mean that every Labour politician is basically screwed, because Burnham is one of the most popular politicians in the country and basically the only Labour politician that has a net approval rating. So if even he can't win, then what else, what other chance does anybody else have, basically? So I think if he lost, that would really intensify Labour infighting over to who to choose for successor. And I think it would install a sense of incredible despair within the Labour ranks, because it would show that nobody can really win for Labour. Like, if Burnham can't win, then basically nobody can. And at that point, Labour would essentially just be in the same position the Tories were in when Sunak was in charge, where they were essentially just spending their time getting ready to go into opposition for a very long time. But
yeah, if they don't have Burnham, they'll probably got at least 10 years of opposition if they recover at all.
yeah, but I don't think this would even happen, because I think people do just greatly underestimate how popular Andy Burnham is. Like, especially within Greater Manchester. Like, he wins over a lot of people who wouldn't otherwise vote Labour, including Reform and Green supporters. And there are still seats within Greater Manchester, particularly within the city itself, that would vote for Burnham if he was a Labour candidate for that seat. So I don't think he would lose if he was to run for it.
It would, of course, various factors depend on the seat he's running in, yada yada. But generally speaking, I would expect Burnham to probably win if he were to try and run in Manchester. Guys, what I want to do is I want to do a final roundup of just the results we've got yet to come, and then I'm going to call it a day for today. I will probably be back tomorrow early afternoon to see where we're at for. But it will probably
I'll try and attend, but I could be also watching a film with my mum in the cinema.
No worries. Yeah. Well, it will probably be a shorter stream. It will probably be maybe only an hour or so, because I do have plans for later in the day on Saturday. But I will come back again for a little bit more tomorrow. So finally, where things stand with our total number of councillors: Reform 1,416, Labour not too far off 1,000. They'll probably make it, maybe. 919, but down 1,300. Lib Dems 734, up about 80. Tories 732, down nearly 500. Greens 468, starting to look out of grasp that they'll leapfrog the Tories at this point, but still pretty healthy gains of 300, and the independents are down slightly as well. And as for the Scotland picture, we still have 21 seats left, but as things currently are, the SNP miles ahead. 57 down 6, Labour 13 down 1, Reform on 10, Scottish Greens on 10, Conservatives and Lib Dems both on 9 apiece, with the Tories being down significantly and the Lib Dems.
Either way, I think the SNP and Greens are getting into coalition.
All right then. So I am going to call it a day for today then, guys. It's been another marathon stream, 6 hours long, especially off the back of tonight. I'm sure you, last night even, I'm sure you guys can appreciate that I need a few hours to just do something else.
Yeah, I would have joined. Yeah. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised how long you lasted. I thought you would have been done by now. Right? So
I am too.
Yeah,
I am too, to be totally honest. So I just want to say to NA, Ben, Tom, and John, who are here in the stream with me at the moment, everyone else who's joined, and all of you guys in the chat as well. Thank you very much for all of your contributions. We've had a good laugh here today. We made a wonderful picture with Keir Starmer in a plane with all the MPs calling for him to go, and we'll have some more results to get into tomorrow as well. So take care, guys. Enjoy that beautiful democracy we live in, and I'll see you all later on. Ta-ta.
Bye, everyone.
See you.